on every timeline, in every universe.
There's one thing that we always talk about. Marvel. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Goodell Multiverse. I'm Isaiah Goodell.
I'm Sam Goodell.
Hey, and we got a nice episode for you today. We got a lot of fun stuff we're going to get to. You excited for this one today, Sam?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me too. It was a good movie this time, guys. Everything's pretty positive, other than our news stuff. So I'm going to kind of give you a little agenda here of what we're going to do on our show if you're new to it. And like, subscribe, share with your friends, all that fun stuff, guys. Comment below, all the things you can do. We'll remind you again at the end. But we're going to go with our Multiverse Minute. And we're going to give you our thoughts on episode 4 of X-Men 97.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good one, y'all. And does it look like the next news segment or news part is going to be, is it possible that Disney found a loophole around IMAX? We're going to find out. It's possible. And, it's been nice knowing you, PlayStation, but it might be time to say bye, Felicia. So we're going to talk about that situation, which you all are probably very aware of right now. Then we're going to go into our room rundown, and we're going to talk about how much Spider-Man might actually be worth, and if it's going to be worth what Marvel might be putting up for it. And we're also going to talk about some mutants. They got to cast them, so we're going to be talking about some casting stuff with them. And then we're going to talk about Avengers Not So Secret Wars, right?
Mm-hmm.
What it's going to be. So let's see how it goes there. Then we'll have our branch point breakdown. They're all backwards, y'all. But this is a good one. It's Guardians Christmas Special, which is awesome. I wish more things would do Christmas specials. And back in a time when that was a thing, I'm glad they did it. And we'll have a great time talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then our retrospective, guys, our big main event for our March to Doomsday, we're talking about Thor Ragnarok. I mean, how much more exciting can that be? Not only now Thor and one other movie closer to Infinity War, but it's also Thor Ragnarok, guys. And, we got a lot of thoughts and a lot of cool things we got to say about that. So,
yeah.
You excited for this or what?
I am so excited. I think some of the news things that we have planned for you guys is going to be very entertaining. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to our rumors. And it sounds like Kevin Feige wants to keep a little magic into the X-Men. So there's a little bit of a hint right there on one of the topics. But I'm excited to talk about them and dive into them and see what the heck they're all about and things like that. And of course, the Guardian special. That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
It's going to be cool. I kind of like that we're actually doing it in July. Christmas in July a little bit. We got a little treat there. So that's going to be fun.
It's definitely weird rewatching it and it's like hot out.
Yeah.
So it feels like a weird time to watch this right now.
I know. I'm listening to Christmas music and I'm like, oh, this is July. Like, I'm sweating as I'm watching it. It's like something's wrong. Anyways, but Thor Ragnarok. Holy smokes. You ask any casual Marvel fan or even just movie-going fan or casual MCU fan, and Thor Ragnarok is like right up there at the top. And so I'm excited to dive into this boy and see what
interesting takes.
Yeah.
I got some stuff to say, and I got some real fun tidbits in the movie that I didn't realize until now, and maybe I should have, and y'all can say, well, what the hell, dude, we all knew this. If that's the case, hey, my bad, it went right over my head. But there's some stuff that didn't go in this time around. I was like, oh wow, that's actually really unique. And
well, I'm glad you have those thoughts, because I'm been thinking about it too, and I'm watching it, get my third or fourth time watching the movie, and that's why we do these retrospectives, and that's why you guys should enjoy it when you're listening to us or you're watching us on YouTube or whatever, because we have to do a deep dive into these movies. Everything that's meta about it, we have to be able to figure it out and know, and then talk about how does that fit into the overall story and the MCU at large or the character at large. Yeah. And I think this movie is going to be really fun to dissect like that.
Yeah, and it's, the cool thing about the magic of it, and we'll probably say this a few times as we go, and it's I want to say it now too, because it's something that it reminds me when we do a movie like this, reminds me why we're doing this. Because you could sit down with a friend, and like you and I did one night for like 4 or 5 hours, and we ranked all the MCU movies, and all the projects acted, just like we're doing right now. But then when you're thinking about it, you're kind of like, but maybe this one you don't remember, or this one, okay, maybe that would go there, or what. The fact that we're going real deep on them and really picking them apart and finding maybe some meaning behind them, some brilliance that was there, or mistakes that we didn't realize, like we found out in a couple of the other ones. We were surprised to feel that we did about a couple of them that we thought were a little higher, And so this is as legitimate, as close to an honest rating we can give them when we do it like this.
Yeah.
So when we do give those 10s or 9s or 8s, know that it's been watched 2 or 3 times, picked apart. So it's not just our initial, like, oh, we just watched it, we're just going to talk about it. It's we're really looking. And I personally, I go into, so I don't know about you, but my first watch is just a reminder.
Yes.
My second watch, I'm taking notes. My third watch is I'm looking for the things I missed. And if I can get to a fourth, or at least sometimes if I can't get to a fourth, I definitely get to watching scenes again. And that's when I'm actually looking for problems.
Yeah, I agree. I'm in the
actively
same.
looking for the problem, right?
Your pattern is exactly like mine. I just like you said. I'm just going to repeat a little bit of that. I watched the first time just to absorb it. It's been a while since I watched it on purpose because we're doing this podcast. And I'm like, wow. And I remember the feelings of when I first watched it a long time ago. And then the second watch, I have my notes already. I'm starting to fill in the blanks on these different spots. And by the third watch, I'm really giving it those scores at least initial scores. Still leaving a little wiggle room in case, our minds get a little changed as we're doing this podcast, of course. But the overall score, basically, of each act and everything, that's where I'm kind of writing it down. And if it's an enjoyable movie, I get into the fourth watch or onward. Especially if it's an enjoyable movie, the first 3. And like you said, I need to see if there are any faults and really critically look at it. Because if it's a bad movie, you can watch it 2 times, maybe 3, and be like, all right, there's so much wrong with it. It's easy to tell you what's wrong with it. But but the good ones,
I'm going to give you a little tease, and hopefully when you're watching this intro, guys, it makes you want to go and find this part of the video and watch it. And this is what we want to do. And this is a tease for you too, just as much as with Sam. This is our first retrospective I've done, and I have no score for any of them yet. For any of the scenes or the acts or the end. I do not have a score yet. I'm literally going to come up with the score based off of our conversation.
Yeah.
So there's a reason for that, because part of me feels like my take on this and what I've found and how I see this movie, I might be wrong. And I think I could be persuaded that it's wrong, So part of it is I want to see your reaction, or maybe, to just have an idea of where the conversation goes. Cause I'll know if I say something just right and it hits flat, I might be, oh man, that's just in my head. And that will make a difference on my score, or even the fact, or if you even argue it back with me, if there's something I say and you say, but wait, did you ever think of this? It might even still make a difference a different way, and I don't know. I don't know where to put this movie. Like, where our conversation is definitely going to have a lot to do with where this movie goes.
Yeah.
First time.
Yes.
First time I've had this.
I tell you, Thor Ragnarok, I've been anticipating it. And now we're on, episode 18?
18, yeah. We're 18 movies, 17 movies in, technically.
Yeah.
About to do the 18th, and this is the first time I'm like, I really don't know what to give it yet. And we're doing it now.
And it's, it's, this movie was something I've been anticipating because it's quite a 180 a little bit in some degrees, but we're going to talk about it in a minute, folks.
That's right, guys. But first, we're going to get to our multiverse minute. So stick around, enjoy these, comment whenever you guys can, like, subscribe, share. Thanks for being with us today. Let's get into this, guys.
Okay, guys, it's our news segment of the week, our multiverse minute, even if it's 45 minutes. So I'm going to start this sucker off, guys, with the first. We're going to do a mini review of this. So X-Men 97 Season 2, Episode 4, called Rise of Apocalypse Part 2. An alliance between the X-Men and En-Sabah Nur begins to crumble as Ramatut seeks ultimate power. That's the whole gist of the episode in a nutshell, officially released by Marvel. Now let's talk about it. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Like,
it's good.
He is. Wow. What are your thoughts, Ike?
So, here's my thoughts. First of all, the stuff between Magneto and Xavier is so good. I love the conversations. I love that it's almost like Magneto's Xavier at this point, but Xavier's so good about knowing what the right thing to do is, and sometimes the right thing to do is not change something that's going to become real bad, because there could be different repercussions from that. And Magneto's just doing his typical, but this is the time to make a difference, and I'm going to do something now. And here you are, you got this now. It's almost like in doing so with this episode, and spoiler alert if y'all haven't watched it yet, but I'm going to talk about some of the stuff. it's at the end of this episode, it's almost like Magneto may have been responsible for creating such an evil guy, or such a guy that's got so much hate in him. Because now the truth is out, and it's all, and Apocalypse is pissed, and they're in the middle of a battle, and then this guy does his thing on top of it. So it's like there's a lot going on here, and I like this. I like the characters. I like that, man, there's some blood in this and everything. Like, they went all out. Like, and I do enjoy this show a lot. It tells me more that, man, we needed to see this young version of Apocalypse. I think it's so cool. And it also tells me that if you're going to do an eventual movie that is kind of like an Avengers, X-Men versus Apocalypse, do a two-parter with a young Apocalypse versus the Apocalypse in the future. Like, in that sense of where we get to see that dynamic, because to me, it's almost like this is a good formula. This would work.
Hands down.
Really well, in that kind of setting. So it just, I don't really have much more to say about it other than that. It's still great. Gives me the feels. I like seeing these characters that I feel like I'm watching the old show again, but yet still with a fresh take, and I'm going to stand by my statement. This would make adapting this storyline with a little bit of maybe some twists and turns for fun to do something different into a live action thing would be so awesome. Yeah, I'd be for it so fast. Like,
I gotta tell you what, the thing that I loved about this episode is they made it very clear, no matter how it was going to go down, Apocalypse was destined to become the Apocalypse that you know of from the comics and that they know of from the future. It didn't matter if it was Magneto leading him that way or whatever, because it looks like the Celestials had that technology there, and they prophesied Xavier and Magneto there with him on the hieroglyphics. So whether they were going to stumble upon it intentionally, like in this episode, they purposely go right to it, thinking, oh, this can help them. And then when they get there, it's the slow realization of, oh my God, this is Apocalypse's ship. We led him right to his ultimate weapon. And in his ultimate weapon is what he's supposed to be. It wouldn't have mattered if Magneto actually did trick him to go in there or not, because I think that Magneto definitely he toes that line of, I'm either going to lead you to become what you are going to be, or his intentions are noble, but they don't turn out that way. Because that's kind of like, Magneto's MO is kind of like that too.
Yes.
Where his intentions are, we want peace, but it's how you get about it. And
There's always a problem with
that. Exactly. And he and Xavier kind of want the same thing. It's just they don't know how they don't tackle it the same way. And that's why you've always have him, Magneto, as like this. Yes, he's a bad guy, but at the end of the day, he's not that bad. You know what I mean?
Especially in this.
He's not vicious.
Yeah, right.
He's just my way or the highway. And my way is going to get you to that destination the same way Xavier's is. But Xavier is going the longer route around that's longer lasting. Whereas Magneto is right there directly, shove it down your throat, and who cares if it lasts or not? I'm going to make it last.
Well, because like you kind of said about Magneto before in our retros of a lot of stuff we talked about, is or the X-Men stuff, is he's looking at this through a survival lens.
Yeah.
When Xavier's looking at it through a different lens.
Yeah.
But in Magneto, it's like, if there's an opportunity to make a difference, I got to do it when it's there. Hence Days of Future Past, trying to kill Mystique.
Yeah.
Of course he's going to do that. It makes sense for him because he's like, look, if she's gone, they never make the Sentinels at all.
Yeah.
And it's like, he's not wrong, but is not? Like, he's still kind of wrong, right?
Yeah.
So it's definitely, in the cartoon versions, I'll be honest, the movie versions, Xavier is much more persuasive because Magneto can feel scary in the movies. Like, I'd be more persuaded by Xavier than Magneto personally in the movies. But in the cartoon, I got to tell you, they do a great job at, if I was in Sabanor, I'd be listening to Magneto too. You know what I mean? Like, Magneto's impressive. He's up there hovering, bearded Gandalf looking son of a bitch, you know what I mean? Like, I'd be like, yeah, this guy knows his things. Look at his power. He knows his things. Like, I'm going to listen to him. There's other guys in a chair that, wait a minute, are these invented yet? You know what I mean? Like, he's literally, he's literally looking at something. I mean, the chair definitely does not look like it fits into the time frame. And nobody says anything about it. Like,
I didn't even notice that till now. No one's like, what is this?
Which is cool. But like, no one's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Because to them back then, like when you're hurt like that, I don't think they had wheelchairs. Maybe they did. I don't know. We'll have to look it up. Comment below. Let us know. The Egyptians had wheelchairs. I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't know what the pyramids are for.
either way, they weren't like this
Yeah,
wheelchair.
his wheelchair definitely does not look like it's from there at all.
He's
Like,
got the
they didn't even
90s
disguise-
wheelchair.
I'm surprised it's not floating and
Yeah.
nobody says nothing. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, it's Xavier's not very persuasive in this. He's actually more scared, and which is interesting though, because I think it's going to play a lot later.
Yeah.
I think Magneto's going to be humbled, and Xavier's going to have to be a little more militant as we go.
Well,
It's going to be interesting to see how that goes down.
I'm glad you pointed that out because I feel like they did that intentionally.
Yep.
Magneto is a little more bolder than Xavier is. And Xavier, I think he's letting the fact that this is young Apocalypse kind of play in the back of his brain whenever he's talking to him and he's deciding what to do and what not to do and things like that, because it's Magneto's taking that bold approach of we can change him, we can fix him, we can be able to make this a better future, and we can do it now. Where Xavier is hesitant because he knows what Apocalypse is going to do in the future. And so he doesn't want to rock the boat and unintentionally push him over the edge.
Which is funny because you almost think it's the reversal. Right?
Yeah, but and I see it, but I think Xavier letting that overthinking basically come in the way of that. It's just what we found out in this episode. It's going to happen the way it's going to happen. Yeah. And I will say a couple of my standout moments, and one of them is actually on the screen right now. I love Rogue's conversation. But guys, we're playing it in the background.
That's
so
my
just
favorite
so you know.
moment too.
His conversation, or Rogue's conversation with Sabanur about loving someone and being able to have a love. And he talks about how no one's ever loved him. His mother casts him aside. His people cast him aside. He is an outcast. And so he finds love as a weakness and all that stuff. I love when Rogue says, well, I do hope for your sake I hope you find someone for all of our sakes. She literally just says that for all of our sakes. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so true. Be like, if you could say that's him for all of our sakes, you better find some love, okay? You better find you a wife, because otherwise they're going to come after us. But
and it's funny because Xavier, sometimes he looks at him in this, and like even in a cartoon, I see some of the nuances.
Yeah,
where he's kind of looking at him like, I'm afraid of you.
Yes,
he's like, you are a scary guy.
Yes,
and it's like, you could tell that it's in the room is heavy.
Yep.
The thing with the Rogue scene, this why it's my standout moment too, because scenes like that, when we get further in this show. And we see the future Apocalypse do some terrible things. We're going to see that he's had some history with people, and it's going to the feels are going to be there more than you've ever had before. They're doing. That's what I would do with a movie version. I would have that first Avengers X-Men versus Apocalypse movie with Avengers with the X behind it, Apocalypse. The first one would be them trying to convince young Apocalypse to be good.
Yep.
And then you have all these awesome moments of heart-to-hearts or the conversation like they just had, or maybe or Xavier even is like, maybe there is hope here. Then when you get to the next one and he kills someone like Rogue for the hell of it, and you're like, man, you remember that conversation they had? And it's like the evilness of that and the meanness of that, the tragic of that would be just like, guys, pure entertainment. We would just be it would engulf us. They're getting us set up for that, for the cartoon at least, for sure.
Yeah.
They're having these good moments where you like this guy. And I like that scene with them. And so later when he beats Rogan to the ground, it's like, we're going to remember that scene around the fire they had?
Yep.
It's like, whoa, it's messed up. Like, it's just emotional. Like,
I'm happy that Marvel actually is doing it. And this is something we touched upon in our last episode about this, because they're already showing what they could do with the X-Men.
Yes.
That it makes me anticipate how we're going to see the live action versions, just to see, is it going to mimic this a little bit? Are they going to take the best parts of this and put it in there? Because this show proves they can make Apocalypse be the next Thanos and be deeper than bigger. Thanos. Yes, bigger than Thanos, more evil than Thanos, deeper than Thanos.
And more personal.
Yes.
Which is why it makes it so good. It's why it's being an X-Men themed thing. The more personal you get, the more drama you're going to get, and that's what makes X-Men so good. Yeah, you still have a lot more optimism than me. I feel like these departments don't talk to each other enough, and I think they need to.
That could be,
the problem with the other shows we have is because there wasn't a lot of, well, hey, why don't you make sure this and this, because this is what's going on over here. I'm hoping that these guys who's writing this are kind of whispering to the guys who are putting together the X-Men movie, or at least maybe they're
Mhm.
watching the show, realizing, hey, remember, if we have a question
Yeah.
or a character, maybe what we should do, tap into all your resources that work for you, because these guys know what they're talking about right
Mhm.
now. This is great.
Well, I think what you just said is you tapped into something that was a problem, phase 4, 5, and 6. I think they were shoveling out so much again in production, so many things
Yeah.
that they don't realize any character growth or development from one movie or project to the next, and it's falling flat. And people weren't talking to each other because people like Kevin Feige, who usually could be the maestro behind the scenes of doing all this, he's pulled in 5 different directions.
Yeah.
And so somewhere a ball is going to drop. And when it does, you're going to see it in your box office, in your reception, in everything.
Yeah.
So anyways, so just to move on from that and to get this topic a little bit wrapped up a little bit, let's talk about that end of it. Unless there's something right before that you want to talk about.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
One thing, I yelled at the screen when Apocalypse is about to touch the gem. And I'm like, Xavier, hit him with your mind. He does it later. You do it too late. Oh my gosh. I literally was yelling at the screen. I'm like, you're just laying there, Xavier, watching him do it. And then after he touches it, he decides, no, I'm going to get in your mind. I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
You are
What
too
were you
late.
waiting for?
What the heck?
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, that was a pet peeve of mine. I get their creative choice in doing it, but I was literally yelling at the TV like, do it! You know you could do it. And then when they do it 2 minutes later, I'm like, you're too late.
Yeah, what the heck, man?
What in the world? Anyways, so that point aside, I did like the touching moment of Magneto said, I promise I'm going to get you into the future. And he does. And he says, I'm going to fix this mess because he feels the responsibility and the weight of bringing Apocalypse there and having Apocalypse realize his prophecy type thing. And then Xavier grabs Magneto's cape and holds on and stays.
Oh, yeah.
That was cool.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. But also the very end, when Apocalypse goes full on Apocalypse, and he's got that big animated grin from the old 90s show, which this is that old 90s show, but it's modern. It's modern old, if you get what I mean, continuation, but 20 years later.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And then what he does to Magneto, that was bold.
Oh, man. Yeah.
That, and every moment of that is like, whoa, what? Like, it's almost slow motion. And you're wondering, how is he going to do it? Is he going to crush him? Then he turns it into a gun. I'm like, oh my. Then when he starts to do the blast and you see a skeleton, I'm like, holy smokes.
Yeah.
They went there.
Yeah.
Like, that's huge. That was the one moment that I'm like, he is scary.
He's very scary.
Yes. And I will give a compliment to this version of the show. And we've talked about this before. I know Ike and I should say have talked about this before. Putting the 90s animated Apocalypse into a live action movie would not have worked because he is so bombastic, so over the top, and at times a little too comedic and a little too egotistical that it works for a cartoon. But when we saw Oscar Isaac's performance, we're like, that's exactly how he should be.
Yes.
This version of Apocalypse, it blends both the Oscar Isaac tone and the 90s tone in a beautiful marriage between each other. Where, yes, Oscar Isaac could put on this type of performance. And I can see this as a live action. And I think a lot more of the fans of both of those iterations of him would love this.
Yeah.
And this is coming from a fan who loves the Oscar Isaac version because I understand the meaning of Oscar Isaac's version. I understand the depth of it that a lot of people glaze over. When we get to that X-Men special retrospective of X-Men Apocalypse, you guys better watch and listen to it because I'm going to tell you every little bit about why that is one of the best movies they ever made, hands down. And Apocalypse is the biggest reason why. But we're going to get there, folks. And if you don't like what I said, please stick with us because I will tell you as we go along. But
yeah, I still think Tom Hardy is the young version of him would be, especially when you look at the stuff in this.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like Tom would play this part so well.
Mm-hmm.
What a great role for him to be in that.
Yeah,
he all big and stuff. But yeah, no. Either way, yeah, guys, we'll move on because we could talk for a long time. I love this stuff here too. It's so
yeah. Oh, and
he's scary. He's a scary individual.
Yes. he is intimidating to look at. And I could picture when you put that in live action, how he'd look. Oh my gosh, he will creep you out just standing there.
Yeah, I got to give a lot of praise to the artwork in this season's turned out to be pretty darn good. Like, I like that they set the stage of season 1 and kind of like, yeah, it was good. It was good. It was X-Men. But now it's like, they're just like, oh yeah, well, here's what we got. And it's like, what? It's like,
you can tell they took their time with this, and I appreciate that because it's masterful.
It really
it's great.
Yeah.
And then the Ramatut thing, the finding out that Ramatut's he's like, he's like, you know what? It was destined to be Apocalypse anyways. I'm just going to go away.
Yeah.
You didn't have to beat him. It just had to get Apocalypse to this stage of being Apocalypse. Exactly.
Like, okay, guy. Thanks.
Yeah. So anyways, and then, Magneto's death scene, Xavier's dialogue afterwards.
That's some of the stuff I'm talking about that I love.
I'm trying to remember the exact wording, but he says something like, your mother made the wisest choice in abandoning you. Like, he went dark. Xavier went super dark.
He did.
Like, darker than I think that I've ever heard Xavier go. In those couple dialogues. He
hates him.
Yes.
Like, if there's a more, like this, I like that they're making Apocalypse his mortal enemy in this.
Yes.
Which they kind of did in the movie, too.
They did.
With Oscar Isaacs. Like,
they did. Yes.
The whole idea of what's going on there. Like, it was this.
I feel
when
like
they're up on the mountain and that, and he's like, he realizes he's like the most powerful.
Yeah.
You know, he's just like, I'm going to use you. And it's just like, oh man, this guy. Like, anyways, we're going to talk about it.
Yeah. I feel like, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing about the X-Men Apocalypse movie, but I feel like this show captured the emotional depth of Xavier a little more so than the movie. But of course, the movie, when you get to that point, it's a little fast-paced, all that stuff. So that's totally forgiven. I understand. But I can see James McAvoy giving that same exact dialogue and performance to him.
Yeah,
if he had killed
darkness.
Yes, if he had killed Magneto in that last scene before Phoenix and all that stuff come out, he would have said those exact hands down. I'm glad we did get to see it though, because now we get to see the potential of what could be type thing.
Yeah, I'm not happy Magneto's dead.
No, but
he's my man.
Is he dead?
Yeah, well, that's true.
That version of him is dead.
That's true.
That's the thing about these. But anyways,
but it's like, let him. It's okay if he does.
Yeah.
And to me, it just makes Apocalypse even.
I was gonna say it sets the tone for who Apocalypse is, and you needed something like that to happen.
Yeah. I agree.
So, anyways, any more? Do you want to add to this?
Great. I can't wait for the next parts of this.
Yeah, I'm excited for that post-credits or that teaser scene. Yeah, it was a post-credit scene of Wolverine meeting with Captain America and Black Widow. And Black Widow's outfit, oh Lord have mercy. But it is comic accurate, so I'll give it to them. But part of me is looking, I'm like, oh, the pixie haircut and that white outfit. Who designed that? Yeah. Anyways, but question is for you guys. What did you think of X-Men 97, Season 2, Episode 4, this Rise of Apocalypse Part 2? Did you like it as much as we did? Do you see the potential of this being a live adaptation version and how cool it could be? And what do you think about Apocalypse in general? Let us know in the comments below.
All right.
Okay, I take it away for our next one.
All right, guys. So our next one is, let's talk about how much Spider-Man might actually be worth. All right, guys. So, hey, America, can't go see Spider-Man in IMAX. That's the next. I'm sorry, guys. That was a rumor one. I saw Spider-Man. It's been on my mind about them maybe selling it. We're going to talk about the IMAX situation with Spider-Man. Whew. I was looking over here as distracted. You guys know how it goes. Anyways.
It's okay.
Yes. So, hey, America. Everybody out there in YouTube's land. India, America, China. I don't think anyone in China's watching this. Can't go see Spider-Man in IMAX. Yet want a unique and immersive experience? We all do, especially Spider-Man, but it's real cool. Well, it appears that Brand New Day will make cinema history as the first film entry shot in a 270-degree panoramic format, making ScreenX the ideal movie experience.
I did not know any of this until it pulled up.
Me too.
And I'm looking into this, and I'm like, holy smokes!
Yeah.
So I was not too familiar with ScreenX 2. I think you've heard about it, maybe.
I've heard about it, but I never have dove into it. You know, like I'm like, what is this all about?
Yeah, so we have pictures on the video version of this, guys, by the way, to my left or right, wherever the heck it is. And you get to see what it is. So it is, like it says, so ScreenX is a 270-degree panoramic format of a movie. So you have your screen in front of you, and then literally you look to your left and to your right, and it's still the movie, which is kind of cool. But the problem is, all the movies up until this point, they have added those side views post-production. So you're not really, you're seeing like the landscape of New York City, but you're not seeing little other things going on. This movie in particular, for some reason, not only is it filmed for IMAX, of course, because I did film this for IMAX. Everything nowadays is almost filmed for IMAX. But they specifically filmed this for ScreenX too. So if you're going to watch it and like he said in the beginning, like I said in the beginning, America, we can't get the IMAX version of this, at least for the first weekend.
Yeah, at least.
So where do you go to get that really cool experience? This is literally the first film in all of cinema history where they've filmed this with that 270 panoramic viewpoint. So that would be a cool experience to see this movie and see when like the Hulk is falling down from there and the debris is falling. What is also they filmed around it?
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, I've never seen anything in this before. Have you?
No.
And I think it would be neat, but it's once again, it's like even the ones before this is like it's just extra. It's not. This is actually made for. So yeah. I mean, I don't even know where we live. You and I would have to do some research on where we could go for one.
There's one place. It's up in the city. It's called Apple Cinemas, and it's not related to Apple like the iPhone. We're
talking Buffalo.
Rochester. Yep. And I actually did take a quick peek. They do have seats open for opening weekend. And
this might be the way we go out then.
And it's
we'll talk about
specifically ScreenX viewings. And part of me is like, I am tempted after our family night when we're planning on watching it anyways, then maybe for the second viewing. So we don't get too distracted in case it is distracting. But at least to see it.
Experience for the first time. So I got to tell you, I've had bad experiences watching movies in new formats, not knowing what the format was.
I can vouch for that.
No, Mission Impossible, the last one, is the perfect example. Great movie, awesome franchise, awesome ending. Don't care what anybody says on the internet, it's fantastic. I happened to watch it in like, I don't know what the Regals thing is. It's like a something
4DX.
Yeah, 4DX, and it was like very distracting because I wasn't prepared for what it was. And I thought it was just a little movement, maybe some mist. They had a lot of fun. I mean, this is like it's like a ride. And it's like, whoa, there's a lot going on here. And I can see it being enjoyed that way, but maybe not the first time when I want to lock in.
Yep.
My best so far, when we went to watch Fantastic Four, that was almost perfect.
Oh,
a little
that
bit
was
of movement
great.
in the seats, and just enough to, it was still a big screen, Yeah, and we also watched Infinity War in 3D.
Now that's my example.
The second time, and that was a great time, but it would have been distracting the first time though.
For me, it was distracting watching it. So I'm glad when we saw Infinity War, we saw it in our local theater, which didn't have any of the 3D stuff and all the fancy stuff. It was just you're watching the screen. Because there are parts of, we saw it in IMAX 3D. So you had to wear the glasses and everything for it. And there were parts of that movie I got so distracted. I'm like, I'm so thankful. There are certain scenes I couldn't even see properly because it was so new to me. I'm glad it was my second viewing of it. That way I knew at least what was going on and tried to get the best out of it. You know what I mean? But
I agree. It was still good.
It was very good.
I just wouldn't have wanted it to be the first time.
Oh, yes.
Not knowing
hands down. Yeah.
But the other part of this story here is, this is your way around IMAX. You got to use other technology then, guys. You're going to have to figure this out because you can't just use what you're going to normally use for IMAX and just throw a different name on it.
Exactly.
If you need to use things that isn't IMAX. This isn't IMAX. IMAX doesn't do this. This is a different kind of way of doing it, and it's another way to throw it out there, and you're going to have people go see it this way. In fact, you might even start a new trend. Maybe you should start doing most of your movies with some of these options because why not? To me, it's like, why haven't we been using ScreenX more? If that's the case. But it's actually, IMAX is cool. Don't get me wrong, guys. IMAX is fantastic, but this ScreenX could be a real fun kind of way to watch it, a movie, if they, without in doing it for ScreenX and not just adding things, right? I'm excited. I think we should watch it the second time like that.
Yeah, and we're not being promoted by ScreenX to say all this.
No.
We were just looking up,
Never
and we
used
were like, oh, this is making cinema history for filming it exactly this way. And I'm like, well, put 2 and 2 together. You can't go see it in IMAX, which is everyone's default our way of, we're going to go see a good experience like this type thing. But this is a format they made specifically for it that you can get on opening night.
Right.
So why not try it out if this is your first time trying it out? You know what I mean?
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah. All right. So, guys, what do you think? Are you going to now, have we persuaded you enough to say, hey, let me look up and see if there's any local ScreenXs around me, and maybe I'll purchase a ticket for it? I know I'm very interested in seeing it, at least for a second time viewing in something like this, just to get a new experience and see what the hubbub is about. So, what do you think about it, guys? Let us know in the comments below. All right, I'm going to start us off with our last topic of our Multiverse Minute,
this is a big one.
and we're going to get right into this guy because, this is a big deal. Now, this isn't a specifically Marvel or DC or comic book topic, but it is within somewhere in this medium because we do have games that are like the Wolverine PS5 that's coming out soon, and Spider-Man PS4 and Spider-Man 2 PS5, and they're going to keep coming out with all these things because they're fantastic things, So, Sony PlayStation is in the news for 2 reasons. One, the announcement that on January 2028 onwards, there will be no more physical media. And then the second thing is, within their terms and conditions, it's been revealed that any inactive account for 3 years or longer will be irreversibly terminated, including all the content you've purchased in it, too. So, I have 2 initial thoughts of this, and I do want to hear Ike's deep dive. So do you want to start off and then I just go from there, or do you want me to give my 2 thoughts and then you go from there?
Why don't you give your 2 thoughts? Because I'd definitely go off on a couple things.
Okay.
Bit, but I'd like to hear what you got to say because maybe I can help out with a lot of it.
Yeah, totally. Then I could just purely react to whatever you're saying too and everything. So the first thing is I'm going to start off with the last thing that it said here, the terms and conditions. Now, from my understanding, this has been there for a while. It's just, whenever you turn on something new or even you update your phone and it has you go through the terms and conditions, you just bypass everything and press agree. Maybe sometimes we should be reading some of that stuff because you're saying I agree, but what are you agreeing to? And I know it's pages. It's like 200 pages. And you're like, this is crazy. I just want to play a video game. But I think this is coming to light because of all the other controversy that's out there on Sony PlayStation right now. So everything under the sun is going to be revealed. All is revealed.
Yeah.
And this one was. This is typical. The 3 years inactive, not logging in, and then your account being terminated. I recently found out, I guess Xbox does the same thing, but I'm just telling you as a general thing, this is normal. Because these companies have all these hard drives, they have all these systems in play to make sure your account is running functionally.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not using your account, it's something that my mom has always said to me for a long time. If you don't use it, you're going to lose it. And that's so true. I'm sure it's the same way if you never log into Netflix for 3 or 4 years, it's probably not going to be there anymore because they're not going to keep a profile there that's inactive. I don't know that specifically for Netflix, but I'm just saying this is I feel like that's common sense.
Yeah.
If you have a PlayStation account and a PlayStation, and I get it, life gets busy. Simply just turn on your PlayStation, press the login button in your system update, and then turn it off. And it keeps that from ever becoming an issue.
Yes, 3 years not touching your PlayStation is a long time.
It is, yes. And that is an expensive device right there. And it's a lot for them on the backside to keep it up to date. So I get it. They got servers all over the place. They're not going to keep your ID that you played 3 or 4 games and then decide to quit it later. And for like 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, they're not going to keep all that stuff like that. So that's the first part. The second part is the physical media. That does upset me. And that upsets me for a couple of reasons. When we buy a movie, no matter what the heck goes on in the world, I could plug in my DVD player, plug it into my TV, and enjoy the movie I purchased. And it's not mine like I own every bit of it, but it's mine where I can watch it anytime I want, however many times I want. So I have already a couple years ago personally surrendered to the idea that maybe I won't be buying games. I'll just start downloading them. But I am quickly going to go back to what I was before because I don't want to not have the option of having that. And if they decide that there's a problem with the game and they want to fix it or get rid of it, I now lose that game that I spent $80 for because they have the right to take off that game off your PlayStation. And not having the physical media where you could, no matter what they decide to do, you can always go back and play that game and that version of it. The best example I'm going to give is a Spider-Man PS4 game. When that game first came out, Spider-Man looked a specific way. They had a specific actor who did all that stuff. They did a remastered version of it, completely changed Peter Parker's look, completely did. And you can't download that older version before. But if you bought it, you still can play it. Now, it's a minor little thing. It's like, oh, they just switched motion capture actors, whatever. But the thing is, if it was something else or something a little more important, then to you personally, then you now are stripped of your options without the physical version. So that's just the first thing that comes to my head on all this stuff. And I hate to see this part of that medium go away because everything is so digital nowadays. Even we have all these streaming sites. I don't even buy movies anymore because odds are it's on the streaming site somewhere. The only movies I still buy is Marvel movies because they're Marvel. I have a personal passion for them, so I'll invest the 20 to 30 extra bucks for the Steelbook version and all that. Mm-hmm. And I'm glad they still have that and they haven't decided to get rid of that. Yeah. And that's another thing. Sony owns Blu-ray. Sony made Blu-ray. So if they do decide, hey, we're not going to spend the money to make this Blu-ray version of the movie that you love because we're not getting those sales anymore, this thing that I love to collect will be a thing of the past. And that worries me. And it's going to start with the video games of all things. So anyways, that's my 2 cents on that. Ike, why don't you take it away?
So I did some reading up on some of this too, because I'm like, how can I relate this to the movies? Because I'm not a big gamer. I have played some the Spider-Man ones, I am playing some. And I think it's all related. It's all art, right? The whole, even games, video games, some movies, this idea of what's happening. First of all, it's already been happening. The place that, yes. So the place that was holding some of the digital media for PlayStation lost its licensings already. And there's a ton of like big movies that are just gone. Even if you purchase them on the PlayStation Network, they're gone. If I'm not mistaken, if you bought any of the Terminator movies on PlayStation, you no longer have them anymore.
So when you buy it on PlayStation, does it download to your PlayStation? But it's gone from your PlayStation.
Because it still streams from the internet. From their thing. That's how that's
from
exactly
their servers.
Yeah. So
that's crappy.
With streaming, we kind of come to this agreement because I remember when there wasn't streaming. I remember when Netflix was new, and I'm like, "What the hell is this thing?"
Yeah, when it was a DVD rental.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Right.
Which was still kind of neat, right? And we've all understood though how streaming works. We pay a certain amount of money for thousands of options of movies at this point, right? And we understand that there's some that are on there that will eventually leave and new ones will come on. And they've even started making their own content that never leaves.
Mm-hmm.
But we are not agreeing to that specific movie. We're agreeing to the platform of giving us movies to watch. So streaming's fine. I have no problem. Actually, I actually like this time of streaming. I've been able to see more things that I wouldn't have been able to see and afford to see. All the stuff I've watched, because I watch a ton of movies, guys. Marvel's not my only gig. I love all movies, and I can't afford to buy all these movies or rent them at the time, or go to the theater to see them. So there's times where I'm thankful for streaming because, I'm not going to spend that kind of money on a movie that, doesn't deserve that kind of money, right? So streaming's nice. I'm already paying for the platform. There it is. Sweet. I'm going to watch this movie, and sometimes it just works out that way. So I don't got a problem with any of that. That's all fine. And they didn't promise me that in streaming they're never going to take Terminator off of Netflix. That's not part of the agreement. I've actually remembered now it's been on there and off twice. You know what I mean? So it's just a license as it goes back and forth with those. But with this kind of thing, these things are going to be gone. They're just going to be gone, whether you purchase them or not. So that's the other side of it, is without being able to have the physical media, you are basically buying digital means you're ultimately renting, really. Because ultimately, in the end, it's not up to you whether that thing works or not. Because if the internet shuts down and we're sitting here bored, we could still put Batman the video game in and play.
Yep.
But if the internet shuts down and we're bored and we don't have physical media for it and it's all codes and stuff, we can't play it now. So it's like, what the hell? GTA 6 is going to be the first. I don't know if it's going to be the first, but it's going to be one of them, one of the bigger ones.
One of the first major ones.
One of the first major ones that's going to be no disc. And it's like, I mean, they're already making the PS5 Slims with no disc port in them at all. Like they're committing to this. It's happening.
Yep.
That's some of the problem I have with it, where it's like, it seems to be, you know how much they're charging you for GTA 6? $100. Can you imagine? It's going to be a big, expensive game because it's a big, expensive game to make. It's
big
one
IP.
of the bigger ones they got, and I'm actually looking forward to playing it. I mean, I think it's cool. I like to see that open world stuff. It's fun, go around and stab a few hookers, have a good time, right? GTA is good for those kind of things, just to screw around, or looking for bears, or I like that they put Bigfoot in them. You got to find them. All the GTA ones, except for like the first 3, got Bigfoot in them. You just got to find them. It's awesome. But anyways, and they're funny and they're fun and they're entertaining, right? But you're going to limit now when I can and can't play it. And it's going to be up to you. Say your stuff crashes, man. Like, we still want to be able to use these things, these discs. And there's something about owning something that you pay. If I'm going to pay $100, I don't want a code. I want to have a case with a CD that I can put this in and play this game whenever I want to.
Yep.
And hey, if the internet's down, I just can't play online right now. Cool, whatever. At least I can still play the game. But that's going to be gone. And then to me, that is definitely an issue. And another part small part of this that is a problem is streaming things. When you buy movies online, digital, or these games, all that stuff is never going to look as good. Like, your best internet provider with the best streaming that you can get in the world right now still will never look as good and well-intended as an actual physical disc can make it look still. That is really the truth.
Yeah.
And I know there might be people out there in the tech industry that people would argue that, but I'm telling you, I've been listening and reading a bunch of people that know more about it than I do. And they say the same thing. Your other issue is your quality of this is it's limited. So if your art needs to be seen a certain way, you're not going to get the good, beautiful Blu-ray that Blu-ray can do if you're not playing it on the Blu-ray player. And if it's streaming, you're not going to get it like that anyways.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought up that the non-disc version of the consoles, because when the PlayStation 5 came out, you had 2 versions you could get, the disc or the non-disc, and the disc one was $100 more. But for me, because I do have Blu-ray and all that stuff, I don't have a Blu-ray player. I use my PlayStation because it plays DVD, Blu-ray, and the games. It's the best. If I'm going to spend money, I might as well get something really good that can handle all of it. And I get the PS4 Pro can handle the 3D Blu-ray. Like, it goes up from there, or the 4K Blu-ray, whatever it is. So I don't like the idea that like PS6 onward is going to be discless, because how am I going to be able to watch the movies I already have? I'd have to buy a Blu-ray. And at that point, are they still making Blu-rays?
They're not cheap.
Yeah.
They're not. And you have to buy it online digitally. See, it's a scam.
What surprises me about this, and I'm just going to use this as an example from me as you're saying this.
Yeah.
Because you talked about how if you bought like Terminator as an example on PlayStation, and then there was an issue with the licensing. So they removed it from your PlayStation, and you spent $20 on it, just say, whatever. For iTunes, I know it's a different company, different medium, or whatever. There's an artist that I like that for some reason is not on iTunes anymore. Like, all of her stuff is completely gone. But because I already had bought the albums, I could pull up on my phone right now, and I still have them downloaded on my phone. I can still listen to them. They haven't like pulled it off my phone. I'm surprised it's not the same way for the movies. I really am, because that's the thing. You buy this, I'm expecting, okay, it's downloaded onto my account or onto my system or onto my whatever, and I can watch it anytime I want. So, are you really owning it? Are you really buying it then?
Physical media is the only way you actually own it.
That is crazy.
But it's true. Yeah, it is crazy.
Because you're spending the same amount of money for them. You might as well be getting the physical version of these. The DVDs that they're not making really anymore. Might as well just get that version.
So, and let's look at it another way too. Even put it in like terms like that we even kind of have dealt with, or me personally. You are now taking a risk of taking a whole demographic of people that play your games and making it harder for them to enjoy your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because one thing that this is going to, I mean, I'm sure on their store for the digital stuff, they'll still have sales and things, but you're not going to get the type of sale that you can get when you go buy a used game at a used game store, like a GameStop or like these little mom and pop ones. And I'm telling you, there's people that can't afford these games that way, other than any other way,
other than the used ones.
I've gone up to, we have a local one that's in Mount Morris, and I go in there and they're used. And I mean, I know it might sound like, well, you shouldn't, that's a little low anyway, but they have a couple good games in there that I can get for a good $15 and be like, cool, I can do a $15 game. I can't do $100 for GTA right now, let alone one that's not going to give me its copy. You know, I'll go there. The last game I bought was there for $15.
Yeah.
And it was a fairly newer game that had been used. And it was cool though. And I'm like, sweet, I can play this now. And you know, it's like, so you're going to go on PlayStation and they're going to have a sale for that game, but you know, it's not going to be no $15 to them. If you're charging us $100 for some of these games now, anyway, I mean, I'm telling you, these new games come out, they're going to be anywhere from, nothing's going to be under 70, and it's going to probably be up as high as 100, right?
Yep.
And your deal's going to be probably $30, which is what they would be if I went to Walmart right now and bought a brand new copy. Is $60 at Walmart is a brand new copy of a game, $69.99.
Yeah,
actually, I just looked at it the other day. And then at Walmart, every once in a while, you got like a shelf that's got like 7 games on it that are old, and the cheapest one there's $19.99. Well, I can't afford that sometimes too. Let's go see what GameStop's got. Let's go see what the little mom and pop shop's got. Oh, hey, we got 2 here for $12.99. They're a little older. You know, they're not newest games, but you've never played them because you couldn't afford them then. I can pick them up now. You're now going to make it so people aren't going to be able to do that anymore.
Well, while you're on that exact point, this is one of the things that kind of bugged me when the Spyro Reignited trilogy came out a few years ago, and be like, oh, this is whatever. Just listen to me, guys. I love Spyro. You love Spyro. Yeah, awesome. And hearing that they're putting it on the PS4, fantastic. Yeah. That's cool. Updated graphics. I was all for it. I still play that game nowadays anyways. But after I got it, it took like half a day to download the data. And I had the disc to download the data and the updates for it on the day it was released. And I'm like, you know what you're doing to your people, that your customers that may not even be able to afford internet.
That's right. They're struggling, but this is their little bit of piece that they get.
This is the little fun that they could give their kids on their Christmas night, to give them a PlayStation with a game, physical game that they right there in front of everyone can plug in, turn on, press play, and start playing right there. And doesn't take half a day, and they don't have to rely on Wi-Fi in order to play a game you physically bought. Eliminating that whole aspect, making it harder for those that are in the poverty level, your working class, blue-collared people that are still trying to make ends meet with the normal, how hard it is to live out there. And the one piece that they can have with their kid at night is playing Nintendo or playing Spider-Man PS4, and now you won't be able to do that?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
It's way, I mean, if you're going to do it digital, you got to drop the price.
Yes. You have to. There has to be a give or take somewhere,
If
guys.
you're going to save money on not having to make the physical stuff anymore, then you need to help us being able to buy your product. You can't say, look, hey, we're going to look all the money we're going to save on GTA 6 because we're not going to make them, but we're still going to charge you $100? It's like, wait a minute, I can't afford $70 one, let alone $100.
Or better yet, guys, if you want to do like a fine compromise in the middle, because we don't see your numbers. We don't see when you're looking at your finance committees and Sony and all that. And you're like, well, we made like 1,000 units, just throwing this out there as an example, of physical media, and only 100 of them sold. So we're actually losing money on that. Okay, I understand you have to make a budget, make ends meet. But at least allow that to still be, if you pre-order the game, you could get the physical version because it's a guaranteed sale.
Yeah.
Something of that degree to keep these mom and pop stores still open, that are still promoting you and all your stuff, even though you're charging a buttload for it. And yeah, the best of both worlds.
Right. Put it this way. Morgan and I, my daughter and I, we're excited for this new GTA 6 game. We really are. And more than normal, we're like, you know what, this actually looks really cool, a lot of fun. We can't wait to see what the new things they do in the next, all those cool places you can go and all it. It's just neat. You've done a great job with these games. And we were like, okay, when this game comes out, it's going to be a little expensive, but let's get it and let's enjoy it. And I said, we'll get it brand new. It might be pretty expensive. Then I heard it was $100. I was like, whew. And her and I were talking. She goes, well, if we save up, we can still get it. Like, yeah, let's plan on still getting it. Now I know I got to do it digitally. Now we're not. I'm not going to give you $100 for a code on a game system. I'm not going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to wait till it's on sale someday. So that means your initial, how'd the game do when it got released? I'm no longer included in giving you that. Me, personally. That's one. But you know what? I know there's more. And it's just, good luck, PlayStation. You're going to see a drop in some of that. You're just going to, you're saving money. But now I promise you that the only people that are going to be able to afford what you're doing are the hardcores that have the money.
Yep.
Which might still be profitable. You're not going anywhere. I'm not saying it's going to ruin your company, but I am going to say you are going to lose top dog status.
You're taking the pond and you're making it into smaller puddles now, because your average customer that you could have that was doing it for fun and enjoyment like we used to back in the 90s and the early 2000s, they can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
You've weeded them out of your conversation and your product.
And then to go even further, and this is where I'm going to get on a pedestal for a second, and maybe I'm even wrong and out of touch, but there's a fellow podcaster that I heard talk about some of this stuff as well, and I had already had the thoughts. I started writing it down, and when he was saying it, it validated my thoughts, and he even said more that I'm going to add to it. But what this also is doing is you are culturally changing something that I think even us as human beings moving forward, no matter what we do with AI or how we make things easier or accessible, I understand we're all getting to that spot that's weird, right? It's like we're eventually going to be eating a pill like the Matrix soon, and we're turning into the world of Wall-E, if we're not careful. And I don't think we want that, because I think that's not profitable in the long run. Because even in the sci-fi versions of the fakeness of, oh, that's impossible, it's usually after a collapse of society, and I think that's a warning that in all of our culture that we should take. And I'm not saying what you're doing is going to collapse society, but hear me out. There's like a ritual that would be said. And why I'm talking about this so passionately is because, okay, sure, with the video game part of it, I can go the rest of my life and never play a video game, be a happy guy. I'm not a gamer, but I do love my movies, and it's going to start affecting that, because it already is. I mean, look at the little bit of choices we have. Movies we can buy physical when we go to buy them.
Yep.
And you got to get them online, and they're like $40, and it's like, oh my God, it's ridiculous. So there's some movies I love that I'm never going to have physical, that I would love the physical and have them copied, because that's just how it's collectibles. It's what you like to do. It's human nature to be that way, guys. And digital doesn't make that collectible thing a thing. But the ritual of like going to the movie store on a Friday and picking out the Friday blockbuster, going home, making popcorn, getting the pizza, getting the tape out, making sure it's rewound. Or get the disc out. Make sure no one who had it before smudged it. Put it in. Everybody sit down, you get the lights and you watch it. Your surround sound system comes on. The stuff that you put together that you made for this. Equate that to like what they did with music. When you have the record and you open up the record and you rip the thing out, you smell the vinyl, you put it down on everything, you set the needle. There's like a ritual that happens culturally that's kind of like, it gives like it's like a way of, like a rite of passage into this thing that I'm getting into. And when you do this, like you're doing it now, and make it so it is so fleeting and so quick and easy, and then also not really the consumers anymore, that we are at your behest. Are we only going to enjoy this? When I bought a CD and I put it in my CD player to listen to an album, I didn't have to worry about that CD company not having their servers up for that album to play. It just played because I bought it. And there's also the having the CD player, the setting up the speakers, putting the right tune, all of that is it's a thing. It's cathartic. And you're taking that away. You're diminishing what it means for this art to be art, and you're going to make it not as worth as much, or you're going to make it worth not as much by diminishing it this way, because kids are going to grow up, guys, where it's just going to be like, why can't I just put in a few numbers and I have what I want to have? It's like, that's just not, and maybe it's just because we're old school and that's how the world's turning, and that might be the truth. I still don't like it, and I still think it's dumb. And I won't ever give in or partake to it in the sense that you want me to. I'm not saying I'll never buy a game digital, but you're not getting my $100 for GTA 6 because not without, I want a steel bookcase of that sumbitch at $100. You know what I mean? Like, and you're just changing the fundamental reasoning, and I miss the days of like Hollywood Video, I miss those. I miss the smell of that. I just miss all of that.
The experience.
And I get it. Things change and it's for the better. I don't see this being for the better.
Yeah.
I think you're shooting yourself in the foot. I think you're saving money. You're cutting corners. You're trying to be hip and new, and you're trying to go with this new digital age that we have. But I think what you're going to find out, like they found out in the music industry, is we're going to fight back like we are now. Because what's happening right now in music stuff that 10 years ago, 20 years ago, people would have thought you were crazy. But vinyl's getting huge again.
I was thinking about that.
I cannot believe the selection of vinyl at Walmart. There's like 2 little racks of CDs they probably had since the 80s. And then they got a whole row of just vinyl. You could buy record players. Now there's stores opening up with different because people have come back. You know what? We miss it. We like it. We want it like that. And the artists themselves and the company, the production people, the producers know that that's where the money's at, and they're making them to get bought. So what you think you're doing is cool and hip and all that, you're going to have those same kind of people are going to be like, no. We want the old school nostalgic. We like that. We want that. Your hardcore gamers, they want to blow in that cartridge and put it in, hope it works. They love it. They live for it. I know these guys. I have had friends like that. I get it. That's what they want. And if you guys think that they don't, you're just mistaken. This will be cool for a while. There might even be a spike on some things. You're still going to lose some stuff. But mark my words, 40 years, 10 years, 20 years, 6 years, somewhere along the line, the demand for it's going to come back around, and you're going to wish you were making them. And then might be scrambling to make some. And it's going to be a little too late. And then you're going to have these ridiculous prices on them because you're used to the $100 digital. You're not going to go backwards. So they're going to be $160 for physical media.
Yeah.
This is just, you're really making it. I just think you're moving too fast. PlayStation, keep it easy, simple, man. Sit back, say, hey, man, they like our physical media. Not only when they give you physical media, but you're all going to get a free poster in it too when you buy it for the $99 that we're going to charge you. You're going to get what it's worth, and it's like, and that's my thoughts on this whole thing. I think it's dumb. I look at PlayStation, I wag my finger. I'm like, you're becoming part of the problem, but we will show it to you just like we did with music. We're going to show it to you now. CDs are starting to make somewhat of a comeback online. There's you can go online right now and you like look up. Hey, you know what? I want to get some of the old albums I like to listen to on CD again, and you can find them, and they've caught on, and they're getting expensive again. And once they start getting expensive like that, someone's gonna say, "Hey, you know, all it's gonna take is one artist, one new artist." Taylor Swift's next album is like, you know, what would be kind of cool? I kind of do like a retro kind of album and release it on CD again, and
There
boom,
you go.
you're right back to where you started, and you're gonna wish you didn't do it. That's how it's gonna happen.
You're exactly right. You are exactly right. I am personally shocked at the phenomena of the vinyls that are out there.
Huge.
They have whole sections like in our local Walmarts dedicated now to vinyl records that when I was growing up, I barely saw any except for what my mom and dad had in the corner of their living room.
Accessible and affordable.
Yes.
I go to a lot of music festivals to bands that aren't huge. There are more like regionally local, like, you know, big, like they're big enough to go around the country still and do festivals, but they're not, you know, on the charts or nothing, you know?
Yeah.
And I go to their table for their merch and they're making vinyl for us to buy and they're selling it to us for like $20. It's like, so how much are they paying to have that made that they can afford the $20 to come still do gigs like this?
Yep.
So it's affordable for people like me that can't afford that real expensive stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, guys, you're gonna find that it's not gonna work. It's just not gonna be sustainable.
I miss the days of pre-ordering a PS3 game from GameStop so I could get 5, I know they're codes, but 5 bonus feature things of different outfits for my Tekken characters and all that stuff. And just the whole ritual of going to get it and buying it, opening it up on the car ride home and seeing the disc and looking at the insert booklet and getting the whole book that comes with it that's for the game codes and all that, or not codes, but the game pictures and artwork and all that stuff. I got a stack of them downstairs of the Marvel Ultimate Alliance games of Tekken. That's the game book. It's like thicker than my Bible. It's huge, and you open it up, there's a huge character right there. I'm like, that's just that part of that physical media that you won't be able to get anymore now.
Yeah, and sure, there's not a lot of value in this ritual thing that we're talking about, but it's the experience of the art of the thing that you're doing.
Well, to some
video game or a movie,
to some kid out there, that's all they got for their enjoyment. And now you're depriving them of something like that we took for granted when we were kids. Now, in retrospect,
the last thing I got to say about this is to Mr. John Campia, who has always been likes the digital. He has a whole digital library. It's like, you let me know how it goes when you have to go to Rob to borrow a movie because you're not going to have it.
Yeah, because Rob is a big collector.
Yeah. And I'm not saying it's happening yet, but the day's going to come where you're going to be like, damn, I can't turn that on because the company or whoever I bought this from or whoever is streaming this for me because I bought it no longer supports it. And Rob's going to have the 3 steelbooks of it and you can go borrow it.
Yeah.
So just letting you know, and that's just, when I'm at home, my daughter and I were sitting the other day, we had the power go out. I'm like, man, what are we going to do? It was out for like 4 hours. Remember the day it was out for 4 hours the other day? It was some heat index thing, whatever. Someone just decided to flip a switch. So we were sitting there and we had a portable DVD player that was battery powered.
I was thinking of that too.
We put a movie in a disc in a portable DVD player.
Screen this
battery power. Yep. We huddled right up. We got a bag of chips and we sat there waiting for the power to go back on watching the movie. You can't do that with this thing. You can't do that. And I'm telling you, you can't beat those. Then we had a great time. You're just taking away from how far we've come with art and all this whole thing, guys. So that's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Hopefully it makes sense, All
right, guys, comment down below and let us know what you think of this whole predicament. Do you agree with anything that Sony is saying? Do you have some common sense solutions that you think that they should be doing? And what do you think of my brother's assertion on this? And do you think that, like what he and I thinks, this will bleed into other mediums if it continues on this way? So comment below and let us know your thoughts. All right. Well, that goes our multiverse minute of the week. Where are we on to next now, Ike?
We're going to run right into some rumors, guys. This one will go nice and quick for you, but we'll have a good time. We got a few things to talk about. Just things that who knows if it's true or not. So we're going to skip right over to the rumor mill rundown. Let's see what we got to say.
All right, guys, we're on to this week's rumors on our Rumor Mill Rundown, and we're going to dive right into our very first one that has to do with our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. So,
now we're talking about Spider-Man the way I thought we were.
Yes. And get this, guys, could he be going back to Disney like permanently on Marvel Studios' very own property again? Let's find out. So this is a rumor that's out there. A rumor circulating online claims that Sony is in active talks with Marvel to sell the entire rights of Spider-Man back to Marvel/Disney. But in exchange for the value that they place on the property estimated by their projected earnings, which would be around $10 billion minimum.
What?
If this becomes reality, it would make history as the largest buyout in cinema, nay, the world, history. So what are our thoughts about this rumor that's circulating out there?
So I'm going to be short and sweet about this.
Okay.
Because I think it's pretty simple. I have one question. We don't know the answer to this. Is it only Spider-Man that they're thinking is worth that? Or are we talking all his stuff?
It's everything. It's his. From my understanding, there's rumors about his entire catalog because Sony has his entire catalog.
They do. Okay, so it's not just Spider. It's all the
Venom.
with them,
It's
all the
Kraven.
characters, all of it. Spider-Verse, all that.
Spider-Woman. Yes.
Spider-Woman, everything. Then you know what? With the money that this has made, man, $10 billion's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're a company that's a lot to invest in,
So, and according to this rumor, this is what Sony thinks its value is based on what they are actively doing with the character and their projected what they would make from all this. Because they have the Spider-Man video games, they have the animated show, they have the Into the Spider-Verse, which is very successful. It's kind of overrated, but it's very successful.
I see why people like it though.
I agree. Don't come at me. Also come at me. Who cares? But and then you look at the last couple Spider-Man movies, like Far From Home made.
Those don't count, in my opinion. I know it counts to their. I know they're going to count it when it comes to money and technically.
Yes,
but that's also through the guys of Marvel making them that way.
Yes, it's Marvel Studios that's partnered up with them, but they get them.
That'd be my argument to them.
Disney doesn't get that money though. It's completely Sony. Yeah,
but I'm just saying, even when it comes down to the value of it, it's like you. To me, it's almost like because we made these as well, whether you guys got the money or not, the creative part of it that we're going to argue about is that's not, you can't put that on the table because that's successful because we made them good. Like, sorry, we're borrowing your character and just giving you money for it at this point. Therefore, you need to argue why you do better to earn 10 million because from what we understand,
your Sonyverse. Yeah. I agree, but they're gonna look at the character and they're gonna say Far From Home made $1 billion, No Way Home made almost $3 billion. This new one, Brand New Day, is projected to make $1.5 billion at the moment. Could be even more.
After every time they say that, fuck, you should lean in and say you're welcome.
Exactly.
Welcome.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Yes.
And that's all. That's all my argument is for that. Is like, what are you doing with them? Because this is what we're doing. We're making you that $1 billion money. Like you can't. Sorry.
Yeah, but I think
I know what you're saying.
That's what they're doing.
Because that's what they do, right?
And they're estimating this for everything. It's his entire catalog. And Spider-Man, just like Batman, has a huge rogues gallery, has a huge catalog of characters that are associated with him and everything. So if they're going to sell him back, they're selling everything. There's no way that they would, in my opinion, sell back Spider-Man, but yet we're keeping Aunt May. You're not making Aunt May move out Spider-Man.
Yeah. Can they do anything with Spider-Man in the movies that they want? Is there a limit to that? Do they have to agree on it? Is that you know
like
what I'm trying to say?
The Sony has a limit?
Yeah. Or is it like when they make a Marvel movie that's Spider-Man? It's obviously Sony's a big part of it, right?
Yep.
So, but what they do with the character in the movie, Sony has no say, right?
To a degree, they do have a say. But see, this is an interesting predicament because part of the agreement that Sony has with Marvel. And this is not the agreement of them collaborating from Civil War onward. This is the agreement of you can maintain their rights. Is you have to do, like, there's a laundry list of things. He has to be of a certain age. He can't have sex. He can't do this. There's all these different things that to maintain Sony's rights of the character. But if they're collaborating with Marvel and Marvel decides we want to do one of those things that we're telling you can't do, but we're the ones who are telling you can't do it. And if we're doing it, we're going to do it then. I think that, from my understanding, they have a little give and take with that. So with the Tom Holland Spider-Man ones, I think they could get away with some of that stuff that they told Sony you exclusively can't do.
So my point of asking that is because if I were them, I think $5 billion makes more sense because I do see that there's value there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we've said before, Spider-Man, it's like you're born and you know Spider-Man.
Yes.
So it's like you're always going to make money on Spider-Man, just depends on how much, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think 5 is fair, especially if it was just for Spider-Man, I'd say you're ridiculous. Go screw yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if it's his all that comes with him, encapsulate, then yes, I think 5 makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't want to go that low, then he just dies in the MCU and then let the company destroy themselves. Because what are they going to do with him?
Mm-hmm.
So you know what? Fine, we don't want him no more. But can we have what we're going to do is we're going to give him a real cool death in the MCU. And then you can go make your own Spider-Man movies, recast him, do whatever you want to do, and fail again and again. And we'll just get him back the way we got Fantastic Four back.
Mm.
It just might take more time.
Because they did, that's a great example. Fantastic Four, I don't know why they couldn't get it right.
Let them bring their own price value down on their character because they can't do with that character that Marvel can do with that character.
Mm-hmm.
And the proof's in the money. The proof's there in the pudding. Like the most you've made out of Spider-Man is what we've done for you, at least in the movie forms. Okay, I know video games, whatever. We can talk about this whole different thing.
Yeah.
But in the movie forms, we've made you the most money that you've ever made on Spider-Man. Ever. And the last Spider-Man movies you put together, you had to cancel the third one.
Yeah.
And then you wished you canceled the third one to the other one. Because it tanked it. And it stopped the fourth one. So you know what? If you're going to be this way, he dies in this. We'll give him a cool death. And there you go. Take Spider-Man back. He's just gone. We don't have him no more in the MCU. But, 15 years from now, we'll have him back. Because you're going to screw it up. Just like the other guys did. They couldn't figure out Fantastic Four.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't figure it out. And they tried. And they still couldn't figure it out. And you start losing money. Then when you come to the table with a character that you've lost money on, that $5 billion goes down to, $600 million. Right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he's a little more affordable, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a way of them doing this. I think Sony is just out of their minds to say $10 billion on it. It's the best thing we got. Blah, 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 blah. We're going to walk around big chested. Yeah, well, Spider-Man's also more popular again because of Marvel. I would argue that if it wasn't for the movies being so good in Marvel, that the Spider-Verse stuff wouldn't have been so good. It's like, yeah, it's to me though, I wouldn't buy them for $10 billion. I'd just keep the same. If it just come down to, hey, look, if you want them, it's $10 billion, you can take them. I'd just be like, no, let's keep the same deal we got going. Just keep making movies. Yeah. But if you're in this, if you really wanted to purchase him and lowball them, or at least get to a spot that makes more sense, let them ruin Spider-Man, and then we'll take it from there.
So, according to this online through the Google, and
the Googles,
of course, take everything with a grain of salt that says online. It may or may not be true, but Google says that's lowballing at $10 billion.
Get out of here! No way.
It says, according to this,
billion?
When factoring in video, film, gaming, licensed merchandising, the total adjusted ecosystem boosts the value exceeding $26 billion is what the Google is valuing Spider-Man.
You know what? I understand. It's probably true. It probably is, because I don't know. You know what I mean? How much, all the other.
Yeah, I don't know the action figures, all that stuff. Yeah.
But what I will tell you is, Feige should lean into the mic and say, you're welcome.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that high still because of these Marvel movies.
Does Disney have the cash? Yes, they do. They are the biggest corporation out there when it comes to the entertainment industry. They're gigantic. I can't think of one, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if there's one that's on par with them, if not a little bit more than them.
Yeah, no, if anyone's got the money to do it, it's Disney for sure.
Yeah,
but it's still a lot.
But that's the thing. I don't know. We've talked about this before. If Marvel ever got the rights back of Spider-Man, we would not be getting the Spider-Man that we have now. And the reason I say that's
true
is because part of their deal, every 69 months, a Spider-Man film has to be in the works. there are characters that Marvel is still sitting on. That in some of them, they've given them a movie and haven't gotten a sequel for them in almost 10 years. And it's like, would they, if they had Spider-Man, be chugging them out like this and making them billion-dollar films each time they come out? I think it's because of the pressure of Sony making sure they keep them and Marvel being involved with them enough that they're able to make these great Spider-Man movies, and we get them more timely.
I don't know if I agree with that. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Why I struggle to agree with that is if they have the sense of that, then why did they suck at it before when they had it? We have the example that this company owned it. We saw what they did with it. They couldn't cut it. There isn't the example the other way around. We have an example now with Marvel that this is how they handle Spider-Man, and now this is what we got. Of course, with the caveat they don't own it, so being careful, right? I see what you're saying. Is that there? But we don't know that they couldn't have made a better movie or continue to make more better movies if they just owned it outright. We don't know that because they haven't failed yet. Sony's failed already. They can't do it.
Well,
you see what I'm trying to say?
I'm not saying the Marvel would fail or make them better than Sony, honestly.
Right.
But I think that why they're in the predicament they were in when they got to Avengers or Captain America Civil War was because they could not sustain Spider-Man right. They had just canceled the Amazing Spider-Man 3 due to poor reception, and someone got ticked off at Andrew Garfield for being sick for a press conference.
Whatever, that's all.
Guys are idiots. Anyways, just saying, that's so there has to be. Otherwise, you are too petty to even be a CEO of some kind. Yeah. Anyways, I think that, and what we see of the Sonyverse, them trying to do the Spider-Man properties without Spider-Man, how that has phenomenally failed in their face. I'm shocked they made as many as they did because it was so bad. I think they had false hope with Venom just being a abnormality. And even then, the sequels to Venom were not as good. It just kept, Anyways.
I just think that this deal that they have isn't helping Sony at all.
No,
they might be making the money, but all it does in my mind is reinforce the argument that without Marvel, Spider-Man's not worth $10 billion or $26 billion.
I agree,
because they've made it that popular again and again and again. And I think that that's kind of like,
if Marvel decided right now to cut the whole deal, this is the last Spider-Man movie, brand new day, and he's not going to be involved in the MCU anymore. You do what you want. Maybe the next one will still be big because of the Spider-Man name and Tom Holland might be in it, all that stuff. But eventually it will go downhill again because they put him into this partnership with Marvel Studios and Sony and put him into the MCU that he's gotten bigger than he was before. You can't get back the Sam Raimi trilogy time. Even them at the very end, they were like, we are not doing well with Spider-Man. We canceled Spider-Man 4 in pre-production. And then rebooted it to keep the rights. They'll keep doing that over and over again until they realize, just like the Sonyverse, they can't maintain it. So I think eventually it would go back to Marvel.
Because I would love to see Feige pick a director and say, here's your task. And your task is to make a new Spider-Man movie, but this time only Spider-Man characters. Because we don't have to go by this bullcrap rule of having a big character in there to complement and this and them and to keep them tied to this. Just go make a Spider-Man movie. We haven't seen that yet. And I think Marvel could make an awesome one.
Oh, I agree. I think they could.
And unfortunately, I don't think Sony can.
My worry is, I think Spider-Man is big enough of a character, they would prioritize him in the MCU if they owned him full rights.
They would.
But there are other characters, so we're still waiting for their time and due that they may be as, I'm not saying they will be as big, but they could be bigger than what you think of them that we're not going to see. And I feel like Spider-Man along the way could get mixed in that shuffle of you get him every 10 years instead of every 4 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe, or I think there is that possibility that one of the smarter things that Marvel could start doing, which is something I hope they start doing, is they start looking at what works. And I'm not saying prioritize them first and let other characters go away, But for a good example, I don't think that we need another Doctor Strange movie. I think they need to accept that a Doctor Strange solo movie is just not going to work anymore. So now he just shows up in other things. So what character does get people that come and see? And that's the one that we make. So yeah, I do think it is a game that you need to look at where we're going to, let's try this guy and we make a movie. And hey, it's made a lot of money, but it's not that good. So maybe we'll try a second one. And it's still, maybe it's a little worse. You know what? Now he's in it. Let's just put him with other people. And now let's try this other guy and see what happens. Oh my God, he just made $1 billion. Let's do a second one. Oh my God, just made $2 billion. Amazing. And then he's going to get 3 or 4, right? And that's why we got a 4th Captain America movie, without Captain America. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But do you think we're going to get a 5th after what, money-wise, it's successful. But they are not even thinking about a 5th Captain America, knowing now how much people like it.
It was only money-wise successful in name only.
Right.
People saw Captain America and they went to see it. And then, oh my gosh, the following 2 movies suffered because of it.
That's why we're getting Cap in these movies, because they're not going to make Cap more, because they know they're like, shoot, we got a problem we got to fix. Well, until we fix it, let's fix it this way by using old Cap to do it.
Yep.
And so, to me, Spider-Man is the flagship.
Yeah.
It's like if they owned him, we would have one every 6 years, because they would do the next Tom Holland trilogy, and then we would start with a Miles Morales trilogy, and then we do a Spider-Verse, and then I'm already worth 40 years now in at this point, and then we don't know what's going on then. Who knows then at that point?
Yeah, then they reboot again.
Yeah, exactly. That's just it, And it's something that Sony can't grasp that Marvel can do, because they're already how many movies in doing? As much as this multiverse thing has not worked so much, it's still massively successful.
Yes, that's true.
Compared to the crap that they were giving us.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hands
Sony
down.
was.
Hands down.
Yeah. So to me, it's like, we are doing retros on movies that are the best of the best.
Mm-hmm.
We're not doing, when we say one of these Marvel movies is like a 4 out of 10, but that's still, don't forget, people, that there's movies behind it that are on a different scale that's lower. Like these are just according to these movies. We're not comparing. Yes. I'm not saying I don't want these movies to be as good as Gladiator, or I don't think Shawshank and these movies belong in the same section.
Yeah.
So if I put of course Shawshank's a better movie than most of these movies, but that doesn't count. It's not part of this whole. We're talking in the MCU. We are privileged enough to be able to do and rank MCU movies at a time where these are so good that we've never had movies like this before.
Yes.
So even the worst one was sometimes better than what we would ever thought we ever would have got.
Exactly.
Sometimes.
Yes.
That Captain America one really pushed the limit. But sometimes, you know what I'm saying? And so and Sony is included in that.
Yeah, there's exceptions, but yeah.
There's not, when you go look at those Sony movies, you're just like, oh, those are bad. Those are why comic book movies had a bad name.
Mm-hmm.
The worst Marvel movie isn't why comic book movies have a bad name.
Mm-hmm.
But some of the better Sony ones that are still pretty good are some of the reasons it still has a bad name. And it's kind of like,
Mm-hmm.
So the argument, back to what this whole rumor is about, is it would just be, I think they can get that lower if they could argue it.
Mm-hmm.
And then once again, if they get stubborn, then say, fine, have them back.
Yeah.
They're just going to be like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to do without that creative team, and then that's how it's going to go. Because I think Tom would just be like, yeah, and I'm done.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's the thing. Yep. I agree.
I think he's agreed because it's in this.
Yeah.
In the cinematic universe, not over there.
And he's smart to do that.
100%.
Yeah. All right. Well, guys, what do you think about this whole situation? Do you think Sony should sell him back to Marvel? Do you think they would? Do you think $10 billion is too much? Do you think it's a little low? What do you guys think? Jump down in the comment section below and let us know your thoughts. All right, Ike, take it away over our next topic.
All right. While Marvel Studios has not made any official casting announcements, reports indicate that Marvel chief Kevin Feige is actually interested in bringing Taylor Joy's version of Magic into the MCU following her universally praised performance in 2020's The New Mutants. She has been heavily linked to upcoming mutant-focused MCU projects. Do we think she will return as this character? I'm going to say my piece real fast because I have a lot to say. I said that last time, 10 minutes ago. No, but truthfully, I don't. I struggle remembering this movie. I do remember it, and I do think she did great. And to me, it's not a big deal. I think if they brought her into the MCU stuff, it'd be a cool, hey, she played that before, here she is again, sweet, and you just watch it. If she doesn't, people like me aren't going to miss it. I don't think it was that good. It was good, but it wasn't like, I can't believe you're not doing this good, you know? I would argue and say that now that we've seen Channing Tatum play Gambit, that we wanted more of that, more than I'd want more of her. Not that it's bad, but it's like, it just, I do, this is one of those times I just fall in that. I really don't care. It's like, if she comes in, I think it'd be a cool Easter egg, and it'd be a cool look. She gets to continue the character and maybe bring some of that nuance to it for fun. If she don't, then I'm sure they're going to find someone to play the part just fine.
All right.
It's simple for me for this one, to be honest.
So for me, I'm going to tell you guys, the New Mutants, it was the very last thing that came out of the Fox era X-Men thing, because Dark Phoenix had already come out and all that stuff. This is in the middle of COVID. I actually had to drive to Avon in order to see this movie in theaters, in the drive-in, with everyone still with their masks on and like 20 feet apart. But it did not get a lot of praise, this movie. It looked low budget. It looked like it was made to be low budget. I get it.
It wasn't that bad.
I honestly have to say, for me personally, it's kind of a hidden gem. And you'd be like, what the heck is he talking about? Anya Taylor Joy is the scene stealer of this movie.
Yeah, agreed.
She was the best casting for Magic. She portrayed it so well. Every one of her lines, everything that she did, she was the breakout star of this movie in particular. And like you said before, Ike, when you add talent to something, no one's ever going to say no to that. And Kevin Feige is smart to say, hey, of all the characters that worked the best of this movie, she was the one. And I would love to see more of her portrayal as Magic, honestly. I honestly loved the ideas that they had for the New Mutants too, if Fox was able to do them with Antonio Banderas being in it. That was really cool. Yeah. Honestly, reading all that stuff. And we're going to get to that retrospective sometime, guys, probably in the next year. But I think this is cool. I also think what's thing about this is really cool about this, if this is true and Kevin Feige wants to say, hey, I want you to reprise that role, but keep the same acting for it and everything, how you portrayed her and everything. It's a new take on her, so to speak. You know, she's the MCU version, not the Fox version or whatever. This movie, New Mutants, flew under the radar enough where no one's going to be like, oh my gosh, she's back. It would be like, oh, it's just continuing a great casting onto the new version of them. That's it. So I think that's the one thing that I can say of all the old Fox Universe X-Men that they could bring over and it won't be a big deal, so to speak, is her. I don't think you're going to ever hear anyone say we don't want her as this role. So if this is true, cool.
One other thought I have about it when it comes to why I think if you'd ask me if this is even going to happen, I would actually bet against it. Not because I wouldn't want it to, but I think what they're doing with the X-Men and the mutants going forward is they're trying, first of all, they're looking at how much it's going to cost with a lot of these characters. And part of that cost is going to be the actors that you put into it and how much they're worth. And I think that they're smart by thinking, let's get young actors that are really good, that can do this for a while, that are a little unknown, that might build their career like they kind of did with Hugh Jackman in the beginning. And hopefully it catches on. And I think that there are any big characters in the X-Men thing that are going to be like this big base that kind of sets a foundation will be played by people more recognized. I think Anya's at a point in her career, though, that she's not that fresh young face no more. She's someone that's worth a little more. That unless Magic's going to be a big part that's very foundational in this, it's probably not worth what she's worth. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I would say at this point.
You got too big.
She's worth a lot more money now than she was when she did this movie.
Yes.
And so if you're going to pay that and you're taking this character that, let's be honest, hasn't really been the biggest focal point in other media or in other situations, and you're paying a lot. It's kind of like the whole, why would you pay Robert Downey Jr. to put a mask on and never see his face? Which I think we're going to find out why, because I think they're never going to see his face.
Yeah.
But on top of it, though, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I think they're thinking like they're going to cast Cyclops and we're going to be surprised because it's not going to be the big guy. It's going to be someone young, new that is good and great, and they're going to prove themselves through this role. And then, because they're cheap, and then they can earn it as they go. Chris Evans was not worth that much when he first did Captain America, but now he is, right? I don't think they'd have cast Chris Evans back then if he was worth as much as he was now. Maybe. It's a big character. That might be a bad example.
And different time period, but I get it.
Well, Paul Rudd's probably a better example. He's to do an Ant-Man. He's not worth what these other guys are. Now he's up there. But it took how many Ant-Man movies and how many Avengers movies, and he's in almost all of them after he's in it, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, I think she's just too big a name to make sense in this group, but not big enough to be one of them staples. You know what I'm trying to say?
So if we've talked about this before when it came to like Emma Frost and things like that.
Yeah.
From what I know of the X-Men fandom, if you ask me who are, I wouldn't say top 5, but who are 5 characters on the top of your head that maybe your general movie-going audience would not know of, but the fans definitely know, and therefore I can see Marvel prioritizing some of those characters because they already have a fan base. Now they're just making them bigger.
Yeah.
Magic would be one of them, next to Emma Frost.
Wow.
So Magic is not a mainstay X-Man character. She is a New Mutants character, but she is so highly regarded in Marvel Comics. She's on par of the power of Doctor Strange. She has that portal that she makes in the New Mutants, that's called Limbo. It's a whole dimension that she rules. She's the sorcerer supreme of that dimension. So she also has a dark personality that's called the Dark Child, where she goes full dark for like as evil as you could think. So she's well written enough for X-Men fans and for comic fans that I can see stories of them writing her into the MCU.
Okay.
So I'm not saying that that's justification to bring Anya Taylor Joy back in, but if they were going to say, hey, this is a fan favorite character, we saw a portrayal of her already, and movie-going fans were receptive to that version, and comic fans are already receptive to Magic, if they wanted to take a big swing for one of their future movies and cast someone a little bit more for that character in particular, I can see them doing that.
Yeah. See, I had no idea how expansive that character's thing is.
Yeah.
So that to me, that makes sense. That would be a great, if you're in the pitch meeting and you want to say that.
Yeah.
Because where you're going to lose, where you're going to make some of us normal moviegoers be like, who's this again?
Yep.
We're going to hear the excitement of the hardcore fans enough to be like, obviously it's big enough to pay attention to.
Yes. Yeah. There are.
That's how Guardians started out, truthfully.
Oh, yes.
You explained it to me. I'm like, what?
Like,
and then obviously once it come out, it was amazing.
And for me personally, I knew about Magic before the New Mutants movie came out, but I personally wasn't too like gung-ho about it. It's like Ms. Marvel. I'm not gung-ho about Kamala Khan. I really am not. She's not my favorite character. But it's obvious that she has enough of a fan following that a TV show on her, and the actress is charismatic enough where she does carry some weight when she does make appearances. And I feel like Magic would be something a little bit like that too, where even if you're not too much of a fan of her, the movie version of Magic turned me on to her.
Yeah, gotcha.
And I thought, okay, cool. If this is how they're going to make her and have her be, I can see that continuing on. So
all right.
That's just my 2 cents. What do you guys think? Do you think Anya Taylor Joy would come back in this role? Do you think that we should cast someone like her, or maybe find someone that's an up and coming actress? What do you think? Let us know in the comments below. Does Magic stay? Okay. Ike, take it away with our last one.
All right, guys. So, according to My Time to Shine, there's an alleged plot leak of Avengers Secret Wars laying out the bullet points of the film, which hasn't even started officially production, according to Marvel Studios. The biggest takeaway is the film supposedly ends with everyone going back to their respected universes, and the multiverse, despite popular theory, will remain intact. What are your thoughts? I mean,
So just to clarify, because in our last episode, we said we weren't going to talk about the Doomsday leak. The thing about that is there is some bigger names out there that are putting their weight behind it, confirming the validity of it, whether it's really true or not. Because of that reason, we are tending to believe that might be something that actually is in the Doomsday movie, and we decided not to spoil it for ourselves and not to become those type of people. However, this is Secret Wars that apparently may or may not have been filming. They've been filming it. We know that. They're doing them back to back. Yeah. But filming it to the point where a whole movie plot leak is out, highly suspicious.
It's possible.
It is possible, but by the time we get any of this Secret Wars thing confirmed, we're a year and a half already before that movie even comes out, and Lord knows what changes they could be doing. Yeah. So it's almost like
it's funny because this actually the first thing I jumped to in my head was, I don't like the multiverse stuff because it's made it confusing, but that doesn't necessarily mean it can't be utilized and fixed and revisited at some point. My problem with it is we just don't want to ever feel like we can rely on it being a plot device.
Yeah.
When we move forward from it, I'd like to make it where let's just pretend it wasn't there or it's gone now, But then the other part of it is, we did just get introduced to the Fantastic Four, universe. And there's a whole wide range of things they got going on there. That if they destroyed everything else and it was all just on one spot, I think we're going to be missing out on whatever that could be. Because I've told you this, I've said you to this before, that if they were smart to make these Fantastic Four movies really work good, is their individual movies outside of being in the groups would be in their universe. So then you didn't ever have to feel like, why didn't they just call this guy? Or why is this guy? Or where is this? Because they're there. They're doing their own thing there. So if we do get rid of the multiverse, then we're kind of getting rid of that opportunity. And the opportunity of this really cool world they just got done building with it. I'm not saying they can't ever get rid of it for fun. Maybe Galactus shows up and swallows it like a pea. Cool, but I think that they would be doing. I do think that there is something to say that if it does get all fixed, part of me is going to be like, oh, okay, so what just happened? I want something in the middle, personally. I want there to be repercussions where things don't come back. I don't want to think that my X-Men guys are back doing their own thing, because then I'm just going to be like, well, then why can't we just go see more of them? I kind of like the idea that you're getting a goodbye to them.
Yep.
And I'm actually okay with them being gone. Just give us some cool stuff first, right?
Yeah.
But if you just make it like, oh, look, they're okay, and they're all just happy-go-lucky, then it's going to be kind of like, oh, you're still leaving that door open then. And I don't want that, because I want to be able to walk away. Because if I can't walk away from them, it's going to be hard for me to walk into your next X-Men.
Yeah.
So with that said, I definitely don't want to see that Fantastic Four universe go either, because I'd like to explore that more and see what's going on there. The villains are interesting. They're fun. They could do a lot of fun stuff with that. So I'd like to see that too. So, and I think that they're going to serve themselves better by not being here all the time and going there. You know what I'm saying? With that said, I'm actually a little alarmed that in that rumor of the first bunch of movies that they're thinking of making, and in Phase 7, right? Fantastic Four's not on there.
I'm shocked about that too, of the rumor at least.
Yeah, so I'm like, yeah, of the rumor, yeah. And it's like, you think that'd be one that would be a rumor, that would actually make sense.
Yeah, because it was moderately successful. I mean, it didn't make as much money as they probably hoped, but it definitely was. They were in the green, and it was well received. Was the bigger thing.
And I think they're smart enough to realize that people know it's good. So it may have not made a ton of money because the couple movies ahead before didn't do as well, but now they're like, oh, it's good, and they're going to love them in these new ones. So the second one's going to be the one that makes the money. Yeah. That's, I'm not going to overthink this whole plot leak of Infinite or Secret Wars.
Yeah.
Because, it's like, we don't know what's going to happen. Clearly, we have some ideas of what some things are going to go down.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
So my 2 cents on this thing is we've all been under the impression, whether it was real or not, but because maybe this all could have been originated from fan theories, and that's what everyone is just assuming at this point, which a lot of us, we forget that, this started as a rumor to begin with. I was under the impression that this whole Doomsday Secret Wars is to end the multiverse and get back to what I kind of hoped we did, a timeline with consequences. And the problem with a multiverse comes with good things and bad things. The good things is you have a huge big play stand, whatever, to play in with all these different characters. And because it's been so long since Marvel actually had all their properties back, you have older X-Men actors and characters and storylines and Spider-Man ones and Fantastic Four and all these different ones. So now while you still have the actors and you can do a multiversal thing, you bring them all in. That's what we're anticipating for both Doomsday and Secret Wars, to be honest. The Secret Wars is probably the bigger one of the two. The bad thing about that is you can't kill a character normally, because there's always a multiversal variant out there that you could, you don't like the Scarlet Witch died in Earth 616? Guess what? There's another universe where Elizabeth Olsen's still kicking with her kids, so we're going to bring her on in. And that kind of waters down whatever epic death you gave her or not gave her or things like that. So there's pluses and minuses with the multiverse thing. What I personally am looking forward to is getting away from the multiverse, where we've had our fun with those characters and saying goodbye to the X-Men and Doomsday and hello to the new X-Men at the end of Secret Wars and all that stuff. But we've finally closed the door on all those other ones. And we're back to a singular timeline where when someone dies, they're dead. There's consequences for that. And there are stakes now that are more real for that universe. You can't just pull someone in from another universe or encourage them together and all of a sudden you fixed it, So with this supposed leak rumor that they're not gonna get rid of the multiverse, it worries me that it's like, okay, we're not closing this chapter. What are we doing? You can still tell more stories, of course, and maybe they're better with the change in leadership and direction that Marvel is obviously taking with their quantity versus quality, all that different stuff. But I feel like we've gotten to the point where we're kind of done with the multiverse.
Yeah, see, it gives me some mixed feelings. I agree.
Yeah.
And I will say this, to the credit of the MCU, I will say this. I agree the multiverse does kind of make it feel like you could easily just diminish like the bigger meaning behind someone dying or whatever. Mm-hmm. But what I will say though is if you do it right, you can still have all that and the consequences still be real for that character. So like some people complain and say the similar phrase is it's the universe where nobody really dies. Mm-hmm. But I can't think of an instance in the MCU, though, where someone has just blatantly come back to life yet. Can you? I think so far, anyone that has come back, in a sense, there's a story to that, why it's happened. I mean, I guess you could say Vision. But it's not, though. It makes sense that
the problem
he's also a robot.
That's the thing. The problem with Vision, he's a robot. It's if Vision was a human being, that would be pause.
Yeah.
But robots can easily be dismantled and reassembled again.
I mean, how long ago was Endgame? Mm-hmm. Truthfully,
Yeah, and I can't say Gamora because that's not a multiversal variant. That's a timeline variant. Don't know the difference yet, really, because you guys haven't. But
what they did right, though, is the consequences of it is that Gamora is gone.
That's true.
Because when you get into Guardians 3, that's not the same. She's not the same.
That's one of the points.
But she's not her like you remembered her. And I think that's what they're doing. It'd be like, oh, look, we can bring Black Widow back because of this or that. Let's bring her back. And she comes back and she says, thanks, guys, for bringing me back. Whew, that was a close one, right? Then I'd be like, what the hell? Mm-hmm. But like Black Widows, we know it's dead. She's dead, gone, dead and gone. Loki's the only other one that they've messed around with that. But his MO is faking his death in those other situations. The whole idea is that's what he does. Does in the comics, He doesn't show all that stuff. So that makes sense. And Loki died. When he died, Thanos snapped his neck. That's a dead Loki. He's dead. That Loki's in Valhalla. Now, when he messed with time and he picked up the Tesseract, that's before Thanos snapped his neck. So that changed things, right? So, like, I think that's my point, is like, as long as you are smart and you use reasons that make sense in your universes or in your saga here, you know, the continuity of them coming back isn't just a literal resurrection, then I don't think we're in that kind of trouble yet. Like I said, the only thing I would say is I wouldn't want to think that there's characters out there still alive doing their thing that we're never going to touch base with again. I think that's the part that needs to go away. So if we're not going to do the X-Men from the one or from Fox Universe anymore, then we need to kill them, eliminate them. Whether it's the Incursion does it or it's their sacrifice means everyone else lives.
Yep.
You know, that needs to happen.
I agree.
But if you want the Fantastic Four one to stay, I can see why we need to figure out why it's got to stay, because we're going to revisit those guys again. I think that's the key. Is as long as it makes sense, I will follow. I don't mind the direction of it. I don't mind the multiverse or the properties of it.
Yep.
I don't mind the complexity of it. I like the magic stuff too. What I mind is I don't get it. And that's what my problem is with the magic stuff. I want the magic stuff to be in the MCU, but I don't get it. And it makes me not like what they've done with it. I don't mind the multiverse thing, but we don't quite understand yet still. And we're coming to the end of it. What multiverse really, really means in the long run.
Yeah.
What's really this or that. We get an idea. We have some things are sure, but there's still the question of TVA and what that really means and what they can do and how, you know, all that stuff, right? And I think that that's the problem that they've had, is they just didn't make sure it stayed very clear. You know, and a lot of that comes back to we don't have a very clear direction of where we're going. And then when they did have one, it's got screwed up. And it was like, shoot. You know, and they screwed it up, and now they're fixing it. So it makes it even more complicated. So I'm okay with them not getting rid of the multiverse, but I just want them to get rid of what we're not going to do again. Yeah, that to me, this is your chance, because then in the future you can say they're gone. Yeah, you know, if they're smart, we'll never see Robert Downey Jr. play Iron Man ever again. If they're smart, for this reason, right? And so far, they could have done this, and they haven't done it yet.
Yeah, that's true.
And I kind of hope we go into Secret Wars and we don't get a Robert Downey Jr. Iron Man. I would love if Iron Man shows up in Secret Wars, and like, oh my God, that's Iron Man. And he lands, and the thing pops up, and it's Tom Cruise. That's the kind of stuff you can get away with, because it's a multiverse, and it doesn't matter. But keep it away from Robert, because I think his death means so much that if you even associate it enough, like I even told you, if they do an AI version of him just because he made it, I'd be pissed. And they've stayed away from that. How long's it been? And he's just been gone. And I think that we feel that, you know, we feel it. And I think that needs to stay that way. And unlike what everyone else for some reason is saying, Marvel hasn't failed at that yet. When these characters go, they go. And they haven't come back yet. The ones that have died have died.
That's true. Actually, that's you have to give credit where credit's due.
And so far that works. What's not working is what the shit means. Yeah. And that's why when you hear they're not getting rid of the multiverse, part of you goes, oh, is that going to complicate things? Because I don't get it.
You know, I'm glad you said that, and you brought clarity to that. And I think everyone needs to realize that aside from a couple poorly written movies and character lines, the only big sticking point of the whole multiverse saga that has turned people off is we don't know what it means. Right. That doesn't mean we don't like the multiverse. It just means that you haven't established perimeters and the laws about it. You know, you haven't given us definitions of these things. They can
do whatever they want.
Yes, and that's
makes it feel like nothing matters.
That's the problem we have with magic.
That's right.
I love magic in the MCU. I love seeing Agatha Harkness being there and exploring the idea of witches being in the MCU and Doctor Strange being able to do some of these crazy things. I love all that stuff. The problem is you don't define what these characters mean, what their skill sets mean, what their titles mean. And therefore, it's so muddled. Now I kind of cringe when I see one come on screen because I'm like, well, what can you do different than the other guy? Because y'all seem to do the same thing. And that's not explained.
It also makes you feel like that they can just do whatever they want because they're just going to say, we just hadn't told you yet.
Yeah, no.
And it's like, this far along, it's too late.
Yeah, and just like with the magic stuff, the multiverse stuff, establish some perimeters, some things. You have great concepts out there like anchor beings and all this different stuff. Now, this is where the Russo brothers should come in when it comes to Doomsday and tell us what some of this stuff means. Because they were able to explain time travel within 2 sentences, and we got it. And it was fine.
Yeah, and it made it intense.
Yes. Yeah.
And I would say by the time you get to Infinity War, you realize you at least understand the stakes, what's happening, what it can be. We saw the trailer. Oh, it's happening. It's going to be cool. When you're watching the movie, not once do you think, that some character is going to do something that's out of play that is just unexplained to you. From Infinity War to the end of Endgame, anything they've shown you about these characters before is all they keep in the bounds of what they're doing.
Yep.
And it's because for 10 years or 11 years, it was clear. Each time a new thing was introduced, you understood what that meant, why it meant that, and where it's going.
Yep.
And that's the thing that they're not doing right now. So yeah, right now it's almost like, oh, get rid of the multiverse. It sucks. But it's like, it doesn't. It's just, it's not being.
It's unorganized. That's the problem.
Yeah. And part of it is, and they're going to use that to their advantage. I just feel like I'm hoping I don't watch this movie and see that they use it to their advantage in a way that we're just going to do things because you don't know, and hopefully it flies by. And if I don't feel the stakes, these movies are going to suck, and that's going to be the problem. It's like, and right now it is a problem.
That's going to be the worst feeling of Doomsday is going to be we get into the movie and we're supposed to like it because of a big ensemble, and it doesn't have a good enough story to justify it.
Yeah, I feel
that's the worry I have for Doomsday.
I agree with that's 100%. It's like you get in. It's like putting a movie on, guys. Put it this way: it'd be like putting a movie on, and the first part of the movie you watch is the ultimate big bad climactic fight between the good guy and the bad guy, and they do things that you should be going awesome, but you don't know because you haven't seen the first part of the movie yet, right? So like, then we're going to give you the first part of the movie. So it's like, oh, that's not how this works. Like, you need these things to have that payoff.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that that's something that I fear is going to lack in this. Or Doom is going to do some magic thing that's going to stop somebody from doing something to him. And it's meant to be cool. And it probably is cool, but it's going to go over our head because that was never the bounds of what that means wasn't set for us.
Yes. Yes.
When it's been already.
Yes, that's the one thing I worry about with the X-Men. We're gonna go crazy when we see Magneto and Sir Ian McKellen portraying him, and Patrick Stewart on screen, and James Marsden finally coming back as Cyclops. We're gonna go crazy for the first minute. But if that's all we get of them, is they're just there just to be there, and there's nothing that makes them why they're there.
Yeah,
and the trueness of their characters, that's going to be so disappointing.
And having to explain why Magneto doesn't just destroy everybody. And as a joke, but as the truth.
That's the truth.
We literally just got done watching the X-Men 97 thing, and it's probably one of the best fights we're ever going to see between him and Apocalypse. And that's Magneto holding his own against the most powerful villain that they've gone up against besides the Phoenix.
Yep. Yes.
And it's like, if you're going to get Magneto beat, it's got to be by something like that.
Yes.
And if Doom's that, then you guys are going too hard. Doom can't be that. Right?
Well, the problem is...
I mean, I think he's going to be to a degree, but at the same time...
This is your intro to Doom. We've talked about this before, where you're now setting up a great character to fail on your introduction.
Right.
You're going to the God-level Doom, which in the comics, he spends decades building up to that, and then the payoff is so worth it.
Yeah.
You're starting off with the high, and everything after that's going to be low.
Because, gosh, you think back to Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yep.
Is when we learn that Thanos is collecting the stones.
They
don't need to tell us that in Infinity War. We
Yep.
know that's happening.
Yeah.
And then which one is it where he says, fine, I'll do it myself? That's the end of...
end of Age of Ultron.
Yeah, so you know he's coming.
Yeah.
And this is what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, so when we get to Infinity War, you don't need any of that exposition because we've had 10 years of it.
Yep.
Now we're going to need to know, doing that, I know this magic, and it's this one that does this to these guys because they're sorcerers, and this is a witch, and this is that, and blah, blah, blah. So when Magneto comes at me with his metal stuff, I can go magic-y, and he can't do it no more. And we're going to be like, okay, that makes sense. But then it's like, oh, we're already an hour and a half into this movie. Jesus. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And it's like, to me, it's like that could have been easily done if you had this planned out from the start.
Yep.
And we understood what magic meant.
Yep. And you had teases of doom throughout the multiverse phase saga.
Certain colors of magic do certain things. So then when Magneto goes to do something and you see the color, us as an audience, oh, that's right, he can do that. And that's where that emotion comes from.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're going to learn it as it happens. It's not the same, you know.
Yeah.
You know, all the stuff we saw in Infinity War and Endgame was reacting to what we knew was coming.
Mm-hmm.
And we're seeing this now. Oh, cool. That's a cool way to see that now. Oh, that's how that works. Because we already understood this is how it works.
Mm-hmm.
This is how it's being done. Hell, we knew how half the stones work 90% of the time. There's only a couple of them that they had to introduce, really. I mean, I don't even know what.
Just the Soul Stone. That's the only one they had to introduce.
Yeah.
All the other ones we knew.
We saw in action.
We saw a whole movie of that.
Years.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's like, that's their mistake. That's their mistake. But that's all I really got to say about the rest of that, to be honest with you.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I agree. I don't know. To me, if this rumor is true, it pulls up just more question marks in my head of how are they going to do Phase 7 onward then? Is that, because I was always under the impression, as you guys that are listening and watching us probably are too, this is supposed to end the multiverse saga. How do you end the multiverse saga if you keep the multiverse still intact and all these characters go back to their respective universes? So who knows? Maybe they have a brilliant idea and it's just a tool for the future. But we don't know. Guys, the question is for you. Do you think multiverse should still be intact after Secret Wars? Do you think it should be disassembled? Do you think we should go to one main timeline now for the rest of the history of the MCU? Comment below and let us know your thoughts. All right, guys. There goes our rumor rundown. That's done. The next part of our multiverse episode. What are we doing, Ike?
We're going to do a branch point breakdown, and it's going to be of the Guardians Holiday Special, Christmas time in July.
Yeah.
We're having a good time talking about it. We've watched a few times. It's definitely refreshing, and it'll be fun discussing how that went.
Yeah, hope you like our take on it, and you're going to hear it right now.
Hello, everybody. So welcome to our segment of the Branch Point Breakdown. Thanks for sticking with us this far. We're excited about what we got to talk about today. What are we talking about today, Sammy, real quick? I'll do the history on
it. Guardians of the Galaxy, the holiday special.
Yes. Holiday. It's Christmas in July here in New York. We are ready for this thing, man. So I'm going to go ahead and break down this thing about the history of it and give you a quick synopsis, and I'll have Sammy give the synopsis, and then I'll kind of give you a breakdown of the story, and we'll go through our little list that we usually do. And this was a fun one. This was different. And I missed the days of holiday specials. So this was a good treat for this freaking hot weather we got going on right now.
Yeah.
God. Holy Lord, guys. It's all right. Today is, anyways. Mm-hmm. So guys, we're doing Guardian of the Galaxy holiday special. His release date was November 25th, 2022. Perfect time for sit down around Thanksgiving and watch it like the old school ones used to be. They're so smart. Casting this one is Palm Clementeith, David Bautista, good old Dave, Kevin Bacon, Chris Pratt, Karen Gillan, Sean Gunn, and Bradley Cooper. So the history behind this film, really quick, guys, is the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special was conceived years before audiences ever saw it on Disney+. Writer-director James Gunn revealed that he first came up with the idea while making Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 in 2016 and 17. Inspired by classic television Christmas specials and his desire to tell a smaller, light-hearted story centered on the Guardians as a family rather than making another galaxy-spanning adventure. Gunn wanted a festive character piece that would bridge the gap between the Thor Love and Thunder appearances and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, while also revealing important character developments before the trilogy's conclusion. Marvel Studios officially announced the project during Disney's Investor Day in December 2020. as only the second Marvel Studios special presentation following Werewolf by Night. Now we got 3, right? Technically.
Yeah, we do.
With
Punisher. Yeah.
By the time filming began in February 2022, the Marvel Cinematic Universe was deep into Phase 4 and experimented with new storytelling formats on Disney+. Series such as WandaVision, Loki, Moon Knight, and Ms. Marvel had expanded the MCU into streaming, while films like Spider-Man, No Way Home, and Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness were pushing the multiverse saga forward. The holiday special served as a palate cleanser between larger MCU stories focusing on humor and humor and relationships rather than universe-ending stakes. At the same time, Marvel was filming Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, allowing the holiday special to be shot simultaneously on many of the same sets in Trilith Studios in Atlanta. I say that name right? Pretty close, right?
Yeah, you did.
With additional filming in Los Angeles. Shooting both projects together allowed studios in Atlanta shooting both projects together allowed Marvel to save time and money by using the same costumes, makeup teams, visual effects, assets, and nowhere sets. That's so smart to do it when you have all that stuff ready to go. Mm-hmm. The returning cast was also at interesting points in their careers. Chris Pratt had become one of Hollywood's biggest leading men after Jurassic World. The Tomorrow War. Oh, we should do The Tomorrow War as a retrospective.
Yes.
That movie's so freaking good. Anyway, and his continued success as Star-Lord. Dave Bautista was balancing his Marvel role and acclaimed dramatic performance in Dune and Glass Onion, while also preparing to say goodbye to Drax, a character he had publicly stated he felt was reaching a natural conclusion. Pom Klementieff had become a fan favorite as Mantis and finally received a larger leading role. With much of the special revolving around her relationship with Drax and Peter Quill, Karen Gillan continued expanding Nebula into one of the MCU's most emotionally layered characters, while Sean Gunn enjoyed an expanded role as Kargan, right? Kraglin, sorry. The special also introduced Maria Bakalova as the voice of Cosmo and the Space Dog before her larger appearance in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. One of the biggest attractions of the special was the involvement of Kevin the Bacon, also played a fictionalized version of himself. Bacon had been referenced repeatedly in the original Guardians of the Galaxy when Peter Quill described him as one of Earth's greatest heroes because of Footloose. James Gunn had previously worked with Bacon on a 2010 superhero film, Super, giving the two a long-standing friendship. When Gunn asked him to appear as himself, Bacon immediately accepted. He later said he loved the opportunity to poke fun at himself, run from aliens through Beverly Hills, and even perform the special closing musical number. Bacon also admitted he had no idea he had been referenced in the first Guardians film until he watched it in theaters, making the holiday special a full circle payoff to an 8-year running joke. During filming, Bacon joked that he rarely saw the actors out of costume because they remained in full makeup while shooting, making the experience feel like stepping into another world. Behind the scenes, Gunn approached the production like an old-fashioned television Christmas special, complete with practical decorations, colorful lighting, original songs, and an intentional sentimental tone. Much of Nowhere's festive appearance was built physically rather than created entirely through CGI. Allowing the cast to interact with real Christmas sets and decorations. The soundtrack mixed classic holiday music with original songs by the fictional alien band, the Old 97s, including I Don't Know What Christmas Is, But Christmas Is Here. Gunn described making the holiday special as a refreshing break from the much heavier emotional story he was simultaneously filming for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, allowing the cast to enjoy a more comedic production between dramatic scenes. Like other Disney Plus originals, the special did not receive a theatrical release, so it generated no box office revenue. Marvel Studios and Disney have also never publicly disclosed its production budget or official Disney Plus viewership numbers. Independent streaming analysis report that it performed well during the Thanksgiving and Christmas seasons and consistently ranked among the platform's most watched titles during its debut. But Disney has never released verified viewing figures or subscriber engagement statistics. Critically, the holiday special became one of Marvel's best-reviewed Disney Plus productions. It currently holds a 95% critic score on Rotten Tomatoes. based on 64 reviews and an 81% audience score, with critics praising its heartfelt humor, brisk 44-minute runtime, chemistry between Drax and Mantis, and Kevin Bacon's willingness to embrace the absurd premise. Many reviewers considered it a welcome reminder of what made James Gunn's Guardians film so beloved, highlighting its emphasis on friendship, family, and optimism over large-scale superhero spectacle. So yeah, Sammy, what's the quick synopsis on this?
All right, the synopsis is: the Guardians are on a mission to make Christmas unforgettable for Quill and head to Earth in search for the perfect present.
Yes, yeah. So quick story breakdown for this, guys, is basically the team kind of sees how sad Peter Quill is for not having Christmas anymore, and from what he remembers as a child. So Mantis and Drax decide to go to Hollywood and steal somebody as a gift to bring to Peter Quill to bring the Christmas joy, and then shenanigans ensue. And it's got some great actual music in it, some fun, just a good time. So we're going to go ahead and start talking about this sucker and start breaking it down. We had a much longer story beats for you to talk, but we both looked at each other and says, man, that kind of tells the whole story. So I just kind of gave it to you off the top of my head, folks. But we are ready for this. I cannot believe how fun this actually was, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to kind of quickly get right off the top, because we're both going to say it probably a couple times. What a refreshing thing to see someone decide to do a Christmas special. And I feel like the Marvel Cinematic Universe needed this.
Mm-hmm.
Because spoiler alert, I guess, but there's no villains.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any. It's not that kind of story.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I like about it the most, is there's actually a lot in this to unpack when it comes down to character stuff, believe it or not, but yet still unconsequential.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you're someone that I refuse to watch Disney Plus stuff. You can go from Guardians 2 into Guardians 3 and it doesn't change anything.
Mm-hmm.
Guardians 3 doesn't make anything that happened in 2 relevant at all, really. I mean, there's a couple nuanced things that you find out that you might get a little more payoff, but not a lot. There's maybe one thing I could think of that's big enough to be mentioned. The rest is it's just a story that happened. Nothing really happens in this, which is actually a good thing, not a bad thing when I say it. Sometimes you say nothing happened, it's bad, but this time it's good. And it worked for that reason. So, that's kind of right off the bat, that's my first initial thoughts of this whole thing, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I love the history breakdown that you gave. I think kind of puts this in perspective too. This is the best way for them to film a special like this. It's in the midst of their own production of the movie. So it's not like Disney doesn't reveal the budget for these things. So for all we know, the budget for this was tied into Guardians 3 because they're already in the middle of filming it. It just was done at the same time. But we can't confirm that. Now, I always wonder why Disney is not releasing their streaming views and all that stuff just for its own self-promotion. Because if someone's listening to it and say, oh, everyone loves this, and Disney releases the almost 50% or 80% of their subscribers watch this on this day, you might get more people that would be interested to watch it, things like that. So I don't know. I guess I can see the plus and minuses of it, and they're just we're just not going to do it. But I do want to know, what's the actual view count? What are they seeing for people, and release that to us that are reviewing these things,
I feel like a lot of people watched it,
Yeah. I feel like this was the more favorable thing during that time.
Yeah.
And I completely agree with you. I like that the story didn't have a villain. It was just a fun watch.
Yeah. And much like Werewolf by Night, this is what Disney Plus should be doing.
Yes.
These kind of things. We don't need these shows. And that's saying, as good as WandaVision is, when we get to talking about that, you guys will see that we love it. But I will say, I think I'd rather trade that out and not have it, because it was a start of a complication that I'm not a fan of. And that's a hard, I kind of just wish they would have made a Scarlet Witch movie.
At that point, yeah. That could have.
It was so good, it could have been the movie. And that's I think that maybe they, looking back to it, we just would have made that movie.
Yeah.
with the movie even going from the different stages from black and white to 90s, the way they did it, they could have structured the movie that way too. We still would have been on board.
It would have been crazy cool, honestly, watching it. Be like, whoa, like the different turns and twists in the movie. Yeah, anyways,
we'll talk about that when we get to that one.
Yeah, no, I agree to that too, because from what I remember of that was one of the only Disney Plus shows that actually was very successful.
Yeah,
and it was their first one, so it kind of gave this unintentional false impression of all the rest of the shows are going to be as crazy cool as WandaVision. That did not happen.
It was a great start, and it was we're not going to get more of these. This is going to be dark.
Yeah. But for this in particular, I agree with you. I think this is funny. This is good. This is lighthearted. It's perfect holiday time. Like it's really cool. We have it playing on the background right now, and they're going through some of the funniest scenes. And I'm like, holy smokes, this is something that we like.
Yeah.
So all right, well, we're gonna dive into like our casting and performances and things like that. Our normal deep dives, guys. So who would you give as the best performance for this short?
Believe it or not, I kind of was going between a couple of different people, but the neat thing about this is there's not so much going on that it's like hard to pick. But to me personally, I'm gonna give it to Mantis. I'm gonna give it to Palm because like this is the first time she gets to really lead it, for one. And I love the dynamic between her and Drax. It's just gold. It's like gold,
Yeah.
They could do a TV show together.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but like there's things she gets to do in this that she didn't get to do in the other stuff. And she gets to take a lead and play around with the character. And it's really the only emotional way of the story with Peter and her. So I'm going to give it to her because especially that end scene when she talks to Peter, it's probably the best acting of her Mantis stuff actually in most of what she's done.
Yeah.
Maybe not Guardians 3. Guardians 3 really goes there, but like...
Yeah, but up until this point, or at least for us, because we hadn't seen Guardians 3 yet, we only see her in the after Guardians 2, we only see her in like Infinity War and the beginning of Love and Thunder, but that's it. So she's still just a comedic tones, and this is perfect comedic tones for her. But the more serious stuff comes in Guardians 3, and and this does touch upon, especially the end of the special. That was really great emotional performance
from her specifically.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. So I'm going to give it to her. Sure.
I completely agree. I'm going to give it the same thing for her. It was either her or Drax for me.
Yeah.
And I think that this is definitely her time to shine more, I feel like. So, yeah. Let's see. Gotta turn my page, guys. Sorry, my fingers are sticking. Most surprising performance.
So that's the one I'm going to give to Drax.
Okay.
And it's not, and why I say that is because he was still just Drax. He didn't really, there wasn't anything that you haven't seen already. It's just more fun and funny. What I will say though, is it reminds you that for some reason, Dave Bautista and how he does Drax and the way they film him and the choices they make, it just never gets old. Like there's characters that are funny and I like, we're going to talk about one later in the next retrospective, that are funny and that I love, but they're not always funny and they don't always hit. But Drax is almost every time, man. Like he just has this way about him that's so dead face about it, so pan face, that makes it work. That he's so funny. Like it's like, and every time he's doing something wild, he's laughing through it. That never gets old to me. The idea of who he is never gets old. And they did some stuff with his character that you didn't know we didn't know he could even do until this happened. So I'm going to give it to him because it's what surprised me about it though was he still got me chuckling every time, and and I thought someday this is going to get old, right? And it just never has. Even in the third movie, it never does. He's so good as this character, really. It's so good that it made me, when I was watching this, realize he's not doing Drax anymore. And I'm kind of like, oh, it's sad we're never going to see him again. And it's out of all the people to see in Endgame and all that, or not Endgame, but in Doomsday and Secret Wars, we're not going to see him. It's not going to happen. He's done.
Yeah.
I mean, unless it's a surprise that's going to get us by left field, but we're just not going to see him again. And that's sad because he's one of my favorite characters in the MCU. Like definitely within top 15 at least.
And it's been a while that I've seen Guardians 3, so I'm going to be a little flaky on this at the moment, or sketchy on this, but I don't think they ended his run at the end of it.
No,
right? I think he personally was like, I'm done.
Yeah.
But the character is still there and still could come back and things like that. So under the right circumstances, and if Dave Bautista's like, yeah, I'll reprise my role, he could come back for Secret Wars or something or whatever, you know.
He made a very big stand with the James Gunn debacle they had.
Yeah.
And part of that stand was, I will not play this character unless James is directing me.
Mm.
So unless they ask James to do something, he's not going to do it.
Mm.
And I think he's serious. Once again, there could be something. You sure, bud? You know, and he might be, well, I guess. You know,
yeah,
I really he seems serious.
He's the more vocal, outspoken of them when it came to that.
I think he's as serious as Christian Bale is about Batman. Because Christian Bale still says this day, I'll play Batman again, only for Christopher Nolan.
Mm.
And with no Christopher Nolan, you're never going to get that Batman again. But it's only because of the trust that was there, right, with that character. Mm-hmm. And I think that Dave and James had that. Because James, let's be honest, I think James is the reason Dave has the movie career he has right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was just a wrestler that here comes another wrestler, you know what I mean? And then he ends up being, in my opinion, the top 3 big wrestlers acting today would be who? The Rock, what's his face? You can't see him, John Cena, and Dave, you know? And The Rock, I'm going to be honest, he's gotten boring. He's the same guy every time, you know? But I like him. I like him, but 99% of the time, you know what you're getting. And I think, I do think John Cena has excelled when he did more James Gunn stuff, where it comes down to the
acting chops.
Yeah, and playing Peacemaker is amazing. Dave, though, surprisingly, is really good.
Mm-hmm.
We mentioned the movies in the whole thing there, where it was like in Glass Onion, he's excellent in Glass Onion, and I think he's a legit actor, you know, and he's becoming a legit actor too, as we've seen. He's picking things for that. So, but I think that there is a friendship there that, you know, I think he's pretty upset. I think he even said he wasn't going to be in it unless they hired him back. I'm not saying it was part of why they hired him back, but I bet you that was in the conversation.
Yeah. Well, see, that, like I said before, he's very outspoken about, so that's what we all knew publicly.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, there could be a lot of other things going on. People that weren't going on their Twitter and saying it were probably saying it to a degree, or had his backing, or, I mean, that situation, when we get to our retrospective of Guardians 3, we are going to touch upon why it took so long, why it is what it is, and what happened behind the scenes, because that is a big deal in Disney and in Marvel and things like that. And I have a kind of a hot take on that when we get there, but we'll get there when we get there. For this, for this special, and for that, what you're talking about, Dave Bautista and things like that, I think that I think what he said outwardly on his social accounts was the exact same thing he was saying privately to Kevin Feige and Disney and company.
I agree.
Is that the same thing? He just wasn't saying it behind the scenes like most of the other people. He was also saying it to our face and being part of the news cycle, as opposed of just, you know, behind the scenes.
I'm going to get more in depth when we do Guardians 3 retrospective about how I think out of all the Marvel movies and people that are acting for them and all the productions, that Guardians seem to get the worst end of cancel culture, and they didn't deserve it. You know, because between Dave threatening like he did, and after they got rid of James Gunn for, I'm not saying bogus, but for something that makes you go, really, this is what we're going to do now? And then also this campaign to get rid of Chris Pratt that's been going on for a while.
Oh, yes.
And it's just such a, why? Because he's a Christian and he eats meat? Guys, get over it. He's a guy. Let him live his life. We live in the United States. We can all do what we want to do. He doesn't do anything wrong, you know? And it's like, but some people, I've seen it, you know, tons of stuff that say, get him out of here. He's not, he just and that, blah, blah, blah. No, he's fine. You know, he's one of the better actors in the MCU. So,
well, the thing about that, I'll only touch upon that real quick, because we are going to do that for the Guardians 3 thing. But guys, when you have, Hollywood is known for its diversity, but the problem is diversity is not limited to just your skin color or your body type. Diversity of thought has to be included when you talk about diversity. So you can have a Muslim actor and a Christian actor working in the same film together, and they're just doing Hollywood stuff. That's fine. But you can't be so pigeonholed into, oh, because he's a Christian, therefore he can't be this. Oh, he may have more conservative views, therefore he can't be in this. No, come on. Diversity of thought is diversity in and of itself. So you either are for diversity or you're not. Just say it. that's the end of that for
Get
me.
into it more later.
Yeah. But for this special, I'm going to put for my most surprising performance actually as Kevin Bacon.
Yeah. I'm glad you are.
The reason I'm doing that, I love Kevin Bacon, by the way. He is a hero. But he's a great Sebastian Stan in First Class. I can't wait for that. But anyways, put a pin in that for later. I love that he said yes to this and the meta-ness of him playing himself. He's still acting. He's doing a caricature of himself, but at the same time, I love how he played right into it. And I love actors that are okay with making fun of yourself, because I think a lot of them take themselves a little too seriously sometimes. And they never want to do something that makes them feel like they're in a bad light. Just kick back, relax, enjoy, and make fun of the quirkiness about it, you know?
Yeah.
And I like that. I like that he played himself, because there's not that many actors I can say that I know they would play themselves in the role like this. And actually, the only ones that come to my head are kind of surprise ones to be like, okay, I see that if you really look into it. But he is one of them now because of this, and it's really cool.
Yeah, as an actor alone, he's been one of my fan favorites for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna do a retro on Tremors sometime this summer,
Mm-hmm.
and I've loved him for a long time. But even in interviews, or you see him on red carpets, or when he's talking to people, I'm not gonna speak for his personal life. I'm sure there's been hardships, especially when it comes down to being famous. But he's very famously known for not letting that show at all, and he's always a happy guy. He's always excited. He's been on the record stating things there. It's not word for word, but things like, I'm just feel lucky to do this job. Like, so I think that's his approach to a lot of this, you know, and he doesn't take it. I might be wrong, Kevin. I apologize if I'm wrong, but he never lets us see the side of him that takes anything personal if it doesn't work. He looks at it as there's wins and there's misses. And he's got more wins and misses, but he's had some misses on movies, and he gets that. But, you know, he never comes off as distraught like some of these other actors that have these bad times you can kind of tell on their face when you see them and all that. Kevin just seems to be, I'm lucky that I got this job, because he knows he could be any of us grunts out here just living life. Not that this is a bad life either. I'm happy as hell too. But, you know, it would be nice to be an actor. I mean, it would be. That's a very privileged job to have. Yeah. You know, and it's like, you get to see a lot of stuff. You meet a lot of different people. You make a lot of freaking money. You know what I mean? Like, you get to pretend to be things. You know, you get to do things we used to do when we were 11, out on the plate and out in the sandbox, you know? So I think it's cool, you know, and I think it's a good art form. And he's an artist. He's a great actor. He's one of those everybody's actor kind of thing. I play 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon all the time. He's been in so many freaking movies. It's a fun game to play. You know, maybe we'll play a version of it on here for one of our games. Well, I'll teach you how. It's pretty easy, but problem is he's got to know a ton of movies, and I'm not sure if we both could do that. You know what I mean? So we'll see.
Yeah,
but,
I might struggle a little bit, but anyways.
But it's a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm glad you picked that as your most surprising. I do have him on here as something though. But yeah, I'm glad you picked that though, because what a treat to see him in this, his reactions to all this. Like, yeah.
So what would you say is the weakest performance of them all?
I'm going to give it to Nebula, because she just is there. She doesn't really say a lot. Like, she moves a lever, says a few things here and there towards the end. But that's Nebula. There's nothing about her that was necessary in this, and nothing wrong with her performance. But you got to pick a weakness in a 44-minute thing that has no stakes, and it's just people hanging out. I guess we didn't do anything with her, so that's it. That's how I'm going to do that.
I didn't write anyone down because I couldn't think of one that was like, I couldn't think of a weak character, so to speak. Even the ones I'm like, oh, I normally would go for this one, be like, no, he actually said a line in here, or she said a line here. Then I'm like, okay, I can't give it to her because she delivered the line or whatever, you know? So I left that blank for me. But casting wins or misses.
This is where I put Kevin Bacon for casting win. For that reason, because it's like you're going to play yourself, you're going to do this, and he's just like, I'm in. Yeah. And you could tell he just had fun. I'm just going to have a good time. Yeah. And it's 100% Kevin for that.
Yeah, I put the same thing for that too. Any missed opportunities or wasted potential you feel for the story or for the characters?
Yeah. I don't think it doesn't change how I feel about this thing at all. In fact, the score is not going to reflect this at all. I will say, though, I had one moment where I'm kind of like, and I know she can't be there because of the story and what's going on at this time, but seeing this group together and stuff, it was a little like, oh, man, Gamora's not there.
Yeah.
There is an absence of her in that sense. But at the same time, she wouldn't be there with where the story is right now.
Yeah.
So it makes sense, but it is noticeable when you do put them together and you don't see one of them, which makes me curious to see what the future of the Guardians IP is going to be. Because if they are going to do more Guardians movies, it's going to be us doing with a new team of people we're not used to seeing, which I like the team we see at the end of Guardians 3, but it's not the same, you know, and I'm sure they can figure it out and make it dynamic, but I wonder how that's going to feel later with that stuff changing, you know, but without her there, I just noticed it and it didn't bother me. So it just would have been neat if she was there.
What's funny, and not to throw a wrench in this, because we're going to have that conversation when we get to Guardians 3, but I didn't like the team at the end of Guardians 3. That's
like
just me personally.
Yeah, no, we might be similar then, though. I say I like it because I'm not like, there's nothing about the team that makes me go, what the hell? But it is kind of like, okay, this is what we got.
Yeah, I feel like okay or I don't see a movie based off them.
Right.
But
I agree.
I can see them showing up in things.
That's what I wonder.
If they were going to do a Guardians 4, I would kill half that team off. That'd be part of the story.
I'd kill them, but like,
I'd be like,
I got you.
Gone.
Yeah. We're about to talk about a movie where they do that.
yeah, right?
Yeah, no,
I got dark there. Sorry, guys.
I hear you, though. I'm mixed on it because we only got that shot of them.
Yeah, that was enough.
Like, it could be cool. I mean, it could be cool, but
Sean Gunn's the first to go. No, just kidding.
See, he was endearing in this.
He is in this one. Yes, I agree. Yeah. I'm sorry, Sean, if you're listening to this and you're like, yeah, this guy just really hates me. I don't hate you. It's just not my favorite. I'm sorry.
I got you.
One of these days, I'll get your autograph just to say I got it and say good job, because you do a good job. It's just you're lower on the tier. So, anyways,
poor Sean Gunn.
I'm gonna move on from this before I keep digging a hole. So, yeah, I agree that the Gamora thing. She brought a certain flavor to the Guardians that it was very apparent in this, and it's nice that this came out before the Guardians 3 because it gave you that taste of it, and actually that kind of complements her character when you do see her in Guardians 3 because that they were very solid on this is a different Gamora. This is a different character, basically. And so when we get to Guardians 3 retrospective, guys, I know you're getting a lot of previews of it right now, but we will dive into that a lot more because that's actually a cool thing about that movie. But yeah, I didn't have anything for me for wasted potential or anything.
Gotcha.
All right, so direction and production of this whole thing.
So just a couple things. I think it's, once again, just to recap on the idea that it's pretty plain. There's nothing in here that we haven't seen before. Nothing's done that we haven't really seen before. The only thing that sticks out to me is their willingness to do the Christmas songs and have original songs and actually have Kevin Bacon play the music, because he's a pretty good singer and for what he does. So I think that just sticks out to me the most is I think everybody on this set was just having fun. I don't think there was a stressful day on this whole thing at all. I think they're just like, hey, do that. Yeah, that works. And that's fun. Just dance around. Just do this. I really think they had a ball, and it just shows. Because nothing sticks out. The CGI is fine. There's a few moments you can tell they used a little less money on it, but nothing serious. Nothing makes you go, what the hell, And I don't. Nothing sticks out to me that makes it better than the other stuff, other than their choice to do original music and have Kevin playing. I think that's what a Christmas special is.
Yeah, and that was cool.
Yeah. That's all I got for all that stuff.
I completely agree. I think this is really, really well done for visual effects, for any of the action that you saw, the score, everything. Good job, James Gunn. You really did a good job.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so now we're going to do some hot takes. Do you want to do yours first, or do you want me to do mine first?
I will say mine real quick, because it's easy and quick. This Guardians special might be better than half of the MCU.
Ooh, okay. All right. Which half?
Well, I'm not saying a particular era of the MCU.
Yeah.
I'm just saying if you were to split all the movies up from good and bad, it goes in the good side more than the bad.
Yeah.
I think it's better than more than it's bad. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
I think there's more bad or worse movies in the MCU than this actual special.
I think what's nice about that, to reinforce your hot take, is there's not as much pressure for this special.
Yes.
There's not so much weight that's on the shoulders of this special that it has to carry and balance, because that's all it could be, is just a special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for something that doesn't follow a formula the movies have to, it just sticks out as, wow, this is better than some of the movies we get.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say it's in the better half, over 50%.
Yeah, no, that's a good hot take. So my hot take is, this is the perfect balance of giving the audience some new info without making it necessary to know for the next Marvel film.
Yeah.
And there's two big things that came out of this, but then when you watch Guardians 3, you find out you didn't need to know it, because they either referenced it in Guardians 3 or they fleshed some of it out in Guardians 3. And the two things that came out of this special that stuck to me, because, you know, when you watch something like this, and we have this gripe all the time when it comes to the Disney Plus shows and what you have to know to watch the movies and all that stuff. That's what worries me about the Disney Plus shows. I love it if I could just take it as is, but knowing I have to go into a movie, how much of homework do I have to know to go into that movie? That's the problem. And I think, and Kevin Feige knows this. That's why he said he doesn't want the MCU to feel like homework anymore. So he really is trying to divide that up. And I commend him for finally being able to do that, you know, or attempting to do that. But this special revealed two things. I feel that were semi-major, but I'll get to why I think this worked. One is Mantis being Peter's sister.
Mm-hmm.
And two, that the Guardians purchased Nowhere from the Collector.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know any of those two things going into this. And then when you watch Guardians 3, you didn't have to know about the Collector thing. They didn't make that part of the plot where you had to know why they're there. They're just there. And they reference Peter and Mantis actually have more screen time together in the third one. And they say, well, I am really your sister. And he says, yeah, I know you're my sister. And you didn't have to brush into what that meant. And so that was refreshing to see that you can reveal something big in this. And then your next feature film, you didn't have to say, oh, why were they together that much? Oh, it's this unspoken thing, they're brother and sister, because your casual moviegoer is not going to know that. They said it in the movie. And I feel like that's some of the things that they lacked, especially when it comes to the disconnect between WandaVision and Multiverse of Madness and some of these other things, is you had to watch all of WandaVision to know some of the main goals of Wanda's role in Multiverse of Madness, when they could have just said in Multiverse of Madness, do a quick recap of it, and that would have been sufficient enough where you didn't have had to do that homework.
Yeah.
So I think that is also part of the brilliance of James Gunn doing both of those projects, the special and Guardians 3. He could be able to seamlessly weave them together, because I can't give the credit to any of the other people behind the scenes during this time, because this was during their quote-unquote flop era, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyways, that my hot take is, this is the great example of introducing story development or character development without having to compromise the integrity of the movies.
Yeah.
So that's my hot take.
I like it. It's good. It's good. True, too.
Yeah. All right. Quick fire questions. Answer fast. Don't overthink. What is the best scene of the movie for you?
So I picked two specifically for a certain reason.
Okay.
One is the chase scene in the house with Kevin Bacon when they get in his house, only because we get to see Mantis do some stuff we never saw her do before.
Yeah.
And how terrified you're going to
gosh.
be when you look back and she's like jumping on the walls, making those noises.
Yes.
Like, they mean well, but to him, it's like, what the hell? Like,
freaky.
I thought that was brilliant, and I loved it. Every second of that was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
The second one is, it's actually the cartoon part at the end. I like showing Yondu giving the gift to Peter, and it's his guns.
Yeah.
And I like that Peter gave him the gift of that thing that Yondu starts collecting later. And it's like, oh, look at this. That's cool. It's like a nice little add-on, you know?
Yeah.
I just thought those two scenes stuck out to me as my favorite scenes of the show.
I agree. Those are really great scenes. But I want to say my favorite scene, and might be scenes, so to speak, is when they arrive on Earth and they're they're just figuring out what they're getting pictures of people. They go to a club thinking Kevin Bacon is there, and that's just so funny.
Oh, it's so fun. I love the Comic-Con stuff like that. Yeah.
Yes.
Or it's like they're all dressed up. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that fish out of water feeling, and then seeing those two characters in particular, what they would do, hilarious.
They're wild. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So those are some of my favorite scenes. Least favorite scene.
I don't have one.
I don't have one either.
It's a pass. Yep.
Mm-hmm. All right. Best villain moment. There isn't a villain.
There's no villain, but I just put a moment in here of like, I just said, what's another scene I just loved a lot, a moment that happened that really showcased somebody. I love when Drax flips that cop car.
Oh, yeah.
It's so cool. And I also like that it shows in that scene that Drax could take bullets. Like, I know that.
When
it tickles, and it's like, oh, that's cool. That's a thing we didn't realize he could do. You know, and that's really neat.
He's laughing maniacally as they're shooting him, be like.
So to me, to the cops, he's a villain right now. So
that's the villain moment.
I guess I'll do that for that. But there's no villain here, guys. So there's no real.
I love Mantis's follow up. She gives them the candy cane, and she's like, "Here, we're even now." We're like, "Okay."
Yeah, they're like, "Okay."
It's so funny. All right, one prop. I'm sorry. Most punchable face.
Most punchable face for me is the lady that gives Mantis the map.
That's mine too.
Yeah, she needs it to go. She's so nasty. Yeah, she's an old curmudgeon working in a town she's probably had enough of. But she needs a good old sock to the face because you can just calm down. You know what I mean? Like,
oh my gosh, yeah, that's a good one.
Because there's no other punchable faces in this, really.
Not really. No, maybe some of the club people a little bit, but even then, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not worthy enough of a punchable face. Right. You know what I mean? All right, one prop you take home. So I picked that Hollywood Stars map. I thought that'd be kind of cool.
So did I. But that's the only one I could think of.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe the things they were taking from Kevin's house, but would you know it's from the movie? You know, would it really stick out? I guess the Hollywood Stars map you could say the same thing about, but it was like, I think it was a neat prop though, you know, so. Yeah, let's go with that one.
Yeah, there really isn't much, but yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's tough to pick one in this. There's not a lot to pick from, you know. What's next?
All right, most underrated moment.
Yeah, I don't have anything for this either. I can't think. I think this movie. I don't know what other people say about it. I honestly, this time didn't look up other reviews, so I can't give an honest answer. What I think people aren't thinking about. You know, I guess the whole thing's underrated. If I had to say, this thing doesn't get talked about enough. I guess, truthfully.
And I think, well, to point back to your quote unquote best villain moment, I think that's a little underrated for what Drax actually is capable of, what Mantis is capable of, because all we've seen of Mantis thus far is just this. She has those emotion powers. She's an empath, things like that. But she's also pretty skilled at leaping around and doing things like that. So it's like that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that they are almost those wild cards to be underestimated just because their humor is all you see and know of them. But then when you do a full story on them, they could do a lot more than just that. So anyways, most overrated moment.
And that definitely is, I don't have anything for that either.
I wrote down the Captain America cosplayer thing in Mantis.
Oh, okay.
And the reason why I did it is because she's never met Steve Rogers. I really don't think ever she met Steve Rogers. Maybe at Tony's funeral, but we didn't see an interaction.
I was just going to say, I think she know. Yeah, I think
she might know.
After party there we didn't see.
Yeah.
You know, and which maybe that'd be the only argument to this.
Probably get an Endgame encore, but... Anyways, moving on. Yeah, so that's the only part I did because part of me is like, if it was like a Thor cosplay, I'd say, oh, it fits because they met Thor and she immediately mistook him for a really good cosplayer of Thor. But it's a Captain America one, so I'm like, if you had switched out the cosplayers, I wouldn't have wrote it in my thing. Anyways, funniest moment.
Got two, and they both go to Mantis. And it's the two times I probably laughed out loud the loudest, or alone, basically. And it's when she's arguing with Drax in the beginning about Zargnuts, and how she says it the last time, like Zargnuts, like she gets real mean. I like that she does that often, where sometimes she's saying something. It's like she doesn't know how to say it, so she says it that way, thinking, "Is this how I should say it?" And that always makes me laugh. But the way she gets the woman to give her the maps.
Oh, yeah.
And where she's just like, give me the maps. And she does. Is like, give me all your money. She's this is just how she does it. She's so nonchalant about, I'm just going to use my power and get this done. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that made me laugh out loud. Yeah. So I really give it to her for this one. She really had me tickled this whole thing.
I agree. I think I had two moments too. One of them involves Mantis and one actually involves Nebula.
Ooh.
So the Mantis one I'm going to say right off the bat is when they're in the club and they get the drinks. And I love how she's like this insect. She goes her tongue and then she drinks it down and she goes for like almost a full minute. And I'm like, oh my word, they're gonna think she's nuts. Yeah. Then she gets done, she says, I want more, please. It's just so funny. Mm-hmm. I'm like, that is hilarious.
She's having a ball with this character. Yeah.
And then the Nebula one is when they Peter says to Kevin Bacon, don't run, okay? And Kevin immediately starts screaming and running, and he says to the group, go get Kevin Bacon. And Nebula pulls out her guns. She says, I got him. I start laughing. I'm like, not that way. No, stop freaking him out. So I gave it to Nebula for that because it's a perfect character moment for her on that and be like, there you go.
Good choices. Good choices.
All right. Most emotional moment.
I'm going to give it to when she tells him, I'm your sister.
Yeah.
Because that's where it gets serious and she really brings it. And he, and so does he. And it's really neat. It makes Peter not feel so alone. Because he's, Gamora's gone, Christmas is there, but it kind of was crazy because it was like they stole a guy, and like, it brought something for him, and he really needed that. So
I love when he said that's the greatest present I'll ever get.
Yeah,
how she was being choked up and trying to say it and wondering how he's gonna be, if he's gonna still like her or not, reject her, all that stuff, because she's never known compassion and love like that before, really, ever in her life. They played the emotional strings of that so well, both of them, and it really highlighted her acting range for that. Yeah, I loved it.
It reinforces how good Chris is in this role. Mm-hmm. He's just so good in that.
Yeah. All right, so final scores, guys. Out of 2 for you, Ike, the story.
Give it 10.
10. All right, characters.
10.
All right, and mine's the high rankings too, 2 of 2 and everything. Emotion, action, visuals.
Yeah, 2. Yeah, sorry, I'm saying 10s.
It's okay.
Actually, with the visuals, I'm gonna be nice and I'm going to say 1.5 because, like I said, there's times in it where you're like, oh, they didn't spend the money they did on a movie. You know what I mean? Like they were putting this together. But I couldn't tell you right now. So,
yeah.
But I did see it. So, okay, if I had to be technical, 1.5.
Yeah. Emotion and stakes.
See, this is where I'm going to give it a 1 because there's no real stakes, but there is emotion.
Yes, I agree.
So
I agree. I'm gonna give it. I wrote 2, but there is no stakes. But there definitely is a lot of heartfelt emotion. So I give it a 1 of 2. Rewatchability and MCU impact.
This is 2. This is every Christmas. It's easy one to watch every Christmas.
So I gave it a 1. It is definitely rewatchable. So that's where the 1 comes in. MCU impact, and this is a good thing in my opinion. There's none,
right?
Because it doesn't impact the MCU, but that's how these shows are supposed to be.
Right.
So. That's a great score for it. 1 out of 2 for me. All right, final score for you.
So this in my opinion is what Disney Plus should be. This is to me it's almost the pinnacle of it. And using characters that we've seen in movies to do a separate story is great. In fact, part of me wishes they did a Christmas special a long time ago after Age of Ultron with all the Avengers. Would have been a 44-minute thing of them having a Christmas party would be awesome. Because the best scene in there almost is their whole party there at the end, in the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm going on a branch, guys. I know this is crazy, but I'm going to think this is a home run for the Disney Plus thing and what we expect to get. 44 minutes with the stuff they did in it and the little things they were able to do. Still have an emotional punch with the Yondu stuff and Mantis. I'm going to give it a 10. I think it deserves it.
There you go. 10. I wrote down 9 out of 10. But it's good.
It's right there.
It is. Honestly, that's a very high rating, at least for me personally. And I agree with you, everything that you said. There might be minor details I would have done a little bit differently, but that's really nitpicking because this is exactly how they're supposed to do them.
Yeah, I even love the creative choice of starting it out like a cartoon and ending it like a cartoon.
Yep. Made it feel like a one of those Christmas specials.
I just think it was a really brilliant little piece of thing, they come up with.
Yeah. All right. So that means, guys, the official multiverse score is a 9.5 out of 10 for this guy.
I think that sits well.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do you have a one sentence final review before we move on?
I was gonna, guys. Make this part of your Christmas tradition. It's rewatchable enough to watch once a year. I think 44 minutes of putting it on, even while you're making cookies and hanging out, laugh at some of the fun stuff. I think it sits there. I think it's one of the only few modern Christmas productions they've done over the last few years that actually does fit in that same style and same kind of. We just want to feel something nice and warm that the old cartoons used to bring. Because right now everything's so complicated. It's always like something big or, it's something weird or, it's not that. This isn't that. It's fun. It complements the MCU. And I just wish they'd do it more often with other characters.
Yeah.
Especially big name ones would be cool to see. So that's all I got for that.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. Honestly, my final one sentence review would be that you guys should watch this during the holiday time. From this great day on Thanksgiving to put it on and Christmas Eve to put it on too, because it's short, it's brisk, it's fun, it's lighthearted, good for the whole family. It's really, really good. And honestly, like you said before, I think that they should do more holiday specials like this. Do a Captain America one for 4th of July type thing,
Spider-Man would be cool. Or...
Yes. Do get some of those different characters together for some of these things and be like, what's it like when they all go home for Easter? Things like that. That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, I'd say a Punisher one, but it's just a lot of crying. So maybe
crying and killing. That's it.
I guess it would be kind of fun, but it wouldn't. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, please let us know in the comments below what your thoughts are on the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special. And Ike, what are we moving on to now?
All right, guys, we're going to Thor Ragnarok.
Yes.
We're going to go to the end of Asgard, and we'll do a nice little retro on that.
Wow. This is something. So buckle up.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome to our retrospective of Thor Ragnarok. This has been, since we started this thing, this was another one of those movies where I'm like, I can't wait till Civil War, and oh man, then there's Thor Ragnarok. Because we had a list of ones that we couldn't wait to get to, and this was one of them for several reasons. We wanted to make sure it's still up to par of what we thought from the beginning. And I think we're going to have some twists and turns during this conversation. And I don't know about you, Sam, but like I said earlier in the show, I still do not have scores yet. So I'm going to be talking myself, or he's going to be helping me into it. We're just going to kind of ease each other into what we think is the best score that we both can come up with. Because there might be some things that you're going to say you don't like, and I'm going to say, yeah, but or vice versa, because I found some crazy stuff. I mean, and guys, I don't want to oversell myself. It's nothing too crazy I found, but I definitely have some fun things to talk about when it comes down to this movie. Things that you and I, even over the years we've talked about these, we haven't talked about yet. So I think that's what's going to make it kind of fun for us. There's some new conversations that's going to happen here today. So,
I am been so excited and nervous about this episode in particular, this retrospective. It's similar to you. I do have scores I initially wrote down, but I am subject to change with them because there are things I feel about this movie that I'm like, dare I put that? Dare I not? And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to let it be as it's happening, and it'll be a final opinion at that point when it's done, like final answer. So I am very excited to dive into Thor Ragnarok. It's highly regarded in the fandom, and we're about to go through the history of this guy, and man, you're in for a treat. We are in for a treat just talking about it. All right, so did you want to start us off then for this, or do you want me to read the history and then you go into the synopsis and then we start breaking it down?
Yeah, let's do it that way. You go ahead with the history and the synopsis.
All right, guys, here we go. Thor Ragnarok, released on November 3rd, 2017. The main cast include Chris Hemsworth, Tom Hiddleston, Mark Ruffalo, Kate Blanchett. Just checking to make sure my microphone's still good, y'all. Carl Urban, Tessa Thompson, Sir Anthony Hopkins, and Jeff Goldblum. History behind the film. By the time Marvel Studios began developing Thor Ragnarok, the studio recognized that the Thor franchise needed a dramatic creative overhaul. Although the first two Thor films had been commercially successful, they were generally viewed as some of the MCU's less distinctive entities, particularly Thor: The Dark World. Meanwhile, the MCU was entering Phase 3 following the success of Captain America: Civil War, Doctor Strange, and Guardians of the Galaxy. With Marvel becoming more confident in taking creative risks, seeking a fresh direction, Marvel hired New Zealand filmmaker Taika Waititi, who had earned acclaim for offbeat comedies like What We Do in the Shadows and Hunt for Wilder People. Waititi pitched Thor as a funnier, more colorful, and more adventurous character, believing audiences had not yet seen Chris Hemsworth fully utilize his natural comedic talents. Marvel embraced this new vision, allowing Waititi to reinvent the tone of the franchise by drawing inspiration from 1980s science fiction films, Jack Kirby's bold comic artwork, and classic cosmic Marvel stories. Much of the dialogue was improvised, with Waititi encouraging the cast to experiment during filming, resulting in many of the movie's funniest moments, including Korg's memorable lines, which Waititi performed himself through motion capturing. Filming began in Australia during 2016 with large-scale production at Village Roadshow Studios on the Gold Coast. At the time, Chris Hemsworth had become one of Marvel's biggest stars, but had publicly admitted he felt Thor character had become somewhat repetitive after the two solo films and multiple Avengers appearances. The creative reset reinvigorated both Hemsworth and the franchise. Tom Hiddleston returned as Loki after becoming one of Marvel's most beloved characters, while Mark Ruffalo joined as Bruce Banner / the Hulk in his largest role since Avengers: Age of Ultron. Rather than producing another standalone Hulk movie, which Marvel Studios was unable to do thanks to Universal Pictures retaining the distribution rights to the solo Hulk films, Marvel creatively incorporated elements of the famous Planet Hulk comic storyline into Thor Ragnarok. The filmmakers realized they could adapt many of Planet Hulk's most popular ideas, including Sakaar, the Grand Master, and the Gladiator Arena, within the Thor movie while avoiding any legal complications to a standalone Hulk film. This decision also gave Bruce Banner meaningful character development after his disappearance at the end of Age of Ultron and added another fan-favorite Avenger to Thor's story. The film's villains were also selected to support the franchise's reinvention. Cate Blanchett joined at the MCU as Hela, the goddess of death, becoming Marvel's first major female villain. Hela was chosen because Marvel wanted a threat powerful enough to destroy Thor's identity, literally shattering Mjolnir and forcing him to discover that his strength came from within rather than from his hammer. Hela's conquest of Asgard also allowed Marvel to tell a story about confronting hidden history and the darker legacy of Odin's empire. Meanwhile, Jeff Goldblum was cast as the eccentric Grandmaster, whose improvisation performance fit perfectly within Waititi's comedic style and provide a colorful contrast to Hela's darker storyline. The film also introduced Tessa Thompson as Valkyrie, bringing another beloved comic character into the MCU while helping expand Asgardian mythology. Fun behind-the-scenes facts include Waititi encouraging extensive improvisation from nearly every actor, Chris Hemsworth cutting his iconic long hair to symbolize Thor's personal transformation, and the visual effects team drawing heavily from Jack Kirby's vibrant comic artwork to create Sakaar's neon-inspired aesthetic. Even the famous "he's a friend from work" line during Thor's Gladiator battle and with Hulk reportedly originated from a child visiting the set during a charity program. Which also, I will say to that, is in the comics to a degree, but the rephrasing came from that really cool kid that said that. So, when Thor Ragnarok was released in 2017, it revitalized both the Thor character and the franchise, and critics praised its humor, visuals, performances, and willingness to reinvent itself, earning approximately 93% on Rotten Tomatoes from critics and 87% from audiences. Financially, the film became Thor's biggest solo success to that point, grossing approximately $859 million worldwide against a production estimate budget of $180 million. More importantly, Ragnarok fundamentally changed audiences' perception of Thor, transforming him from a comparatively serious fantasy hero into one of the MCU's funniest, most charismatic, and emotionally compelling characters. The destruction of Asgard, Hulk's return, Loki's continued redemption arc, and the introduction of Valkyrie all positioned the franchise for the dramatic events of Avengers Infinity War, while Waititi's bold reinvention demonstrated Marvel Studios' growing willingness to radically evolve its characters instead of repeating familiar formulas.
Yeah, what a complicated production, though, still, right? Like, in its own way.
Yes, in its own way. How do we reinvent this character, keep him relevant, and gain him a larger audience? And we're about to discuss how that paid off now, guys.
Yes,
so
sure.
What's the official synopsis, Ike?
So, guys, imprisoned on the other side of the universe, the mighty Thor finds himself in a deadly gladiatorial contest that pits him against the Hulk, his former ally and fellow Avenger. Thor's quest for survival leads him in a race against time to prevent the all-powerful Hela from destroying his home world and the Asgard civilization.
Mm-hmm.
So,
all right. We want to just dive into Act 1 and I read it?
Let's do it.
We go?
Yep.
Okay. All right, guys. Act 1. Thor returns to Asgard after many years and discovers... Oh, wait. Actually, there's one thing right before this. I completely jumped past the surprise opening. Okay. So, Act 1. I'll restart, guys. Thor finds himself captured in what appears to be a volcano lair owned by Surtur. Thor defeats Surtur and successfully makes his way back to Asgard after years, and to discover that his brother Loki has been posing as Odin. With the help of Doctor Strange, Thor and Loki find Odin, who remained in self-exile in Norway, but it was too late to save him from death. With Odin's death, the goddess of death herself, Hela, is unleashed, revealing herself as Thor's long-lost sister and the original heir to Asgard's throne. Hela quickly overpowers Thor and Loki and destroys Mjolnir, forcing them to flee via the Bifrost. Hela succeeds in arriving in Asgard while Loki and Thor are thrown across space and crash land on a junk planet called Sakaar.
All right.
Sorry for that mix-up in the beginning. I just dived right into Thor getting to Asgard. I'm like, wait a minute. There's a whole scene that I'm sure when we talk about what worked, I'll let you start off with. We're going to talk about this. So.
All right. So what worked, huh? So, yes, I think for both of us, it was a surprise when we got to the theater and it opens up with Thor and Surtur like having their conversation. And we're just like, what is going on? It seemed because trailers make you feel like this. Okay, so the big bad's Hela and Surtur. What's going on? We're thinking Surtur might be in team with Hela or whatever. What? We didn't know shit. So it was great. We watched it and I think it's brilliant. I think this is funny. I like that this opens up with Thor talking to us. Like, yeah, you're probably wondering what I'm doing here and blah, blah, blah. Immediately you realize, okay, we're getting a different kind of movie right here. We already know this is going to be different.
Yeah.
And we got to give it to Clancy Brown, who does the voice of Surtur, who's also Shawshank as a police officer. I think he does a great job in this as that voice. He adds some nuance to it that's good. And this whole scene is great. And I laugh a lot with the chain thing because he keeps going in a circle because that's what happens when you do that stuff. That and whoever thought we needed hammer vision. Like when he throws that hammer and you follow the hammer as it beats all these things up, I'm like, that is so cool.
Yep.
That is so cool. And I like the cinematography there is great. I like that he drops it in that demon dragon's mouth and it just pulls him to the ground.
Yep.
Using the hammer in that way have always been my favorite stuff. That worked a lot. I think that worked a lot. I don't. Do we want to just talk about this scene for a second, or can I just keep going until?
Well,
because I got a few other things until we get to. I can give you all of mine, and then I'll let you go.
it's up to you. If we want to just talk about that scene, then as we go, we just talk about each part because there is a lot in this film.
There's a lot. We're not gonna do every scene, but this beginning though, I think there's a lot worth talking about in this very beginning, at least for sure.
Yeah, because
later on there's stuff that's happening that we can kind of gloss over because it's okay. But this is where we realize, there's a swing. Like this is we had to strap up. I had to set my drink down, put an extra seatbelt on. There's a lot of things going on that we weren't ready for, And so how do you feel about this opening? How did it hit you?
So for my retrospective, it reminded me exactly when we went to the theater and we saw this. We were like, "Whoa, we're starting off with Surtur." That blew my mind. And obviously, if you're just following the MCU up until this point, you get read from the very beginning the heavier comedic tone of Thor, right on the top. But we're gonna get into how that kind of complements him for this film in particular.
Yeah, I have a take on that. We'll talk about later.
We'll talk about that later. But it just him being captured and then just knowing he could get out at any moment anyways and do what he did with Surtur and all the fire demons there and all that stuff and then that dragon thing. Like, this is one of the best openings Marvel has ever done.
I agree.
This is one of the biggest swings I think they ever did for such a predominant character like Surtur. And I was blown away. That scene I could watch by itself over and over again. It is so the Mew Mew vision.
Yeah, like Mew Mew vision.
Who knew that we needed that? Like you said. That is so cool. And he's already immensely powerful. We already know of Thor anyways, with the lightning shattering and all that stuff. And he's taking on these demons. And then how he like puts Surtur to the ground and extinguishes his flame. That is so cool. Then he just straps it on the back of his, on his back and flying away from that dragon. That is so cool. And I love the comedic tone of him saying, "Oh, that's your helmet? I thought that was your face. That's your eyebrows?" Because it does look that way, but it's so cool. So that's all I'm going to say about that. That is one heck of an opening to start this movie off. You start off with basically Ragnarok basically about to happen, and then it's temporarily paused. It's so cool. Anyways, so go on to keep going.
So then I like this when we do get to Asgard and this whole thing with the play. Like it's so meta. It's wild to me. It's like a real family. It's real crazy. A real family doing this thing, like having Chris's brother come in like that to play Thor himself. It is like a big meta speak on the fact that they're all making a movie, but they're making a fake play in the movie that's fake of what really happened. It's kind of like a fake family inside a second fake family that the first fake family is trying to imitate. It's like what is going on? And it actually kind of speaks to like an overall purpose of this film as you get through this movie. It's a lot about family in that sense. Even though it's the opposite of what you'd think, because it's not so much family coming together as it is, this is what it's like being torn apart, you know? And I think that's what makes it interesting, you know? And I do like that how he gets Loki to come out with the hammer. He holds his neck there. That's kind of cool. You have to scare him out. I guess one thing you could say is wrong with this, but for me, I guess it's no big deal. And I'm zero going to count this against it. Is everyone just kind of was like, "Oh, Loki, that's just what he does," as he's been pretending to be Odin. So no one seems to be real pissed about it.
Yeah.
That's a little weird. But at the same time, I don't care. That's not something that bothers me at all. And I'm not going to let it deter my score. I'm just decided that. I had to make that decision because this might be the only negative thing you hear me say for a while. And it's okay. And just to move on past that a little bit, this is how you need to use Doctor Strange from now on. We do not need any more boring-ass Doctor Strange movies. We got one. It's boring. It was all right. We'll stick with it. You introduced him. You gave us some magic that we got to think about because you don't know how to tell us what's really going on. We got introduced to Time Stone, which is the best part of the movie. After that, I just think Doctor Strange needs to just show up just because this is awesome Doctor Strange stuff.
Yeah.
Perfect. Just enough. All the tricks are funny. These are great moments that are funny. And I like that Loki's falling the whole time for 30 minutes. There's so much to that I think is really cool. I like a lot. But yeah, this is great example of this. Just do this with him for now on. But I don't need a Doctor Strange movie. He just needs to show up and he can be in it.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I hope they still make him bad in one movie like we talked about. But as far as I'm concerned, this is at its best.
Mm-hmm.
And then, just to tie into that real fast, we'll get right to the scene too. I'll let you go. You can go back and talk about some of this. But this whole thing where Odin's on Norway and they go to see him. Actually, I'm going to wait a second. There's something specific I want to talk about that. I don't want to go into that rant without you talking about those things too. So, how'd you feel about this build up to Odin, basically?
Up to Odin. So it took me by surprise, but it was a pleasant surprise of, when Thor lands in Asgard, you immediately know because you pick up right from the end of the Dark World and be like, oh, Loki's there. What's it going to look like? And it really doesn't look that much different, except that Odin is in this bathrobe type thing, eating grapes with these women around him, and everyone is watching this play, and he's commenting it's very funny, very cool, but it's
the statue of Loki.
That's the tipping point where part of me was like, oh boy, I wonder what's going on. Is he enslaved Asgard too? He didn't. He's just like, I'm in charge now. It's almost like, what the heck did you do? You just didn't like your dad. Anyways, yeah, it was that the play was a nice touch.
Yeah.
The play worked well in this movie. And I love that it's a play about Loki's death and exaggerating how important he is to them. And having the people be like, oh my gosh. It's comedically, it hit. Yeah. But I agree with you that Thor immediately knew, oh, this is Loki's tricks. And he's pissed, but he's not, I'm just going to start pummeling you pissed. Right. He wants Loki to unveil his own disguise. And that with the hammer and the head thing, wow. Yes. That's bold. That is cool. It's smart. That's smart. I love that they did it. I agree with you. If I was there and I found out that Odin was Loki this whole time, I would have been like, I would have yelled out, what the hell, man? Yeah. And just someone in the back be like, what? Yeah. But nothing. But okay, whatever.
They're all just, okay.
They're all just like,
oh, you Loki.
Yeah, oh, you Loki. Well, it does show how dysfunctional this first family of Asgard is.
Awful.
Just saying. They're probably like, this is not new. We're like, okay, whatever. Now Thor's gonna lay down the hammer, literally. But anyways, that was cool. I did like that part, and I liked that Thor's like, take me to our father, and they go, and it's a destroyed homeless shelter, or no, home, a destroyed home. He's like, I left him right here. And he's like, right here in this rubble, or right here on the street. This also brings to a fun behind the scenes thing of this, that they refilmed Odin's entry into this. What you saw in the trailers, they had filmed, they did the visual effects, everything. Then they decided for some reason either that didn't work or they wanted to tell it differently. So they redid it with the Norway scene. It was cool. And I don't know. I haven't seen that full scene. I know it's out there, but I think it's on like some special feature of like $1,000 version of the MCU or something like that, honestly. Yeah. But I am curious how that would have changed the dynamic of this, but I like that they did it this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, between those two scenes, I like they did it this way.
I think they realized having it in the city, like, because they could have easily went into the nursing home, talked to Thor, talked to Odin, it all happened there. Yeah. But I think being in Norway added that emotional and Viking feeling to this this movie needs.
It did, yeah, and even the music on the Norway scene.
Yeah, it was really.
It was very Viking reference.
I want a little more. I want more serious here, even though it's still got its moments. That I think the city part of it made it feel very out of touch.
Yeah.
But I think they changed it.
Before we dive into that too much, because I just started realizing I'm talking about that, and I wanted to comment on the Doctor Strange thing too. I completely agree with you. This is a great example of, this is Doctor Strange when he's at his best as in other people's movies. Yep. And this is the first part of it. From his entrance of how he's flying down, and he's wearing the gloves. I don't see him really wear that much anymore. Like, that is classic Doctor Strange gloves. Like, give him the gloves.
Right.
But whatever. All the scenes of him teleporting to different parts of the library, and Thor's like this the whole time of his drink. It goes, it spills all over the place. Mm-hmm. That's hilarious. I love the Thor's beer fills up all the time.
Yeah.
And he's looking at it like,
Yeah. When he calls the hammer, he's like busting through everything. He's like, oh, sorry about that. Yeah. It's just so funny.
When Thor's like, you couldn't have told me about this. And then Thor says you could have sent an email, text message, and then Doctor Strange says, you have all those stuff? He said, no, why would I have that? It's funny. It's really cool. So anyways, and that Thor would be one character that I don't think Doctor Strange could have easily just communicated with, because he's traveling all the 9 realms. He's doing all these different things. And yeah, he isn't a tech savvy guy. He's more of a brute force type guy. So, I think that is very complimentary to Doctor Strange and to Thor, that whole scene. So, and I love the Loki is falling and he says, oh yeah, take your brother. And then Loki says, I've been falling for 30 minutes. That's hilarious. And then he gets the knives out like, oh, I'm going to show you something. And you're like, all right, bye-bye. Perfect. All perfect. All right, now let's get to Odin. His death.
Yeah. I still don't quite understand why he's dying, other than I want to. It's fine. I think it makes sense though. I like all this. I think it's great, and it's a great moment when he's talking to them and he kind of tells you, both my sons, and Loki's kind of like, oh boy, but it's like it gets touching, and it's the start of we start to see that Loki starts to come into this thing of, oh man, this is heavy. It's gonna be something he's gonna have to think about too. And I like that now we know here comes Hela, right? And he tells him it's your sister, and this is the whole thing. I put her down there, and the only way she ever get out is if I'm gone. And the only thing I want to touch on here is, man, Odin is a bad dad. Like, I like him in the first 2 movies a lot, but then you sit back and you look, and he's quite an asshole. You know, like, he expects so much more out of Thor than he ever teaches him, really. And he steals Loki from people that he murdered, really, you know what I mean? And then raises him and promises him he's not going to get more than you are now. And then the other sibling, he turned into a war machine that kills everything. And then I'm going to put you somewhere forever until I'm dead. Yeah. And then on top of it, some reason he agrees to his death thing. So when I do die, my other kids are going to have to deal with you. It's like, what did you do to these people, man? Like, at some point, someone's got to sit back and be like, oh, and you're kind of a dick. Like, you're kind of a dick, man. Like, that's not a good thing to do. Like, why didn't he just destroy her at the time? If it's she's that bad, he's that scared of her. He left her. He basically is like, yeah, all those times I yell at you for doing something you shouldn't have done, and you're not thinking and using your head and thinking about the future, what's best for Asgard. I kind of put this hell demon away. That's your sister. That's ready to destroy everything and most powerful thing you're going to do. So good luck. Bye. And it's like, yeah.
I think one of the things that this film definitely touches upon is you always hear Hela's point of view of my ambitions outgrew his and all this different stuff. And this is our real history and all that. You never have gotten the counter argument because Odin's dead. You never got the counter argument of why I had a change of heart, why I put you away, why all this stuff. You start realizing some of it. Oh, you really are that bad, and he could not control you other than using all of his power to put you away. So you come to some conclusions in that sense, but for the most part, you are only left knowing exactly from Hela's point of view of what happened to her and what Asgard's history is.
And I think they did that on purpose. And I think the purpose of that is it's true. I think, and it's very obvious that Odin wanted to conquer the 9 realms to make them better. I think he's not lying about that. I just think he couldn't do it unless he created something that could get him there. And just unfortunately, when you did, it just was something that, oh shit, how do you put that back in the box? You're what it feels like, right? It feels like
he uses his firstborn child yes, and her ability to generate weapons as turning into then a literal weapon, who is very powerful. And then he decides, okay, I'm done pillaging and doing all the stuff the Vikings do, and now I want to be a benevolent king, as she says her exact words in the movie. And he's like, let's forget about you, and I'm going to say now my new firstborn is Thor? What the heck, man?
Yeah.
What? But it does speak to it's I will say it's very comic accurate to Odin, and it complements what he's like in Thor the Dark World.
Yeah, I agree. And you know what?
Yeah.
For how I sounded about it, guys, you think it'd be, oh, see, he's finding problems with the movie. It doesn't make it.
No, it's not a problem.
I
It's
actually
part of the
like
stories.
I actually am like, this is kind of cool.
Yep.
Because it complicates these situations. And I think that's what makes it work the best.
Yep.
And now Hela's such a believable character because of this, actually.
Yeah.
She's not just a mustache. She's just pure evil.
Yeah.
And we don't have to, that's okay, cool. That's all she wants.
Mhm.
We don't need any other kind of, she's mad. We thought Loki fell out of place. She's like, yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
He locked me away, for a long time. And and so when she grabs the hammer and crushes it, now we're showing she's super powerful. Oh no, that's not good. It also shows, and I'm going to skip ahead just for a second because of this hammer grabbing thing. Because partly when I was watching the movie for the first time, I'm like, wait a minute, she can do stuff with the hammer? I'm like, what happened to this whole thing? And then later it shows that she actually wielded the hammer in the images that she shows when she breaks the ceilings. It's her, she's got the hammer.
Oh, you know what? I didn't catch that Easter egg.
Yeah,
Yes.
Several of them had with her with the hammer. And then I'm sitting there thinking to myself, this isn't a fault of the movie because I have at this point in time in the MCU accepted the fact that they don't even know. But this has reinforced my complaint from the very beginning about the hammer, is what the hell does it mean to be worthy of that hammer? Because how is she worthy of the hammer? You're telling me that this hammer was used as a weapon to murder people for a long time?
Well,
in the hands of someone that was doing something that awful? And then here we are, we go to this first movie and Thor can't lift his hammer because he needs to learn to be humble or whatever the reason. But Hela?
I think
use this hammer? I chalk it up to the power of her, but that's usually never what it means.
I thought it was the pure intentions of someone. Like if you're
good or bad.
If you're purely good,
They've never said
if
it
you're
the other
purely
way.
evil.
But they've never said it the other way, though. There's no example other than Hela that a purely evil person could wield it. Just like we've never even seen Thanos hold the hammer.
I feel
he's knocked it away.
Yeah,
he's never picked the hammer up. Yeah, and they've never told us that nobody can pick up Stormbreaker. Stormbreaker's different.
Yeah, because
it's a made weapon. It's different.
Yeah.
The hammer, literally, this whole idea of holding that hammer, I always thought they held it up to this idea that the pure intent of being good and like the true meaning of being a hero or being doing what you're supposed to do, even if it's a struggle, and that it shows that Thor's incorruptible, that no matter what we're going to get, Thor's never going to be someone that does anything pure out of any bad intent. And it shows the pure of heart of him, which is why Steve is able to lift the hammer. To me, that makes sense. That's why nobody else could. They're all good guys. Even the Avengers can't lift it, and they're all good guys, but there's something a little dark about each one of them that has a thing going on that the hammer recognizes. And it's almost like, look, you can use the hammer, but if I let you use me, you might use it for bad things. It's kind of what I feel about it. You know what I mean? At least from what they make it. Because if that's the case, why couldn't Ultron pick it up? But I guess technically he can because Ultron did. Because Vision picked it up. Although he doesn't have a heart. So you see what I mean? Like this whole being worthy of the hammer thing, I have surrendered to the idea it means zero, nothing to anything. It really does, which sucks for the whole MCU because Cap getting the hammer is one of the coolest things we ever saw. And it's only because we know that it's only because you're that good of a guy and that good of a hero and that uncorruptible.
Yeah. I never liked the Vision picked up the hammer.
We talked about that when we did that.
That was one of my biggest complaints
because
of that
we
movie.
don't get what this means.
Yeah.
So now when we see Hela with it, now it makes it even more convoluted. Like, so you're probably right. Her intent is so pure, good or bad, that there's no compromise to it. But it just means why couldn't some of these other bad guys use it then if they wanted to? Or maybe they didn't know they could. Maybe
they're not bad enough. I don't
know. But at the same time, because I would argue that Thanos' intent was just as deep. He was committed to what he was doing just as much as she was. To the point where he realized he needed to up it and not just get rid of half and get rid of all. He was that content. Good or bad, right? So I don't think it has anything to do with being good or bad. I just don't think they know. I just think they thought it would be cool. And they needed a reason why she could hold it and destroy it. And frankly, that bugs me a little. Bugs me a little. But I'm not going to take it away from the movie because, like I said, I don't want that to be the reason this doesn't get what it deserves, what they did with it.
Yeah.
And why I say that is because if this was the only movie to do this and contradict it, I'd give it a hard time. But they've already screwed the hammer up before now.
Yeah, multiple
So at
iterations,
this point, honestly, the argument has already been done, and it's already been like, clearly it means nothing.
Mhm.
So why am I upset about it?
Hmm.
I'm just going to, as we go through the MCU, I'm just going to make it a point to point it out to you guys every time they screw it up or every time it makes no sense. And this might, I don't think there's many more times after this, to be honest, but this made me even more so realize, being worthy of the hammer just it's nonsense. There's nonsense here, and it's kind of.
So, because technically, okay.
Because I'd argue.
I forgot that there's the imagery of her holding that hammer. If that wasn't there, I could just chalk it up to she just had the power, because of her power of weapons, to stop the hammer and shatter it.
100%.
Because at that moment, she didn't decide to stop it, grab it, and swing it at him. It was just destroy it.
I couldn't agree more.
Cool demonstration of her power too, for the first moment of meeting her. But it's that imagery afterwards that maybe as we're doing this and that scene pops up behind us and everything, guys, we'll be like, oh yeah, that is the hammer.
Yeah.
But yeah,
because they even do well explaining why Jane has it, because Thor asks it to,
Mm-hmm.
and it's kind of like, in a way, it's going to do. I mean, you start to realize what Taika does with it that is, I think, is more fun than most people say. Is it is kind of its own entity too, as well.
Yeah,
which I think is really, I think it's a nice little touch, which makes me think even more so that it makes no sense. It would allow her to do the atrocities she did. Other than, I guess the only big argument you could put to it is that was their way then. So maybe once Odin changed everything and got rid of her, the hammer had to change.
Yep.
So I guess if anything, that could explain it. And I'm just pooping out stuff.
But that's the thing; they don't say
they
that.
Should have said it, because for us that think the hammer is a big deal.
Yep.
Let it be a big deal.
That goes back to my point before: right? We only see all this from Hela's point of view. That whether we like Odin or not, we don't ever get that chance of hearing a defense.
Yeah.
No one there saying, oh, I was there when Odin was doing these things, and he's not how Hela described him, or anything like that, There is no rebuttal. Right. So you're just left with, this is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to skip over it, though. I'm going to pretend it's not a big deal, because, frankly, they already screwed it up. When Vision picked it up, made me go, oh, what the hell does this mean? And that's all. And I know you guys, some people might think that's inconsequential. Think about it. How awesome is it when Cap picks up that hammer? Think about why it's awesome. It's because only the worthy can. So if only Thor picks it up and then only Cap picks it up, it's like, oh my God, what's that mean, right? So there is consequentialness to this, but, I will back off of it until the next time I see a hammer discrepancy. What it does is it hurts the first movie. Is what it does. Though, unfortunately, is it makes that whole he's not worthy to pick it up thing. What's this mean, right? And that's what bothers me about it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to argue that, well, see, Odin did that thing where he said whoever is worthy can hold the hammer, blah blah blah, and he throws it down in there. It's like, yeah, but then who's to say Odin should say that? He's treating his kids like dog shit. Odin shouldn't even be worthy holding the damn thing at this point.
Yeah.
But that's beside the point. Maybe it's not so much who should be able to have the hammer, is explain to us what being worthy actually means.
Yeah.
That's what we need. Because you could be right. Worthy could mean pure of intent.
Mm-hmm.
Which means Hela could do it then. Because she is just pure bad.
But
nothing.
In doing that, though, it does contradict why Vision held it, because he even said in one of his first ever words he ever had was, oh, I'm not against Ultron, but I'm also not for him too. And I'm like, where's your intent there then?
Exactly.
You're either like, no, this guy sucks, I'm sad I have his brainwaves in me, or no, I completely agree with him. So those two reasons would have been, it's not because he was born yesterday as the joke they made in there. But like, no, Vision was not worthy.
Yeah.
And from my understanding,
for that, just because they needed a way to make them trust him.
They needed a wow factor. Yep. They needed something for the audience to be like, "Oh, I never thought that was possible," and
it just hurts
it hurts the hammer. Yeah, it hurts the hammer.
Right.
Yeah. All right. So
So I guess,
Yikes.
but I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want that to be another reason.
But I agree that is not. If there are problems with this movie, the Hammer debacle has been settled long before this movie.
Yeah.
They don't know what to do with it. So at this point, you just brush over it because it just is what it is.
But like I said, I just like pointing it out because it does. It still does though hurt that first movie.
Mm-hmm.
That first story. It makes you wonder. Wait a minute. The whole point of that movie is he can't use it because he's not worthy.
Yeah,
that's the whole story arc of that movie. And now we're kind of like, but what's it mean to be worthy?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So would you include that as just what didn't work for you type thing as the Hammer?
I did put it under that because it's the thing I'm going to gripe about.
Yeah.
This is where I struggle with the overall number or the score of this entire movie because I don't want that to be the reason I don't give it what it deserves. Seeing that, and that's why it's like I'm saying now, like you just said too, because it is something that's already been a problem and that we're just excusing it anyway because they don't know what to do with the hammer. Technically, they didn't do anything wrong.
Exactly.
They weren't told the hammer means this, and then they did that.
Well, they weren't.
They just aren't told about anything. Just do whatever you want with it. It just doesn't matter.
They weren't told what you've been saying all along is, hey, there's some inconsistencies with the hammer. Because I feel like if Taika Waititi knew that there was this growing concern of fans that said that, it'd be just like what the James Gunn would do or the Russo brothers would do. He would have added something in to be like, oh, this is what it means to be worthy of this hammer.
And to be honest with you, the one thing that does, and to counterattack my own argument, just to be clear, I want to do that to myself because I did think of it, is at the time she had the hammer, that was their intent to be the way they were. So the hammer could have been made, put in her hand for those reasons, and the switch over from being that we're Vikings taking over 9 realms to we're being good and treating everybody well could be when the hammer means something different now. So that is where I excuse it because there is a way out of this in this movie particularly. Not so much the other movies, but in this one. So it's not a problem, but it does raise that, wow, hell, I had the hammer. That's wild, and because it makes you think, what's it mean to be worthy? And maybe, I guess back then she was doing what he said, kill everybody, do the thing. This is Asgard's wish. That's an Asgardian weapon. Technically, I guess she would have been worthy of it then.
Yeah.
Because she's great at it.
Yep.
So, so, I mean, it's in the middle. It's like, it doesn't work because it bugs me because I like the hammer thing so much. But it's technically in this movie, it still works. It's all right.
No, for what didn't work for me, I'm going to piggyback off of what you said about that for the inconsistencies of the hammer. The thing that I would say that didn't work for me, I'm not going to touch upon too much right now because it is something I want to say when we get to like our final reviews of the whole movie at large. But a lot of what, and I can't say it didn't work for me, it just felt, how do I say this properly, guys? Because I don't want to say it and you'd be like, what are you talking about? Be like, you'll hear it when I say it.
Too. I'm going to say I'm worried. I'm going to get laughed at. But
well,
it's okay because it's maybe a need to be.
I think this. Do I say it now?
What?
Actually, I will say, because I feel like it's the only parts I would have an issue with this movie. So you're going to know what my Act 2 and Act 3 feels are basically already, is in the first act. I feel, for me as a personal taste, it was structured wrong. Now, and this is also the very last thing of our questionnaire is picture version of it. And this is basically that in that. So I'm just going to say it right off the bat. I would not have done some of these scenes the way they did. That doesn't mean they're bad. I actually would say they're great scenes for what they did. They are great scenes. So that doesn't take away my score from the movie at all. But it's the only thing that I would say, I would have done this part different. I would have done that part different. I would have done this different. But it still would have had, going into Act 2 and Act 3, the same results. So it doesn't change the whole movie. I had this feeling after I watched the Thor 3 for the first time back in 2017. And I wondered if I would feel the same way now, because in the retrospective review, sometimes you forgive things. Look at my views of Ultron. I completely changed them a little bit. And part of me is like, now why'd you do that, Sam? But maybe I just surrendered to the fact of this is how they were going to do them, and there you go.
Well, we couldn't deny what we're watching.
Exactly.
And that's just it.
Yeah.
If that's how it makes you feel, then you got to go with it.
So for this movie, I still would have done the first act different. I would have done, you're going to get a scene in Act 2 of Valkyrie remembering going against Hela, and all of the other Valkyrie die, and then she somehow escapes. that would have been part of the first act for me. Not that Valkyrie character in particular, Tessa Thompson's Valkyrie, but I would have had it where he returns to Asgard with Surtur's head or crown, and that's when they will go from there. Yeah, and include the Norway scene, or include, where he was. I don't have a problem with it being in Norway. I actually think I like that. It's complementary to Viking history and mythology and everything. So I would have done that, but I would have done, instead of him floating away in dust right there, I would have had Thor say, "We need to get you back," thinking he needs the Odin sleep like you saw in the first Thor movie, because he's been gone so long he doesn't have the strength. And Odin is saying, "I know I'm dying. These are some of the things I need to tell you guys that I thought I would have had more time to tell you." And that's when he reveals there's Hela. I had the whole past. He then gives a moment to explain how Asgard really became as powerful as it is. And we're just hearing it. And then Hela doing the thing where she's about to do right now on our screen right now, gives you the picture visualization of it, where it validates what Odin is saying, and Odin admitting, "I was a bad guy and I made horrible decisions in life. I tried to make up for it, but the one thing I could not I could not remedy was your sister."
Okay.
And being a benevolent king, I didn't want to just kill my firstborn. So I decided to imprison her with all the strength of both your mother's magic and my magic. And now with your mother gone, and I am about to meet her now because she's calling out to me, you are now going to meet your sister in a way I did not want you to. I would have done that a little bit more of an emotional depth for that, where and in the midst of all that, then he does die, and he dies like a normal Viking. Yep, there she is holding the hammer. You're right. I can't believe I missed that. But anyways, sorry, little tangent there. But I would have done it like that, where he dies on Asgard, and then Hela arrives either in Asgard or no. I wouldn't have Hela arrives in Asgard. I would have had it where they find out there's like an alarm going off of some kind because she is now broken free because he's died. And they send the Valkyrie there to keep her at bay, and she slaughters them all right there. That would have been the biggest opening scene for me, is she kills them all. And then she goes up in the Bifrost. Maybe they were trying to save a Valkyrie or something, whatever. She gets caught into it, and she gets to Asgard that way. And Thor and Loki go to get her first thing before the army gets there, and she throws them away. Then I would have continued on with how we saw it, with her giving her speech in front of Asgard, all that stuff. That's the only major change I would have done in this movie. They would given one epic Asgard battle scene start off with her power. Maybe still show her crack the hammer, because I think that's a big part of Thor's character development. But it's just to reaffirm and reestablish how powerful and dangerous this person is.
So, folks, this is the first time on our podcast that Sammy and I are going to completely disagree.
Oh boy.
I'm not saying what you said wouldn't be good.
Yeah,
I think
that's okay.
I think you have great stuff there. I think you'd undermine the entire movie, though.
How so?
So a lot of it's got to do with, like, we'll talk about all these other things too as we go through this. But I think that this is two different movies. Okay, this movie, and this is what's best about this movie, is it's two different movies.
Okay.
I think you got a cookie cutter movie in the Hela storyline. And I think you got an unexpected, unpredictable, wild ride in the Sakaar stuff when it comes down to that little group being put together. And the overall arc of the stories of each character about this overcoming, becoming somebody who they are, overcoming something now they're missing, now they're lost, they're literally garbage on a garbage planet, which is how Hulk feels, how Valkyrie feels. I think if we know from the start that she's that and is carrying that weight, she becomes a mute character later as we go, because we need to see her step up and become a Valkyrie again. And I think it works when we don't have that knowledge until we actually have that knowledge. And I don't think you got enough good material in this movie for the Hela storyline to not do the stuff, not reveal those things that you would put in the beginning, and actually let it be stuff that happens in the middle.
Well,
because her storyline in this, if you just made that movie and we don't got Sakaar and all that stuff, this movie isn't good.
Well, I would have kept Sakaar. Act 2 onward is all Sakaar.
There is Sakaar. I'm saying if you got, what stuff are you going to put in there to make the rest of the Hela story good? Because a lot of those things you said happen later. That does happen. She does reveal things. She does, but it happens differently than you put.
Yeah.
But because it's later, that's the filler that we like enough to want to see. Because frankly, the Hela storyline, if you look at just that side of this movie, it's pretty freaking predictable and boring. She shows up, kills everybody, throws Thor and Loki out, takes over, tells the true story. They show up, they beat her, Surtur destroys it. That's it. That's it. It's predictable as all hell, really. Maybe not the end when it comes on to Surtur. That is like a twist, but that's also because these two worlds now meet. Because the part of the story that is unpredictable, that makes that one stay fresh and we're not stuck in it, that's the only thing going on, is we go to this wild, crazy place, which you still keep in it, and it does still keep that. But in your version now, when you go back to Hela, what are you putting in its place? Because now you've already shown these things. The whole scene of her waking you can do the waking the army up, I guess. But that is you're talking about rearranging minutes that I really think you're messing with a pace that this finds, that you might lose the message of what's going on. And I do think it would mute the Valkyrie character. I think we would still see the same progression of her, but I think you would automatically be like, oh, that's where it's going to go. We needed to see that play out as Thor learned it. And if we learn it from the start, I don't know. And it works better that she's there that long too.
Yes,
because she's no longer one of them.
She's not in my opening scene. Tessa Thompson's Valkyrie wouldn't have been in my opening scene, but the Valkyrie themselves would have still been there. Instead of
left out that she survived. So okay,
yes. Instead of Thor saying they were legendary, I don't know why we didn't have them anymore. Kind of like how he alluded to when he found out she was a Valkyrie. It would have been like, you're one of them. Your people just died.
Oh, it's a hard sell. I don't know, man. I think the pacing of this.
Because I think that's one of the problems.
The fact that we don't get Odin explaining it back as we learn as an audience is actually what puts that heavy weight on what it means to be an Asgardian. I really do think that it helps that we don't hear that side of it.
Because I think with Valkyrie just being out there, it causes because her whole shtick, Valkyrie, Tessa Thompson's, I know we're having gone into Act 2. We're basically just about to. But her whole shtick is that's one of the reasons why she left, is because how the royal family was, how Odin was, and her flashbacks are of Hela.
Oh yeah, she's living with the fact that everybody around her died from this.
You already have characters that existing in this world that knew about Hela other than Odin. It's not like when Odin imprisoned Hela, he was literally the only one to remember.
Oh yeah, I know.
And so it does surprise me. That's the only loophole in the whole story, that they've never even heard of Hela as a mythical character at all, let alone she's your sister. That's the part where it's like, how do you throw that in there? It's so.
See, that's the layer of Odin that I like in this, though.
Oh, I agree. I like it for Odin.
The fact that he hid it from everybody.
Yeah. But she obviously knew. And she's just not on Asgard to tell him this is what's going on. So I guess it does play into that character trope of the royal family kids don't know what the real world is like for their history and all that stuff. I don't know. But.
Well, it plays into real world stuff. If you look at our own history as human beings, it's civilizations and things that's happened. They've changed what they teach you. You know what I mean? But there's still people that have known. There's still the outskirts, but it's become now. Oh, that's what? It's not till it's there. Truthfully, if you had told Thor and Loki all this, it's easy as that's a story people have told for a long time. And that's easy, right? I mean, like easy peasy. If you put it to something that we're doing now today, if I told you Hitler didn't die and he went to Argentina, people say conspiracy theorist. Yeah, but the truth is we spent millions of dollars looking for him in Argentina after World War II. So people knew that, but you go to school, what do they tell you in school? They died in World War II. Yeah. So it's like, wait a minute, we're not being told the truth. But there's people you could never convince that that's what happened. You will never. You can show them all the evidence that he could have got to Argentina, and they will say no. They wouldn't lie to us in school. That's what we're seeing here with that too. And I think keeping that mystery of it was important because it makes Thor have to choose who he's going to be, and it's not as easy to just be like, oh, my dad got screwed or he's so bad. It's that gray area that has been the problem for Thor, which is where he is still wandering at this time, where we are right now with him. And I think that has to be kept important. Although, here's what I'll say. An awesome epic battle scene with the Valkyrie and Hela would be sweet to see. I just don't know if it would help the pacing of this movie. The fact that it is kind of glossed over, where she's telling it from her point of view, kind of works more so for me than actually seeing the battle. I think we had this talk before. I think we both looked at each other and said, man, it would have been kind of cool if we saw that whole battle scene. So I guess it would fit if it was in a flashback. But I don't think it would fit if it was happening as it happened. Because I also think it's important that she goes to Sakaar and is there for a long time. That she's rooted in this place. Because her character, we need to see a leap from someone that's really at zero and come up. Because she does, at some point, she just doesn't care in this. To the point where we meet her, she's drunk. Like, she's just doing this because she can. And she's always on he's got a staff that can melt you in a second. So and she's somewhat afraid of what they can do to her.
Yeah.
So if the event of the Valkyries happens in the beginning of this movie, then she hasn't had long enough to be into where she is yet. She's going to feel like them. She might be mad at the royal family, like you say, and all that, but she's not going to be this thing, whatever. You guys screwed up along. You don't even know. You think you know your dad? I've known what really happened, and that's why I'm not helping you. I'm going to sit up here and drink my beer and watch you ask.
I think that still would have been part of it because
it just doesn't seem like long enough.
Because separating, if Tessa Thompson Valkyrie is not part of the Valkyries to go when Hela gets broken out of prison, but she was part of them during that whole time initially. And then that's why she left. She had enough of the royal family.
Yeah.
Then you're seeing the whole rest of the army. Some she may knew, some she may not knew. Who knows? Asgardians live a long time. But she already has disconnected herself. You get the same drunk Valkyrie that's a scavenger hunter on Sakaar like you normally do. It's just that you've also now seen what her people were like and you get a glimpse of what she once was like based off of her fellow sisters, that seeing her now and him trying to convince her to come back when she already doesn't. Her exact storyline is exactly the same. I would have kept.
She's not part of the Valkyries in this. Isn't she just a survivor of this?
From that flashback, she was a Valkyrie. That's why she has the tattoo of them and everything. She left them because of Hela from a long time ago. Hela
before the Valkyrie died.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now Thor can probably get a little bit more sense of all the Valkyrie now in modern day are completely gone, not because they were gone a long time ago as an army they didn't need. Obviously Asgard has armies, but it's funny that they don't have their Valkyrie anymore.
Right.
But I don't know if they're linking it in this movie that they don't have the Valkyrie because of Hela a long time ago, or I would have made it where you still had the Valkyrie and this is how they all died.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, there's one still out there that he has to now convince to come back with them to save Asgard.
So she left before the Valkyrie died, mad because Hela exists.
Yes.
Is what you're saying.
Mad because of the royal family, the dynamics, and they felt like she felt like they were doing Odin's bidding the whole time, including Hela turning on them.
What you are, though, changing is fundamentally why she feels the guilt she feels. And I think that does change her character too much. Because she hates Odin and the whole situation because the Valkyries die. It's not because of what they were doing. I really do feel that at the time you don't know different. If you're Allfather, the one you worship, all you know, and that's what you're doing, then the outlier would just be her in saying, "Oh look, no, this isn't right." I don't think they had that problem. I don't. at least I don't think a Valkyrie would be one of them. I think out of all the things in Asgard, it'd be someone that just lives there saying, why are we doing this? But the Valkyrie is they're committed. It's like their job really in the long run, doesn't matter what these other one else does. Their job is to do what they did, which is show up for this battle, I will have to say, you almost got me sold because it would be good. It would be a great scene to see that battle. But I think she's dealing with survivor's guilt in this. And I think doing that doesn't make it survivor's guilt. Like, she's not only got to get over being mad at Odin and them, because technically she doesn't have to, even in this movie. She could still feel the exact same way about how she feels about it. It's her idea of being a Valkyrie she's afraid of because of what happened. Because she feels like maybe she could have made a difference, or maybe it could have been different for her if she was there. Or there's a lot of scenarios that's going through her head. It's because for survivor's guilt, it's like, why me type of thing. And that's why she's a drunk. And that's why this is all I'm good for, because all that means nothing. And now that he's done doing what he did and they died for nothing, screw Asgard, I'm out of here. And I'm going to stay here. I'm not going back. I think the Valkyrie, for her character, it needs to be a dead thing, not.
But for ending the Valkyrie as a force, it's one thing if Hela destroyed the whole army back then and they just got more soldiers type thing. But they decide not to even have the Valkyrie anymore.
I think it's a bold choice, but I do think it's a good one. Because they changed Ragnarok too. The events of Ragnarok are different as well. And I have no problem with that either. Technically, having Surtur come back should have brought Valhalla right there.
Well, the only problem I would say from my point of view of doing my version of it would have been that why haven't we seen the Valkyrie since then? So that makes a loophole for my whole shtick too at the same time, because
maybe it's because they're not needed. Because I think I think what they're doing with this movie in particular is it's a reboot, right? This is their biggest, and this is part of like the big swing I'm going to talk about in a little while, which we'll still get there because we got a lot of good stuff to talk about, guys.
Yeah.
But this is a reboot. This is the most daring thing someone's ever done in the MCU. And this is where it stuck with me, because I've thought about some of these same thoughts you have about, man, but that does get rid of the Valkyrie. That kind of is weird because it's always a thing. But once again, it's like if you don't know it's not there, if you've never needed the Valkyrie again since then it's a secret you're keeping. And we're finding out as we go through these movies, Odin's been real good about keeping some weird secrets, because Malekith was even a thing of his that he just didn't want nobody to know.
Yeah.
And that was even an argument you kind of had that nobody talked about these things floating around out there. Well, because for Odin, it's like, we're not talking about our mistakes. You know what I mean? And this is the same thing. This is why he imprisoned her and said nothing about her. And the Valkyries, oh yeah, don't worry. The Valkyries there. They'll come when they need to. You know what I mean? Because that's kind of what he kind of go, oh shit, so we don't need him. And in Odin's mind, he's too full of himself. He thinks we're not going to need him until he goes to die. He literally leaves a mess for his children that he kind of apologizes to him before he leaves.
Yeah.
And in the long run, you're kind of like, thanks a lot, Dick. You know what I mean? Like, because and that's kind of what happens here. That's why my best emotional scene isn't his death. Because to me, it's like, whoa, he just put in events that when you watch the rest of this movie, there's no winning. It's only survival.
Yeah.
This entire movie, nobody wins anything. They just live it.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah, thanks, Dad. And some of it is because of what's happened. And I think that's where her character fits in the most. So I think that's why as awesome as if it's a flashback scene, if we're showing her walking through the halls, and she's, by the way, this is what I did, and we went into this awesome scene, I'd be great with that. But for the beginning part of the movie, to see that right off the bat, no, I think she shows her power by freaking killing everybody we know. And the armies. I mean, she does. She walks through this place like it's no one's business. There's no beating her. Thor can't beat her. Nobody can beat her. There's only one thing that can beat her.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the thing, which is the Ragnarok. And because nobody can beat him when he's that. When you put him in the eternal flame, that's the end of their world. It's it's prophesized, which complements to what Thor's been afraid of this whole time. But either way, that's stuff we 100% agree on. But with her, I don't know. I'm not saying it would, because we don't get that version of the movie. I'm just like, as good as the stuff you're saying would be, and I would like to see that movie, I think A, you'd struggle with the pacing of the film, and B, you would definitely tie your one hand behind your back when you're telling the story of Hela in this, because what complements the movie to me is that it is a cookie cutter villain movie with something in it that makes that worth it. That you don't think of those, because if it was just a movie about them out doing some journey that didn't have all the cosmic crazy shit that we get, and it was them with Hela, it's a boring ass movie. And your version still puts all the cosmic stuff in it. You're right, but what you're doing though is you're taking stuff that you could use to put in there with her and putting a lot in the beginning. So now you got to get more creative there too, because it is time where it's like, oh, so what's going on in Asgard? Let's go back, and she'll tell you a story. Okay, then we go back to Sakaar. Then what's going on in Asgard? We go back and she's building an army. It's like it's great, and you need those things. You don't want to do them too soon because you need them for later, because you can't really do anything with her storyline. It's pretty cut and dry. She shows up, she takes over, and she needs to be beat.
Mhm.
And we got people hiding. Really, that's a shit movie. The movie, the one side of this movie is that's a terrible movie. In the law, it'd be a normal cookie cutter MCU bullshit movie. But because of the mix, it's not. But like I said, I just think you're limiting yourself on what you're able to do with her. When we do go to her, you want to keep it interesting enough to feel like it's at least par enough where you don't feel like, because not once in this movie, I'm like, okay, I can't wait to get back to Sakaar. Like when I see her scenes and what's going on, I'm engaged.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, cool. I think if you've shown too much in the beginning, we wouldn't be as engaged later. It'd just be a villain sitting there talking shit. Personally, I don't know. Maybe you can still convince me as we go along. Your version's not bad though. I don't want you to think I'm telling you it's awful, because it's good.
Mhm.
I just think that the nuance of it, though, I do believe that is there, and maybe mainly for the sake of Valkyrie. I really think that her character feeling like, yeah, you're right, she's been here a long time, but I think the trauma though of the death of the other Valkyries is what we need to believe that and see that play out over that long period of time, because she's pretty much ready to. I don't even care if they kill me at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And for someone that just hates where she's from, I feel like she'd have found a niche somewhere else. But she's prohibited from finding that niche because she's also a sole survivor of an event that she's really pissed off about, and that she actually kind of feels responsible for. And I think that that's very important to her character. Because Thor feels responsible for all the stuff he's doing, just like Loki's going to feel responsible when he has a conversation with him in the elevator, and just like Hulk is going to, or Banner and them are going to kind of feel responsible in its own way, and that's why there's not much character development with Banner and all that, but there's some. He's got to take responsibility for leaving and all that, and he does in this. I think that that's a theme that you need. That I think that trauma needs to be there, but
Okay,
that's all I got so far.
Yeah,
we're gonna be going back and forth, guys.
Well,
this is gonna be fun.
Yeah,
like I said, I don't want you to be offended, because
I'm not offended. No, it's just
I'm gonna give it to you though, and I'm gonna give it to you. I do think that man, it might be missing something though if we went that far with it. I kind of like Odin doesn't get you back to Asgard. I like that it's there. I don't know. There's a mix of some of the stuff you said. I kind of would like that would work real well. But I do think I think she needs to experience the death of the Valkyries.
Mm-hmm.
And she also needs to be gone a long time. Like, those two things are important. In my opinion, I definitely wouldn't change that. She needs to be there when they die to feel that responsibility.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Have that trauma. And she has to feel like she's been on Sakaar for a freaking long time.
Yep.
Because
Both of those
that plays out real well on what she's acting like. Because she arrives there the same time they do, she's not going to be that nonchalant. She'll be pissed and angry.
Yeah.
And, the fact that he's not talking her into it shows that she's just like, I made a choice a long time ago.
Yeah.
So I think that's the only thing that would contradict that.
Yeah. Well, that's I feel like that's the only thing I would have kept different. That Valkyrie Tessa Thompson character. I just wish we as an audience got to actually see the Valkyrie in some capacity. A flashback scene would be cool. I'm not saying it wouldn't be, because we would get a similar scene, but I don't know. I love seeing Hela destroying things.
You know what? Me too.
And that is a huge plus in this movie of the villain in particular is she's villain just to be a villain. We don't have to overcomplicate the villain of just evil. Yes.
I think you're underestimating, and maybe not, but I think maybe it's possibly underestimating the power it shows when she comes through and she just slays everybody we know that's powerful. Because some of them have no chance. And these are guys that we've even said, that'd be a great TV show with these guys. And where people would say, oh, she wouldn't. This is where some people say there's a fault in this. In Act 2, we might as well start talking about a little bit. And but in Act 2, in the beginning, she literally comes in and here they are. And there's these people that we've seen go on adventures with Thor in the other two movies. And she just legitimately murders them right there. And there's only one later that really puts up a bigger fight with her. And it's a great scene. And then she also walks right through an army of Asgardians. And like, for me, that's like, I wouldn't underestimate what that means to us as well. Because they bitch and say, oh man, they did wrong to those characters by killing them that way. I actually say the opposite. They did right by her by showing that they ain't stopping shit. And I think that means a lot to me. I think for me, that's how it worked for me rather than, I don't think they sidelined those characters. I think that was a purpose decision. I think Taika was like, we're going to show you how bad she is. All these guys you love that keep living all these other ones, see ya.
I think that if you did my version of her killing the Valkyrie before she got to Asgard, instead of just ruining the hammer before he got to Asgard, it would have carried more weight of why she should not step foot on Asgard. Because all we have seen thus far from her at that point in Act 1 is she just walks through a portal, and then you have no idea what's possible, and she destroys the hammer, and then Loki summons the Bifrost. That's it. There's not enough yet to say, we know she's bad. There's no question of that. And her power is mighty, doing that with a hammer, of course. But there's not enough to say how kind of predicting what she's going to do when she gets up there. Because when she gets up there and she just goes through them like butter, that's huge. And I feel like if they showed that going through the whole Valkyrie army like butter, it would have been a bigger urgency as the audience and everyone to say, we can't let her get up there. And then she gets there.
And as they did that in conversation, though, because Odin told them that. He said her power comes from Asgard. She can't get there. So that's why when Loki does do it out of fear,
but when
out of being a coward, Thor's like, no, because he knows what he said is true.
But for me, that's a little bit of a disconnect. When you just say, oh, her power comes from Asgard and she's unstoppable when she's in Asgard. Okay, you're just laying down the terms of what her power limitations and expansions are. It's different saying something like that, but you don't feel it. You feel it when you see her cut through 70 Valkyrie women and their horses all in one go. Like, and you're like, whoa, what the heck is this person? And then say that thing should not come in Asgard. And all of a sudden, that would have been like, no, to the anticipation of seeing a monster come up there. And then it makes more sense when she just starts slaying them all because that's what she's going to do.
Wow, it's funny we feel the opposite about this. Because I actually feel like the fact that it's a hidden history thing
like the hidden history.
Adds onto the layer of the lie of this thing.
I agree.
And I also think you can't do that without changing Valkyrie then. And I think that'd be the biggest mistake of the movie.
Well, when I talk about Valkyrie as the whole Valkyrie force, but Tessa Thompson, I wouldn't have even been in that opening scene.
Right.
She's just someone that they found on Sakaar, that he has this idea, you are one of these people. You could help me.
I think you're keeping a lot of that there, but the thing you're keeping out of it, though, is she needs to experience that event for her character to be that way, in my opinion.
I feel like that she could have experienced that, but also Odin could have not gotten rid of the Valkyrie as an army. You know what I mean? Like, Hela may have done that, and she feels the survivor's guilt from all of her sisters.
I think maybe the best way it could have been, the new Valkyrie.
Yes, basically, because
if you do that, you got a great scene.
Yeah, if you think about in our army, say we got wasted in a war or something, that doesn't mean the U.S. Army is going to be gone. It just means you need more recruits because you're down manpower.
That's a great, that's your perfect argument you could have. I would tell you, I don't know if it make the movie better or not. It doesn't change the movie for me.
I agree.
If you did explain it where the new group of Valkyrie that come in to fight, she kills right away.
Mhm.
That would be, I would agree. Yes, that would be good, and put it in. We just need to always keep that storyline that the
For
old
Tessa Thompson Valkyrie.
we'd have to,
Yes.
because that keeps her.
And I actually think that would improve upon her.
That might improve a little, because she'd be mad to think another wave of Valkyrie had to die.
Well, not only that, it showed that she's a legacy member of Asgard.
Yes.
She's from that time where they
Or Thor.
Yes. Which obviously she was.
Yep.
That's what we do get. And the moment, the 2 or 3 glimpses of her fighting Hela, that's proof, because Thor had no idea. He wasn't even born when Hela was going through all that stuff. So she already is a legacy character, but this would kind of cement her as like this bitter legacy Asgardian that doesn't want to go back because she's tired of everything, all of it. And she also has this heartbreak of what happened there. She feels more accomplished being a scavenger than she does being, which I love this taste on Valkyrie, this twist on her. And I think it just complements Tessa Thompson's character there. But great. I agree. Well, what you said a couple moments ago is that even with what those little changes I would have made, that whole restructuring, I would say, of Act 1, that doesn't take away from how great Act 1 was. To a degree, I'm not saying this as this didn't work for me. It's just, this is how I felt when I watched it. I'm like, oh, they could have restructured this, giving it more content.
I could follow you into it. Would be a great scene to add on. It adds to that powerfulness of what she is. But then where I could also say, though, I think what they've done in the movie is enough. By killing those guys when she shows up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, because that is epic.
And it does kind of add to that idea that they don't even understand what's happening, because they don't know the truth of all of this. Like, I think everyone's in the dark because Odin did this to them in the long run. Your generations now of people that are like, or thousands of years of a secret. I think I like that aspect of it, that he kind of screwed his own kingdom here. Odin really messed this up, which is why I think Thor walks away from being king later. Because it needs to go out of that bloodline. It needs to go out of that. But that's a whole different movie, whole different topic.
Well, let's get into that Hela doing that scene. But first, let's give our score for Act 1.
We're just getting to Act 2.
So what's your score for Act 1 out of this?
Yeah, I'm going to give it a 10 out of 10. That's what we're talking. There's a couple things that I can't think of a better way to do it. And we could add your scene. You've argued, I think you've got me where the scene would definitely work, but you haven't convinced me that it doesn't work without it. So I think that it stays at 10 out of 10.
Yep. So I gave it an 8.5 out of 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I get it. Like, that's still a good number.
It doesn't, but it's still a great act. Yeah. It really is a great act. So anyways, so Act 2.
I got
okay. Yeah. You read this one.
Stranded on Sakaar, Thor is captured and forced into gladiator combat under the rule of the Grand Master. There he discovers the champion fighter is none other than the Hulk, who has been missing since the events of Avengers Age of Ultron. Thor forms an escape plan. Meanwhile, Loki has risen to a position of influence on Sakaar, but ultimately betrays and is betrayed in typical fashion. Together, Thor and Hulk, Valkyrie, and Loki, forms a ragtag team known as the Revengers, and they return to Asgard to start Hela. And this isn't included in there, but in the meantime, Hela pretty much destroys Asgardian army and raises a new one of her own, including, what's the name of that wolf?
Ventress.
That's the name of it?
I think it's Ventress.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, and she's also at this time trying to find the sword to the Bifrost. And all the citizens.
We got Heimdall out there hiding everybody and doing his thing. Yep. Oh my God, I can't forget to talk about that.
Yeah. All right. So, well, this scene does start off with what we just left off at. Yeah. With Hela introducing herself to the army. I love that speech. Yeah, right. I love her speech.
Great.
It's great, quick exposition of who she is without having to, get into too much depth. I love that because Hela is one of those villains for me. Then this moment is that moment for me of, okay, I love this villain. What she does here, every bit of it, from her dialogue to her action.
Yeah.
Spot on. This is refreshing for me. to see a villain that they took this type of swing for and said, you know what, let's not make her overly complicated. She's simple. She's evil. She's the goddess of death. Let her kill.
Yeah.
And she does.
A lot. Yeah.
A lot. Yes. Yeah. This whole thing, her whole speech on I'm the rightful heir to the throne, Odin's firstborn. And then she said, I'm trying to remember the exact wording she says, but something about how I got rid of Thor and Loki. You're welcome. Like, she gives that comedic tone to it to be like, oh, whoa, you're just bad. You're just mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm actually kind of surprised no one in the army was like, yeah, we'll just follow you then, because you kick some pretty serious butt.
I think
there.
if they realized who she just got done killing, they may have. Someone may have, but it all happened so quick.
It did, and it was very quick for us too. The only smart one for survival instincts was Carl Urban's character there.
Oh yeah,
Executioner.
Yeah, he's just like, I'm with it.
Yeah. He's
Scourge,
just like, oh, okay. Scourge, yes. Yeah. Like, okay. But anyways, yeah, that scene, wow.
Yeah.
That blew my mind.
Yeah. I love that she kills these guys like this, and then we all are in shock.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think half of the fans took it as, oh, why'd you do it to those characters? And the other half took it as like, yeah, she's not messing around. And I personally took it that way 100%.
You were spot on what you said a couple minutes ago about that controversial scene for the fans of 3 of his best mates right there just died just like that. A lot of people would have been like, oh, they should have had more screen time. What the heck? But you can't do a disservice to who Hela is.
Right.
You can't, for their character's sake, drag on another character's sake, drag on a scene for that. To Hela, they're nothing to her. There's no dialogue is needed. It's just, you're dead, I'm moving on.
You could have easily made the decision to have there be a fight between them, and they'd limp away hurt, and they're helping Heimdall, and they're still there, and we get all these little character dynamics between them there.
That'll dampen her power.
Would have been neat stuff, but the fact that there's no other, they wouldn't have done nothing else but try to fight her at that moment.
Yep.
And trying to fight her is death at this moment.
Yep.
And that's what they got. And it's like, whoa. And I think that and we're rebooting Thor.
Yeah, and this is a bold take.
Yeah.
This is a very bold take. This is literally killing off the old of what you thought and bringing in the new, and the goddess of death is doing that.
Yeah.
And it's great.
That's the task Feige gave him. Reboot Thor, because we're in a spot where people are complaining that another Thor Dark World, as decent as it was, in parts it was good still, but I think it still gets too much hate. But another one of those, we'll be talking about, what are we doing with Thor right now? And even Chris himself has been vocal about, yeah, Thor's kind of boring. I know we got to do something different. And I think people thought the difference was going to be the humor. But the truth is, the difference is the reboot. And the reboot is use the goddess of death, like you just said, and we're getting rid of everything. We're starting all new. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to do that, the rest has got to go.
Yeah.
And that's the bold choice. It's you can't just keep the ones you like. You can, but they got to have a purpose.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's like,
you're exactly right.
Yeah. And the only reason Heimdall didn't die in this one is because they wanted to make sure Thanos had somebody to kill in the beginning of Infinity War. That's the truth to that too. Or he'd have died in this one too. But I think they're kind of like, you know what, save him, because we'll have him die here to really bring Thanos home as well.
Yeah.
That's what helps. I mean, and that's just how it works. I think that it's brilliant in that way. And I guess, you can argue that, but these guys, they deserve, they did. But that's the point. They did deserve better. And she did it. Makes us go, oh my God, here she comes. Not good.
Yeah.
And then when she's killing an army, oh my God, just that awesome choreographed fight scene.
Oh,
so good. And I love every moment when she shows up with things and you see the shadow of her antlers on the ground. There's many times that happens in the movie. Every time it does, I'm like, that is just because those are antlers, right? Like
those are
the crown.
That's a ridiculous
like
headpiece.
An antler crown,
but
it's so cool. Though.
I love how they make it where it's almost par of her. Like when she pins someone against the wall, the antlers aren't up; they're like this. Yeah. It's like, holy smokes, this thing is like part of you. Yeah. This is crazy cool.
Like after she shows up there from the Bifrost and she's looking at it, she kills everybody and she's looking at Asgard and you see her face. Like when she stands, a back shot of her, it's the antlers and right in the middle is the peak of the building. Like you're just like, he just did so well at organizing these shots.
Mhm.
So when she stands there before she gives a speech, you see that antlers are huge from the
Yep.
shadow of them, and
Mhm.
then she turns and they talk to her, and she does a speech.
Yep.
Like they do it several times in this later when Thor confronts her in the throne room and all that. They're there too, and it's just look, the visuals of this is so good. Like,
Yeah.
Kate Blanchett, man, what a mean,
Great actress.
she's mean. Yeah.
Yes, I love
So
that.
much.
I did, and I love that character change of making her the sister instead of what the comics did. We're gonna get to that when we get into our deep dives because I want to make sure everyone knows exactly where she originated from in the comics. But anyways, so
Let's talk about some Sakaar stuff. For
yes, let's dive into Sakaar,
Yeah.
this trash planet. What the heck?
I think it's cool as hell.
This is awesome.
Yes, this 80s, like, futuristic, weird, it's working for me.
You know what I appreciate about this, and it's a compliment to what you said earlier, that exactly is what Kevin Feige gave to Taika Waititi to revitalize him. See, I like Viking Thor. I like that type of stuff. I was fine with it. I didn't think it was too dull or too boring or whatever. Maybe a few more comedic tastes, but not that didn't take away from my enjoyment of Thor. But Taika Waititi, he's like, well, I have this idea. We're going to combine a Hulk storyline with the Thor storyline, so it's less Viking-y and more retro cosmic type Thor, and give him that humor. And for this movie, it works. I would have been fine with a traditional Thor Ragnarok film of Asgardians and the Nine Realms and fighting Hela and making sure Surtur stays back to not unleash Ragnar. I think that would have been kind of cool. Ragnarok, I should say. But I love this. I love all that they did with Sakaar. This is the best way they could have done it. This is a compliment way of bringing the Hulk into other people's movies.
Yeah.
Where it's still a Thor movie, but you've now entered Hulk's area.
Yeah, this is the best way to use him when you use him, right?
Yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah.
And I think that this tone of the 80s futuristic feel and like this thing, I think they looked at the things that are successful. And I'm not saying they're cut, paste, and copying, but it's definitely a version of, right? So when they saw how well the Guardians of the Galaxy did, they're just like, so you know that feel we get from Guardians? We kind of want this to feel this too, because this feels like a world the Guardians could live in too.
Yes.
And with that, I think is what helped open Thor up to the rest of the universe of Marvel, where we could play him almost anywhere now.
Yeah.
And it works. Because I would argue that you never lose Viking Thor. We just don't get the Viking tale anymore.
Yes.
At least for a while, right? But we don't lose. Thor still is that guy. But this is taking him, making him this much of a fish. This is more of a fish out of water than sending him to Earth, right? And I think this is where you, for the first time in the Thor movies, not the first time it's ever happened, but the first time it's happened this much with this much consequence, where we actually see an arc for Thor, where he's going from A to becoming a B. And there's a lot that happens to get there. You know what I mean? Yeah. When I know you can argue in both the first two movies, he still has somewhat of an arc about learning things, not like you do in this movie. This movie amps it up. They're like, oh no, we need Thor to go from that long-haired Thor that we know from the last movie, which is how he starts in the beginning of this movie, to a whole different person, like a whole different man. Who's like definitely questioning his choices. You know what I mean? Like, you need him to be that guy. And you just slowly are stripping him of everything that makes him that from before, until they literally take his eye. They literally cut his hair. They literally get rid of his weapon. They literally are stripping him things that some people say, but that's changing the character. Yeah, it's not I've read, I guess, this version of Thor we get in this movie towards the end. There's no other that's not in the comics at all. But you know what? Look how well it served the character, though. Because when you get to Love and Thunder, we got the best mix of both. We get our Viking Thor back. And he's this guy.
Yes.
So what the hell? I mean, now we're like, now we do have Thor back, and he's still fun. And he's not just sad Thor all the time, right? He's a Thor that's doing things. And that's kind of like he set this up for success in that way. And Sakaar the Hulk is just awesome. That and this is a brilliant choice. Just the choice of, not only is this the right way to use Hulk, But to explain where Hulk went, this is so smart.
Yep.
That he just goes there, turns into Hulk and stays Hulk because fuck it. You know what I mean? Sorry about my language, guys. It turns into stays Hulk because screw it. And he's, just beating people up all day.
Mhm.
This is big baby Hulk doing his thing,
Yep.
And Hulk does kind of act like a big toddler, and that kind of speaks to like, I'll touch on this real quick because the hard part about this movie is when we compliment things in the middle, there's something later on that we need to say as well because it complements it so well, is how they do Hulk in this, where this is the first time you truly feel like Hulk and Banner are two different people.
Mhm.
When the rest of the time in the MCU, they say it all the time. That, he's not, it's a different guy. But and he even says it a lot, that he's a different guy. Didn't bring the other guy out, right?
Yeah.
But this is the first time you actually feel it. Like, oh, I understand now more so that Hulk and Banner are very two different people,
Mhm.
And that's because they allowed Hulk to have some language. I like that he's talking somewhat in this because it's not structured. But it's understanding, and it's who he is, the Hulk.
Well, I like that too because it really differentiates Bruce Banner from the Hulk, how he's supposed to be.
Exactly.
Hulk is, when Bruce turns into the Hulk, and he always says is the other guy, but all you really are left with most of the time from the Avengers movies, because he says, I can control it, in the first one, is that the other guy is just a green version of Bruce. This shows that no, this is a other sentient being that's always fighting to take control over the human form of Hulk.
Negotiating with.
Yes. And this is perfect.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. The Russo brothers complimented that really well in Infinity War. I can't wait till we get to that retrospective, guys.
I think they're all like, listen.
Yeah, I think at this point, because of how they ended this movie, and it was literally jumping right into Infinity War, I think at this point, everyone was doing everything.
Oh, yeah, I think the Russos had a lot to do.
They were already filming some of Infinity War when it got to the end of Spider-Man Homecoming onward.
Which speaks volumes on how good Taika did here.
Yeah.
Because not only did he make his own movie, but he also followed their guidelines to help it fit perfect to what they wanted. Because he still made some swings that they were like, man, maybe we didn't like that. So we don't like that you took his eye, but go ahead because we'll just give him another one.
Exactly.
And it's still fine. And it works because not only are we going to give him another one, but it's going to be from Rocket, and people are going to laugh because Rocket steals people's stuff, and it makes it work. It's like, oh, see, it works.
And they made the eye a different color than his natural eye. That's so cool.
It's just so good to work together like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it differentiates Hulk so much, which actually speaks to a thing that I kind of noticed about the Hulk in this. And this is where people might kind of laugh at me. And they say, oh, yeah, dog, we knew that too. Why didn't you know that? Well, I guess, guys, it always flew over my head. But there's not many times in the MCU when Hulk is the Hulk, until he becomes Smart Hulk, okay? But anything before Smart Hulk, there's not many times in the MCU where the Hulk, while he's the Hulk, actually listens or obeys anybody. He's always...
Well, and even Smart Hulk is still Bruce. He put the brains and the brawns together.
Right.
Literally,
but at least
says
he can conversate. You can ask, you can say, "Hey, Bruce, don't do that." He won't, But even like just Hulk himself, he's not really obeying nobody.
No.
But when you call him Hulk, though, he does. So when you make when you notice in the first Avengers movie, when Cap turns to him, he doesn't say Banner smash. He says Hulk, and he turns to him like smiles and smash. It's like, so why would that Hulk ever do anything Captain America says? He's just going to Hulk out and do shit, do whatever he wants. But it's because he literally is, talking to Hulk. He's not talking to Banner.
Yep.
And later, that's why when Iron Man was Veronica or whatever with the Hulkbuster, his puncher says, come on, Banner, let's talk about it. And the Hulk freaks out. He goes, okay, should have called you Banner. Sorry, no Banner.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, you realize, oh yeah, it's just, and then in this, same thing happens at the end with Thor and Surtur. He doesn't yell out, don't fight him or Banner. He yells out Hulk. And the Hulk's like, monster? And he goes, no.
Hulk, don't smash for once in your life.
Yeah. I know it's nuanced and it's dumb. It's probably something stupid to be excited about. But for me, it's like, it just shows the continuity of
character consistency.
Attention of that is so important because it's just cool to know. It makes the Hulk more interesting too, and it's like, I think that's great that it's such a subtle thing. It's not a big deal.
Well, no, I think that
subtle,
is, I would put that, and I'm going to double check to make sure I don't contradict myself, but that, what you just said is, I want to say I mentioned it.
The Hulk thing?
Yeah, not the Hulk thing, but not the whole thing exactly. It's one of my 2 underrated moments of the movie is that when you have a cinematic universe like this, and it's going through so many different hands of producers, directors, writers, creatives, character consistency can be hard to do.
That's right.
Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness is a great example of that. That you could do it wrong and you could drop the ball. Even if you do tell a great story, it doesn't work for the character's overall arc because you have to look at all the past and what they're trying to do in the future to make your present work good. They did it well with Hulk here. They understood what he was like before and how to keep Hulk and Banner separate. So it's a moment that I don't think people talk too much of.
You're right. Yeah.
That this is peak Hulk and peak Banner.
Yeah,
at the same
really
time.
is. And at the same time, and to keep them separate like that is perfect.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's almost a hindrance to the MCU that it's that good for that reason. Because, yes, you are 100% correct. It's hard to keep that consistency. And we see it fail sometimes with really well-directed people that do real good. The problem is, though, is every time a Taika Waititi or somebody comes along and does do it well, we're saying, but it can be done. And it's kind of like, ugh. It sets the bar now. It's like, that's why I'll say, as good as these movies keep getting, the problem is the bar is kind of like, uh-oh. So when you get someone in there that can't quite hit it there, it's almost more noticeable when they don't hit it. But it does, as someone like me, though, I look back and I think, you really don't got an excuse, though. You got several movies now of examples of how to do this. What is your problem? Like, what's happening here? Like, if you're messing up these other movies where these guys aren't messing them up, we're so far now. This isn't the beginning of the MCU. This is the middle of of their project. We're several movies in of mistakes that they've learned. And they sat down with Taika Waititi. He was smart enough to understand what they're talking about. He was smart enough to watch their catalog, or at least the Thor movies, even though he had to watch Ultron for a lot of this stuff. He's smart enough to know that I need to stay consistent because I'm bringing this into a franchise, but I still make my own movie. And he did that. So when you say it to another director in the next phase, hey, be consistent with what we got, but, you can still make your own movie, and they're not consistent, it's like, who's dropping the ball here? So as good as it is no excuse anymore at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
If he can do it, they can.
Yes.
And if they can't, you hire someone that can.
Yes, because that's one of the things that when you're, I said this a moment ago, and I'm going to try not to repeat myself, but this is a huge accomplishment. They've been able to be 17 movies in. This is our 18th episode, but our first one was an intro, guys. The 17 movies into a franchise, knowing bigger things are yet to come, and so many different hands have passed through this character of the Hulk, and you've kept him consistent. That is a huge accomplishment. That is a huge accomplishment because everyone's got their own take on certain characters, but to keep them still the same while also giving them something new to revitalize the character or revitalize the storyline, or in this case, the franchise. Wow.
Yeah.
Good job. Bravo, Taika.
So what is some of your favorite stuff that happens here on Sakara? I'll just point out a couple real quick so we can move this along a little bit too. I love Jeff Goldblum as Grandmaster.
I just love him in anything. He's so good.
I like that they do that really weird Willy Wonka tunnel where he's sitting in the chair and you go through this whole thing. I like the weapon he has where he melts the guy. That's going on a weapons list, by the way. I want to watch it. I'm like, oh my God, I forgot about that thing.
His staff. That thing. Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, and I like him getting the haircut. Great Stanley performance there.
Yes.
And then, of course, the whole gladiatorial arena thing is awesome.
That whole thing is one of my favorite moments of the whole movie.
Yeah.
I struggled with even saying if that is or isn't, and we'll get there when we get to those deep dives. Probably my favorite scene of the whole movie.
I still have some of those empty too.
It's hard because I'm like, there's so many of them. How do I pick just one? So we're going to talk about them as we go, guys. That every bit of it, from the beginning of saying he's a friend from work and Loki's face, like that was awesome. That was awesome. And then just them fighting, and then Thor trying to do the Natasha thing. That's so cool. And then
it's so funny.
He does that same thing, and then Loki's like, yes, that's how it feels.
Yeah, I love all that.
That's awesome. And then when Thor just starts unleashing his power and doesn't even realize the type thing, like he's just going to do it. wow, that whole thing was so well done.
Mm-hmm.
That was so thought out. It's not just two brute guys battling it out. You actually, there's a story. Yeah, there's a story being told, and it's complimenting both characters at the same time. And it's really making the audience think. It's like one of those scenarios when you would say, oh, who would win the fight, Hulk or Thor? Well, this plays it out where at one moment the Hulk's going to win. Another moment Thor's going to win. Goes back to the Hulk. And then all of a sudden it's Thor. And I think the ultimate conclusion is, guys, Thor would win.
I think it does kind of show that Thor could beat him. I think
if it wasn't for the Grandmaster doing that thing, I think he would have knocked Bruce Banner right out of the Hulk.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But we won't know because they stopped it. But either way, that doesn't take away from how epic of a scene that was.
To mention that thing you talked about, that's one thing I've found online that people complain about is Thor's the god of thunder and lightning. How does a taser stop him all the time? And I'm just like, well, if you're watching the movie, you realize it's more than a taser. Like, it's when he does do that to him, his veins like pop out and stuff. I think it's a weapon that goes after your central nervous.
I was just going to say that goes. It's very clear because he's incapacitated. He can't move. He can only see what's happening and know what's happening, but he can't do anything. That it's just like if we got hit by a taser, you know, he's just having it inside him getting electrocuted. It's not because. A taser wouldn't have hurt him. This is a taser inside your body, guys.
Yeah.
It's
you
different.
See his veins pop right out.
Yeah.
So something, it's almost like a neurotoxin. Really. It's really wild to see. I think it's kind of cool. You know, I like it.
Yeah.
And so you
that's
guys
not a
think
complaint.
It's not electric. It does. I think that's just what it seems because that's what they make the sound of it all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This kind of, I like that this is. Well, I guess we'll talk about it later when we get to the scene in the Act 3, because once again, I'm jumping too far ahead. So, yeah, no, I love all this. I like when him and Loki, when he breaks Loki out, when they both break out is a great scene. The whole thing with the Hulk in there is good. It's all that's funny. You know, all that conversation they have about the fire. One's like a raging fire, and I think it's funny.
Yeah.
I also like Korg.
Mm-hmm.
The kick in the walls. Get out of here.
Ghost, yeah.
I think that's funny. I think this is where I will say what doesn't work for me in this act and onward.
Yeah.
Korg is funny. Don't get me wrong. He's just not always fun.
I feel that same way. He has moments.
Yeah.
But that's it.
And you know what? What saves him though is the times he's not that funny, it's not cringy enough to make me not like it. It just doesn't make me laugh like the times he is really funny. You know what I mean?
Yes.
He does that funny vampire joke with the stick and all huddled together. I think it's funny, but it's not like slap my knee funny, like when he kicks a wall thinking Loki's a ghost, right? Like I think that those moments are funnier. So it's a hit and miss with him, but the misses aren't necessarily bad. They're just not as funny.
Some of them can be like when it's a running joke, it starts to teeter on the annoyance. And the only one that I would say that sticks out to me is the pulling the hammer thing. That because he's taking it as, oh, the hammer pulls you off as like a sexual reference or something like that. If it's just mentioned one time, but then when Thor's still trying to explain it and he keeps babbling on about it, that's to me, if I'm talking to someone and that's how they're taking it, I stop talking because I get to that point where no matter how I'm trying to explain what I'm feeling or what I'm saying, you're not getting it and you're stuck on one thing. It's annoying to me at that point.
And I think he wants you to feel that way about it.
Yeah, which is like...
So it kind of works, right?
It works if that's their goal. If it's not their goal and their goal was just to have it be funny, I'm like, okay, you dropped it there.
Yeah, I think they want you to be like, I know guys like that. That guy sucks sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, I think the goal was that.
Like, your goal is making me want to write you down as my most punchable face.
Yes.
Right? If that is your goal, then you're succeeding.
Yeah, and I often feel like it is on purpose. You know what I mean?
Right?
Like, they want him to annoy us as much as he's annoying Thor.
Yes,
like,
and that
it actually kind of works. Like, it's like, oh, I kind of get why he's. When he's really funny, it's not annoying to anybody. Yeah. When he's not funny and it is annoying, we're kind of like, we're with you, Thor. It's almost meta in that sense.
Yeah.
So that's why it's hard to say it's at fault.
Yes. Yeah.
You know,
it's
but
not.
I just will say not all the jokes land for me. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. All right, pacing, did that held up? Oh yes.
Yeah, a lot, especially when we get to them escaping. This whole with the planes or the flying through the city there in Sakaar and getting out. That is some of the coolest stuff. I love all that stuff. It's really good. Yeah, the pacing holds up. It holds up for sure.
Yeah. So let's see. Best character moment for you.
The best character moment for me.
I have two. So the first one is Hela in the very beginning part of it, when she destroys Asgard, basically, as the people. She just brutally annihilates them. Great character moment for her. Really shows for us the severity of who she is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then the second one is Thor deceiving Loki. When he does that little trick of throwing that thing on him, and even Loki appreciates it. He's like, that's a good trick there, brother. Like, to me, that's like, okay, that's not just a Thor always falling for something or always being deceived. It's like, what's that thing that fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. He's learned from that after this long. And he's like, you're still the god of tricks, basically. So I'm going to throw this on you. And he leaves him there. Because obviously he was doing fine by himself anyways. So I love that. I thought that was a really cool character growth for Thor in particular.
Yeah, because it goes against the grain of what's always happened.
It goes against the grain, but also shows that Thor can still love him as a brother, but not be so blinded by that love that he's gonna always be duped into stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it also shows
he sets boundaries.
This weird argument people have that they're dumb and Thor down. This isn't a dumb movie.
Not at all. Actually, this point proves he is not dumb.
This points that he's paying attention to his
life.
In his life.
Yep. This proves why
part of it is I can't quite trust him.
This movie proves that he should be king. This is his Lion King.
Which is it's funny. It does prove that he should be. But then as we get to the end, you realize how much he doesn't want to be.
Which is further proof he should be. Yeah. That's the thing that's one of the things that it speaks to every level and medium, whether it's a movie or in real life. The people who don't want to be, but they either are summoned to be, like what Cyclops says to his son in that X-Men 97 thing, and are called to it, those are the ones that should be.
Yeah.
It's not the ones that always want power. It's the ones that don't want that much power.
They don't have a choice.
They know how to use it then properly. And Thor, this movie is an example of all that. Anyways.
I like that Banner comes back because of Natasha's thing. Mm-hmm. And I also like the Point Break joke that he's like strongest Avenger. And it's Point Break.
Damn you, Stark.
Damn you, Stark.
Awesome.
I love all that stuff.
So, what's your score for Act 2?
I'm going to give Act 2 a 9 out of 10.
Okay. All right. I gave it a 10 out of 10.
I just gave it the 9 because, like I said, sometimes the Korg stuff kind of falls short. It doesn't ruin the movie for me, but if I'm gonna look at just how I feel about each act, then that's it. But because other than that, it's freaking.
Because from what I remember, the Korg stuff doesn't annoy me too much in this movie. It's when we get to Love and Thunder that I start seeing them pushing the envelope a little more.
Yeah, and there's a good argument to be said that maybe they could have been like a few less jokes.
Yes. Yeah.
There's only one Korg joke I'd take out of this movie. Just take out of it. And that's when at the end, when Asgard gets destroyed.
Oh.
We didn't need the little quip he has.
Yeah, we could rebuild the foundations to there. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I'm like... I get it.
I think that takes away.
It could have been a little more special.
I was going to say that. I feel like when I watched that took away that dialogue there, took away from the emotional gravity, of what they were all witnessing. Yeah, because that's a big deal. Asgard gone. That's a big deal.
But that's like I said, I don't know if it ruins anything. It just would have maybe taste wise. But you don't need that joke.
Yeah,
that's one you could back off on.
Yeah. All right, guys, so let me read Act 3. We'll get right into it. Thor returns to Asgard, where Hela has fully taken control. Realizing she cannot be defeated directly, Thor embraces the prophecy of Ragnarok, the destruction of Asgard itself. He learns that the source of Hela's power is Asgard, so he sends Loki to summon the fire demon Surtur, who destroys Asgard completely, defeating Hela in the process. Thor accepts that Asgard is not a place, but it's a people, and leads the survivors, including Valkyrie, Loki, and Asgardian citizens, into exile aboard a ship heading toward Earth.
They don't get far.
Right? No, that's so true. All right, so did this ending land well for you?
So the ending, as in the very end, right? It does
Yep.
land well.
Mhm.
I like that it ends with him being basically King Zor.
Yep.
You know, I like that he's got the eye patch. I like that the answer to everything was Asgard being destroyed.
Yep.
Plus this movie shows that this is one of the first ones to, or at least ones in a while, that had a high cost to everything.
Mhm.
And like I kind of alluded to earlier, there's really no winning in this movie. It's more surviving and
Yeah.
realizing what you got to do that.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, they don't win anything. There's
Mhm.
no stopping from this happening.
Mhm.
It's, oh, wait, we almost have to let everything fail. And we
Mhm.
just need to save as many Asgardians as we can.
Yeah.
And I think that that's interesting because lots of times it'd be easy to say, how do we save Asgard? When it's like, oh no, this time we're getting rid of it.
Yeah.
And it also goes to that stripping of Thor, you know,
Mhm.
of rebuilding him into something new. And so it does, I think it lands perfectly for me.
Mhm.
This one does, you know.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. That I love that ending. Correct me if I'm wrong. The climax is Surtur being unleashed, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that's the
Yep.
climax. Yeah, but so how it ends with him realizing sort of what what Odin says to him in the dream or in a vivid.
Oh yeah, we can
thing,
talk about that too.
That is who are you, the god of hammers or the god of thunder?
Yeah,
And be like,
good line.
yep, exactly. I love that he's still able to like, kind of communicate with Odin to a degree because Odin's just in Valhalla and all that stuff. Although, is Odin in Valhalla? He didn't die during battle.
Well, I think
Isn't that what they say?
I think because he's Odin,
He gets a pass.
I believe so. I don't know. See, the problem is in the MCU terms, he's going to be there, obviously. In real Viking terms, you know,
Because see, that's the joke in Love and Thunder when he finds Lady Sif and she's like dying on the battlefield, and she says, "Let me die and rest in Valhalla." And Thor says to him, "You're technically not fighting right now. You won't go to Valhalla." And she says, "Oh shit, save me!" You know, it's a joke, but at the same time,
that's true. Yeah, that's true for her, but maybe not for him though, because I think he's ultimately he's ultimately God to them. He's their Jesus. So it's kind of like, I think his place in Valhalla is set.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I would have to freshen up on my history of Odin himself, because there is a whole, like, his journey of how he became what he became and why he is what he is.
Because Frigga definitely died during battle.
Yes.
But Odin was just sitting there. Just saying, anyone who's an Odin fan, you already know that he's messed up. But, like, is he in the afterlife? He should be. If I had my way, I would say he should be. But at the same time, if they're trying to be consistent with how all these warriors die and all that stuff,
it's funny though. I think there's an argument to how he died and what the consequences were of it. And why I say that is because, like, I've watched that show Vikings a lot, and I love it on History Channel, and it's an excellent show, perfect show from beginning to end of that whole series. But the way it's described in that, through Ragnar, Lothbrok, and all of them, is it's not necessarily that you have to die fighting in battle to get there's actually different ways to get to Valhalla. You can get to Valhalla by being a sacrifice. If you are chosen, if you volunteer, say, oh, someone needs to sacrifice somebody because our crop has died this year and we don't know what to do, and it's several years and people are starting to die. It's like, no, the one good way, the one big sacrifice to the gods might please them, and it's always a human life.
Yeah,
and if you volunteer for that, you're going to Valhalla because you're doing something for that.
That's the battle you're fighting, basically.
Yeah, in a way, it is a battle. That's right. Or if you're a servant to a lord or an earl, they'll kill you and bury you with their treasure because they believe that you're going to protect their treasure while they're still alive.
So technically,
they would be in Valhalla with their treasure.
Okay. I can see that. So you're fulfilling your duty still.
And if you die of natural causes of being sick, you still go to Valhalla, depending on what it is you died from. Now, if it's a wound and you're dying from it, you're going to Valhalla. If you're sick, sometimes they saw certain diseases, depends on what the disease was. Some diseases, the way they manifest, meant a curse and you're not going. Some were diseases of the god. They had different types. They saw if you died of the flu
Yeah.
It might be like, hey, that's a disease that Odin gave you to come to him. Or if you died of something that made you look weird and things start falling apart,
That's
they
probably
might
a
see
curse.
that as a curse and you're not going to Valhalla. So it's the
Mm.
way, you know what I mean? Like they have weird ways to do it. But see, the way Ragnar died was he didn't die in battle, but he was a prisoner and they put him in a cage and then killed him with snakes. And he announced to him that they wanted him to beg for mercy, and he wouldn't. He says, "Oh no, I'm not going to beg for mercy because the Valkyries are going to come and they're going to take me, and my sons are going to come and kill you for killing me." And they're like, "Wow!" And his place of Valhalla was upheld. Like so, it's like,
yeah, so
because you're kind of being true to who you are.
Yeah.
Your best way to go though, your easiest way to Valhalla is dying in battle though.
Yeah.
So to them was like, hey, let's go fight.
That's a guarantee.
Yeah, I'm going to eat some mushrooms, so I'm tripping out, and I'm going to grab some axes and stuff, and I'm going to go in and just kill until I die, and I'm going to Valhalla. And of course, to them, the mushrooms were actually their way of speaking with the gods, but it really was just getting them super high. And they realize it. But it's the history of Guys the Strange, and that's kind of how it worked. They base a lot of their thoughts around eating mushrooms, which is really wild if you think about it. You'd have these guys, they'd sit there and eat mushrooms, and they think they're seeing the future, and they become oracles, and they paint a third eye on their forehead, and all it is just high as hell all day. But like, but he's talking to things, and he's seeing colors that you got to think of what, if you think it, you don't know what this is, it might be to them. Yeah, this is wow. But see, they also believe that you can go through two different heavens. Like Ragnar believed that he could leave Valhalla when he dies and go visit his good friend in heaven because his good friend is a Christian. He just believed that was true. So they had a lot of weird ways of looking at it, of what, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's a strange thing. But so yeah, is Odin? Yeah, Odin's there because he's Odin for one.
For this
for
movie,
two, he didn't
he's there.
die in battle technically.
Yeah,
you know, spiritually he was still a Viking, and it was true. He just, if anything, he shouldn't be there because how he treated his kids,
right?
Because my God, and he let Asgard down. Like, truthfully,
he started a battle with his death.
This should be the first thing Thor says when he does get to Valhalla is, we got to talk. It's like, what you do that for? Like, because really, I mean, technically by their rules, Hela is going to be at Valhalla, right?
Mm-hmm. But also, she's Hel, who's the goddess of death that rules over the Hell realm.
So
can she go to Valhalla? Yeah, I think so.
But if she dies, she just go home? Is that what that means?
I'm trying to remember.
In prison, or is she just destroyed? Like,
see, the comic.
I'm guessing destroyed, right?
The comic version of Hela, and I'll touch upon it now since we're talking about it. She's actually Loki's daughter in the comics. Not sister.
Still an Asgard. Well,
yeah. Well,
quote
unquote. Yeah.
Yeah.
But she was bound to Hell, but because of her heritage of Jotunheim, where Loki's from, Odin granted her dominion over both Jotunheim and Hell, and her whole shtick in the comics, of course, is she's bad. Of course, she's bad. She's goddess of death, of course, but she takes those that are unworthy for Valhalla, and she keeps them in Hell. The souls are unworthy. The really bad guys that don't die in battle type thing and all that. So there is a fine line. I think the Valhalla, from my understanding, at least from the comics version of it, is you go to Valhalla if you're fighting on behalf of the good guys type thing.
Okay.
Whereas if you're bad, Hela gets to take your soul. There's actually one comic line where Steve Rogers goes to Hell, and I'm trying to remember how it is. I think he promises her his soul if she gets him out. Like, he doesn't go to Hell from dying. He just physically goes to Hell, and like he's sent there for some reason or whatever, and he meets her. And she says, I know all about you and all this stuff. And she says his whole history and everything. And he says, I need to go and fight the battle that I'm supposed to be fighting right now with my friends or family, whatever. And he says to her, she says, I have the power to get you out of here, but you have to do something for me in return. So he promises her, kind of like a Mephisto thing, you can have my soul if you get me out of here. And I die in battle. He doesn't die, of course. So that part is upheld for Hela's part, at least. But I believe that's either in a comic or in a cartoon. It's in some sort of comic line of this.
Wow.
So
cool. I like that.
Anyways, so
yeah.
Ending landed for me. Best moment for me in Act 3 is unleashing Surtur.
Yeah.
I think because it is the climax, but also that is a bold choice and it looks awesome.
Yeah, I had a couple here. The Surtur one wins overall, but I
Mhm.
also think the fight on the Rainbow Bridge is freaking epic. It's one of the he comes down and he's just all full on Thor and he's just doing his thing. It's really the music starts playing as this movie is doing its thing.
Yep.
And like freaking what's his face? Carl Urban's character
Yep.
comes out with the guns, and I like that.
Scourge.
We haven't really talked about him, but it's just because it's just I don't really have a lot to say. I kind of wish there's a more for him, but I like that he was just this guy that went along with it because he doesn't want to die. But then in the end was like earned his way. You know what I mean? I like that.
Yeah.
And I also like the thing with Odin. It goes to show me that this is how I personally, I might be wrong, but this is how I take Thor's power in this whole thing, because everyone kind of thinks it's weird that why couldn't he just this and that at certain times. I think Thor's power, we learn in this just as Thor learns, because I think Thor ultimately, most of his life, probably thinks a lot of his power still comes from the hammer, even though he still can do electricity stuff when he doesn't have it. But I think he thinks he's powerless without it, right? I think that this movie complements this, though, because we now see that, no, the power, you are the god of thunder and lightning. You're not the god of hammers. Your hammer is just your weapon, the conduit.
Yeah, yes. Your hammer just helps you focus that power and harness it and wield it. But that doesn't mean you can't do it without it.
We see him mature into the thing that now he can focus it himself. And then you also realize, I think Thor's power, I think it's power level of it, like the level of power that he has, actually is very much tied into how he is mentally, like mental health wise. When if he's down and out and he's doubting himself, I think his power is weaker. And I think when he's mad and he's confident, his power is strong. I do think that. I think moving on, we see that as well. When he decides to hold the thing open for the star to go through him, and he shows up and give me Thanos, those are like, holy shit, you can't stop this guy.
No,
but when he's fat, so with Cheetos in his belly button, he probably couldn't start a light bulb.
Yeah,
thinking he could, which is why they kind of stopped him from doing the glove. Like, hey, you're in bad condition for this. Like, if his power was just always that powerful, he wouldn't have been in bad condition. But I think that I think his power is definitely linked to how he feels, for sure. You know what I mean? He's not just always that powerful.
Yeah.
Well, like Hulk could be sad, but he can still do whatever the hell he wanted. You know what I mean? It's just Hulk. But I think that with Thor, it's very much so. He's got to have, that's why that Rainbow Bridge is such a great scene, because he does accept it and bring it. But it is cool that he still can't beat Hela. And they realize, shit, we can't beat this. We can't win.
Yeah.
And then it's like, well, I'm going to cause Ragnarok, which makes the prophecy or the vision that he saw from Age of Ultron come true. The whole, I think Heimdall literally tells him in that vision that you bring Ragnarok.
Yep.
And he brought Ragnarok.
And that's,
Literally.
Yep.
It's like, what? It's wild that they just follow through.
That was cool.
It's genius.
That was really cool compliment to Age of Ultron.
It's those moments that make us think, was Age of Ultron better than we thought?
Yep.
And then we'll watch and realize
that's one of the things the Marvel does really brilliantly is any movies that are not as good or well received for whatever reason, whether structurally or the tone or just anything, any part of it. Future movies can be able to reference it, compliment it, and make it where that was necessary to have that duller movie. You know what I mean? So we could give it a lower score, but if it wasn't for The Dark World, we wouldn't have gotten what we got in Endgame. If it wasn't for what happened in Age of Ultron, we wouldn't have gotten both Thor and Bruce that we got in this movie. So the same thing with the Mandarin. If we didn't have what we had in Iron Man 3, which I still don't like, but it wouldn't have made, when we got the payoff of the real Mandarin, it tastes so much sweeter now that we got it.
That's right.
So that Marvel is great at that, which gives me hope for any of their bad movies. We might get 3 or 4 movies away from now, and they do either another Captain America movie or something that references Brave New World and be like, okay, I see what you did there.
My biggest fear is we go into Doomsday, and Steve is the one that makes some sort of comment that references Brave New World in a positive way.
Oh, yeah. Well, because there's no way for him to do that. What if he doesn't see it? He's never seen Brave New World.
No, but I'm just if Steve sees, but if he sees, the new suit because when we go into Doomsday, who's Captain America right now? Anthony Mackie is. He's gonna see it, and it's just gonna be like, looks good on you.
Yeah, that's
and
it.
We're gonna be like, no, it doesn't. Stop it. It doesn't. It's bad because that's how we feel, right? We feel like they fail us in that aspect. The smartest thing they could do is he hands the shield to Steve. I think when he shows up, as Steve shows up in Doomsday, in that moment, and they actually meet, he needs to hand that shield to him and be like, we need you. We need Captain America. Like you.
Yes.
And then we're going to be like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
That should happen.
That should happen. But it should.
Climax earned, yes.
Yep.
Your biggest issue, would you say, with Act 3? There's only one issue I would say that I had, but it's not.
Card stupid joke at the end, I guess.
Yeah, that is a bad. Yeah, that is bad.
It is minute.
See, I can't even say this is my biggest issue because there's no actual confirmation of it. It's suggested at the end that both Surtur and Hela are dead.
Oh yeah,
but one, we don't see anyone actually die, so you can't say that. But two, we do know Asgard is gone and Surtur's just not there, and it blows up. I kind of wish that they were still around.
I agree with the Hela part of it. I think Surtur was excited. I think that was his goal. I think he wants to just fulfill his prophecy.
Yep.
I think he knows it means.
Yeah. So
him being gone too.
Yeah.
But that to him, that was like, well, if that was the purpose of your life, he wins.
Yeah.
If anybody won in this, it's Surtur. He got the best of the deal. He got to do exactly what he was born to do, which is destroy Asgard.
I just think it'll be, for Hela's sake at least, it'll be an interesting thing to see her return where she doesn't have that power because Asgard is gone.
I agree with you. I think it'd be cool to see her return.
Not needed the return, but just to see her return and be like, oh, you are still evil, but you're kind of powerless now because the source of your strength from Asgard is not there anymore.
Yeah, I think that's the two arguments against her of her being alive. Is one, her source of her power is Asgard's gone, so really Hela now would just be a woman.
Yep.
And secondly, if there's anything that can destroy her, it's the thing that's meant to destroy them, which is Surtur.
That's true. Yeah.
So, and not Surtur from the beginning, but Surtur mixed with the Eternal Flame.
Does she get cut at all in this movie? I think maybe one time. And
I think Thor and her have some good moments back, but it's not. I mean, it just doesn't.
Because I know
she gets stabbed and it's like it doesn't phase her.
Yeah, she got stabbed in the back during that army scene. And she immediately turned around and killed him. But I think she's still fighting with that sword inside her.
Like, whatever. Yeah, she's very unstoppable.
She's overpowered to a degree.
Well,
but it's good.
But she's where her power is. Right?
Exactly. So, yeah.
But yeah, I think if anyone's going to destroy her, though, it's going to be Surtur.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he hits her. Like, I always thought that it was very convoluted. Like, he just comes down and we think she just falls in. Oh, no, the tip of that sword is her. Like, boom. If you watch at the end of that, you see he does. It's direct hit. So if he doesn't kill her, she took a real big hit from one of the most powerful things in her world.
Yeah.
In her universe.
I mean, technically speaking, that doesn't, even though it was that powerful thing, Asgard is still there and she is still that powerful. It probably didn't, but at the same time, I think by the time Asgard actually exploded, you're right. I think she exploded with it.
Yeah.
Because that is everything for her.
Yeah.
Who knows? But as of right now, Cate Blanchett's not returning. No. So we don't know.
I mean, with some real creative writing, you might be able to do something.
Watch, she's in Secret Wars and she's with Doom. Anyways.
Comes out as his wife.
Oh, okay. Anyways, I don't know about that. But
maybe you'll just kill her.
Yeah. Yeah. Throw me your swords, I'll throw them right back.
Yeah.
Like,
God damn, do that. Just watch
Decapitator
of him beating off fighting off Apocalypse. I think
think he could. Yeah.
They're gonna have to think of a good way of killing Magneto.
I agree.
Better not be cheap, y'all. I'm telling you right now. I'm gonna want a refund.
So your score for Act 3?
I'm gonna give it.
I gave it a 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 10 out of 10 as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, post-credit scene. What happens as the Asgardian refugee ship travels through space? It's intercepted by a massive vessel belonging to Thanos. This directly sets up the opening for Avengers Infinity War. post-credit scene is on Sakaar. The Grandmaster attempts to calm an angry mob and claims the revolution is over, and he was actually part of it. It's a humorous tag to show he may or may not have been overthrown.
Mm-hmm.
We really don't know that part. But, yeah. How important are they to the MCU?
So that first one's mega important.
Yeah.
Because it's leading right into a big deal.
Yep.
Which is also sad to think they went through all that just to have half Morty die.
Yeah, right?
God, man.
And if that's not enough. When the snap happens, whatever half is left, there's half again.
Yeah, so
like, what the heck?
And there's like 3 Guardians walking.
Like, what the heck is going on? Right?
They did good.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Gosh.
For the Grandmaster part, it's not really that important because there's no payoff yet.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually sad about that because I think that I think he can talk his way out of being killed.
Yeah.
Because he's that kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to see, and you know what would be smart? And if they ever, did they have the rights to the Hulk back again now? It's back to Foley and they just haven't done nothing yet?
It's the solo distribution rights. So they could do a full Hulk movie, but they cannot release it without Universal doing it.
So I think if they're smart, they would start looking into fixing that problem.
Mm-hmm.
And your first solo Hulk movie would be a World War Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
I know that this touches on that, but I would argue to say you're in a perfect position at this point to do this with the Hulk because what else can we do with him right now? We're getting kind of like, and B, if he does some bad things in Spider-Man No Way Home, it's a good opportunity for everybody to say, maybe he needs to not live here anymore. And and let that storyline play out.
Which is that story,
and then we get a World War Hulk movie where it is just on that planet. Then you can have your Bay-to-Bay Bill or whatever. We can have a lot of fun stuff. And we get Jeff Goldblum back. I think that'd be great. I think that'd be a great idea.
They might even have a way of doing it where it's still a Hulk-centric movie, but it's not. And I don't want to say this to like scapegoat another character into someone else's supposed to be movie like they do a Brave New World, but they could do like Avengers World War Hulk. And it's the Avengers keeping Hulk at bay from unleashing hell on Earth or wherever. And he brings Sakaar and the Grandmaster and all them with him type thing.
Sick.
So it's still an Avengers movie. So they don't get that distribution trouble, but Hulk is your main guy in the movie.
Because you can't, at this point, they're tied with Hulk, right?
Yeah.
Other than, let's say they got all the rights where they don't have to worry about the Universal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Even then, to make a Hulk movie and not have other characters show up is almost impossible.
Well, at this point in the MCU, unless you take him to Sakaar.
Unless you take him off world.
Yes.
It's
then
impossible. They all have to show up.
Yeah.
Somebody does.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't do that and destroy something and the heroes don't show up.
Uh-huh.
Right? So it's like, to me, the only smart thing to do here is, hey, you still got Goldblum out there.
Mm-hmm.
Do it. He'll do it.
Sakaar is still there.
Have it. Let Sakaar. I'd love to go back to Sakaar and see that stuff. It'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And then your first, build up to a sweet big Avengers movie like that.
Yep.
That'd be cool. Yeah. Can you imagine seeing some of our X-Men on Sakaar? I think it'd be some really fun stuff going on there.
I'd love to see kind of like that. I think that either this was a Secret Wars or Battle World storyline or something. There is a storyline in the comics, and guys, please comment down below and tell me what this is that I'm referencing. But there is one where the Grandmaster and his brother, the Collector, actually do assemble teams to fight each other just for the hell of it.
That's cool.
That could be a part of some of that too, is you get other characters. Yeah. But maybe it's like Hulk and his team versus Thor and his team, or Captain Marvel and his team, or something. And you have to figure out a way to get out of it. And your bad guys are these two brothers that they're just using you like a chessboard, basically.
I think there's a spot for Deadpool in Sakaar.
Oh yeah.
I think he'd love that place.
Yeah.
Like there'd be some funny moments of him just like living it up, his feet up, playing poker and stuff. And this is where he comes to chill because it's just like a private, It's just, it's like,
these are his people.
Yeah, his people. Yeah, I think it'd be great.
Yeah. All right. So hype level, I put at 50%.
Yeah, because the one really is the big one.
Yeah. So I just split everything in half. Score 5 out of 10 for me.
Yeah.
So
same. Agreed.
Okay, guys, deep dives. Yeah. Here we go. So casting and performances. Mm-hmm. The best performance of the film.
This is tough, man. All I did was weigh it out on the importance of the characters, what their arc was, the most important parts of their arc, the ones that made me excited the most. I can't think of many people that did bad in this. truthfully, in the long run. But this is the first time. I think this is when he's going to deserve it the most. I'm going to give it to Chris Hemsworth as Thor. I think that his character had the most character development that needed him to find and stretch those. He needed to find the balance of old Thor to the new Thor at the end and feel like it was fluid and working and made sense for us to accept it. The writing was there for it to be there, but if he didn't do it right, it would have been too weird. And as you get through this movie, he progressively goes from that Viking Thor that's kind of, pompous and all that crap still, to angry Thor, to I'm kind of getting it, Thor, to look, I understand it, and I just need to do the right thing, Thor, to I don't know why I can't do this, Thor, to I understand my real power, to holy cow, I'm king. And that's a lot to go through. And I think he sells every minute of it when he does it. Because the Thor in the beginning is very different than the Thor talking to Loki in the elevator. And the Thor talking to Loki in the elevator is very different than the Thor at the end with his eye gone. And he's like accepted who he is. Or at least understands who he is more.
Yeah.
Because he never really does accept himself for a long time.
Mhm.
But I think there's very different things going on that he needed to nuance wise do well or it wouldn't work. Everyone else I don't think had that task.
Mhm.
The only one that comes close would be Loki, but he's on my list later. So
I completely agree with you.
yeah.
Chris Hemsworth, for his performance and the writing of Thor, Thor had a complete arc the whole movie from the beginning to where you meet him at the end. And Chris Hemsworth nailed it from the emotional aspect, the physical aspect, the comedic aspect, everything they gave for him to do. He excelled at every level. He proved that you could do this and make it work.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, he deserves that crown for this.
Too. He had to work or the movie wouldn't have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see here. Most surprising performance. Do you have one? I have two on the top of my head. Well, really, I actually only have one. The other one I shouldn't be surprised. I just wrote them down because I wanted to. I put Jeff Goldblum as one of them.
I did too.
But at the same time, it's, how do I say this without any disrespect? He's kind of him playing him in the MCU.
Yeah, it actually kind of works though.
Yeah. Oh, it's perfect.
Okay, to compliment what you say, yes, it's him playing him, but there's a menacing side to him that you see every once in a while. Is kind of mean. That, and Jeff Goldblum's not that, at least.
Yeah.
So that if there's any part of the character that is fake or that is what he's acting, is there's moments where he's a mean guy, but his comedy and the delivery and how he's moving and doing his stuff, that is a lot of just Jeff stuff, which works real well. And it's neat that he's doing some of that music too, because when he's playing the keyboard and all that, it's actually him doing that because he plays music, and it's just funny that he brings to the soundtrack. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. If he was a little more menacing, I'd see more of his acting chops, I feel like.
Yeah.
But it's okay. It works because we love him.
Great side bad guy. Yeah.
Yeah. But the other person I put was Cate Blanchett.
Okay.
Because she nailed the evilness. You know, she was funny when they had those little comedic moments, but mainly there's that role. She didn't have to do any emotional depth for it. She understood that Hela is just evil and I'm going to be evil. And that's it. She nailed it.
Yeah. Yeah. I had first, second, and third place. And third place was Jeff. Second was Hela. And first, I'm going to give it to Loki. And I did this because this is the first time, or not the first time, but this is the final arc of his into becoming a good guy. Because as we know what happens to him next, you know what I'm saying? He's at this moment, or at the end of this movie, they could have easily done this whole what's Loki's final, last little trick, and it wasn't. He committed, you know what I mean, to the good part of himself. This is his transformation. And so I got to give it to him because I think he just played it well, you know?
Yeah, I can see that. All right. Weakest performance. Do you have any?
Yeah. I'm not, this is a controversial one, right? I'm going to kind of give it to Heimdall.
Okay.
Only I like seeing him not up there just being the guy with the sword. But all he really kind of did was some exposition and some fighting. I don't think we got anything transformative out of him
Mm-hmm.
that was like amazing. So I say weakest, even though it's still really good, you know?
Yeah.
The other part of it I will say is I do think this is the first time I feel Anthony Hopkins kind of hones in on Odin, and it doesn't feel like there's something missing out of his performance in Odin this time that wasn't missing the other times. And there's a certain way about him. And I get it. There's a whole new part of him that we haven't seen, but there's like little aspects about him that he didn't repeat.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I just felt like, that it just worked because it's him. You know, I didn't feel like there was much for him in this
Mm-hmm.
other than these moments. So he gets like a distant second if I had to pick, and be nitpicky. But here's the thing. I'm only doing it because I'm holding myself to the fire to pick one.
Mm-hmm.
Frankly, I think everybody does well in this movie. I don't think anybody really falls short, to be honest.
I agree what you just said right there, because that's hard for me. I left it blank because there wasn't anything that jumped out at me like, oh, that's really bad. But I agree with your assessments on all of them. Heimdall, cool, he's there, and they gave him more to do. I still think the best moment of Heimdall was in Thor: The Dark World when he did that. He jumped off and he jumped out. That was, he didn't do anything like that in this movie.
It's so awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of the action he did in this seemed lacking compared to what it looked like he could do. It was like, you probably could have done a lot more than.
Yeah.
And it made me wonder if the story had a lot to do with it, but he had it. So I'm not sure what I don't know.
Yeah, but I agree. I feel like everything you said was to a T. And yeah, Odin did have this, he had this gravitas about him in the first and second movie that you don't see in this movie. And I get it. His role in this one is simply to die and fade away.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like he's still Odin. So it's, it's I don't know.
But I also think that this movie, particularly because his role is smaller, he banked on the fact that if I look like him, no one's going to care.
Yeah.
I'm just going to come out and say my Anthony Hopkins lines and walk off.
Yeah.
And it kind of did. You know what I'm saying? This is the first time he felt just more like a guy.
I agree. Yes.
Which might compliment it actually a little, but I do miss that little bit of him that's a little weird. Yeah. I think maybe we get a little taste of it when he does see Thor, because the line that you're not the god of, you're god of thunder and lightning, not the god of hammers. A little bit it comes out there, but it's not, not enough.
Yeah.
Where I feel like if they just would have gave him I guess part of me thinks he could have got a better send off. But then once again, I struggle telling if it was meant to be this way so we don't like him anymore, or if it's this way and it's just how we feel about it. That's why I struggle giving this whole thing a score, because there's a part of me that's just like, Anthony Hopkins honed it in, and that's kind of why his death wasn't the most emotional moment, because they didn't quite just go the step they could go with it.
Yeah.
But then the other part of me is like, they did that on purpose because they want you to go into this going, wow, what a jerk to leave them with this mess. So there's an argument for both because it works either way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So hard to decide which one I want to, I guess it just decides on which one I want to believe. Do I believe that Anthony Hopkins just did it and they fell short on the emotion? Or do I want to believe that they fell short on the emotion because ultimately they want you to realize this awful thing he did?
Yeah. I feel like the latter that you said is they purposely didn't give him that much of a thing to do.
I agree.
Because it's more about what he did in the past that's going to haunt them for the rest of the movie.
It's a lot of the unsaid that's the problem.
Yes. Yeah.
Which that changes the score though, right? Because well, that's the different dynamic then. That's the hard thing about this movie is certain things you could easily be like, but this is that, and that's why it's a problem. But that problem is okay because it could be because of this.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense too.
This is the first movie, I would say, where you have a legacy actor that that's one of the things that I've always said on this podcast too. And I think it's true throughout these movies is that you get in someone like Anthony Hopkins that gives a little gravitas and validity as an actor, and then they outperform what you think they're going to do for a superhero movie. Robert Redford's a great case of that. You know, each one of these, especially the earlier movies, had that. This is the first movie, though, where he, as a legacy actor, is not doing that.
Yeah.
And part of me thinks it's intentional. And maybe your legacy actor in this is Cate Blanchett type thing, even though she's not legacy, you know, she's still modern, but she's still a fantastic actress, you know, for a one and done type role. But yeah, I felt that. And from my understanding of the deleted scene that they didn't use not deleted scene, the alternate scene of his death, Hela kills him as opposed to him dying and unleashing her. Because I had to look that up real quick, and I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, that's what it is. He's a homeless person in New York City, and Hela shows up when they show up, and she stabs him.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't like that either. Because
I like that she doesn't count till he dies.
Yes. Yep. I think for that reason, that's a good choice. They redid the whole scene, and they did the new scenery change and everything for it, because I like that she's only kept that babe because of his existence and power. Yeah. Anyways, so I agree with you on your weakest performances. All right, casting wins and misses.
I think Jeff Goldblum's a win.
Mm-hmm.
I think Cate Blanchett's a win.
Yep.
For all the reasons you said. I also think Carl Urban's a win for this small character, Scourge. That is, we haven't really talked about, but we'll just give it the quick.
I literally wrote those three names.
That's wild. Yeah, he's perfect. He's such a coward.
Yeah,
but he's funny, and he's just kind of in to survive.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end, he's like, "Oh, I'm not going to go out this way. I'm going to make sure." And he knows how he wants to go. You know what I mean? And I just like him. I just like it. You know, part of me is like, I kind of wish we had more in him. But the other part of me is I'm glad we only got so little. What a casting to have such a small part, though.
It's a small part, but sprinkled throughout the whole movie. And what I like about it is it allows his existence as a character being there, allows for Hela to give some exposition of herself.
Telling his story.
Yep. When she talks to him about, back in my time, we had executioners to execute people and their vision. Mm-hmm. And I was Odin's executioner. You can be mine. You know, that's really cool. I love that.
I don't want to die. Sounds good.
Yeah, exactly. You know what's funny? That's one of the things you mentioned earlier about this, is that this movie basically is each one of these characters in their own way are just fighting to survive throughout this whole movie. His is no different. He switches to her side because he knows she won't kill him. But at the same time, he doesn't want to be on her side, but he doesn't want to go against her until he sees a force big enough to go against her. And then he decides, I am going to go against you. And this is my part in doing it. And she ultimately does the killing right off the bat because she's Hela. And that's what she's known for at this point. But every one of them is doing this as a way to figure out how do we survive.
Every character is.
Every character.
Even Hela.
Yes. Yes, she's fighting all of them so she can survive with Asgard intact.
That's right.
And when she's fighting Surtur, that's her trying to survive her power from not being quenched.
Even Jeff Goldblum. His power and what he has over them, this whole idea of controlling everybody and choosing and doing the ultimate choices.
Yep.
All this stuff, it's all about survival. He even shows them when it crashes about survival. Well, he'll say anything. He's a hustler. He'll do anything he can. Like, I was part of the revolution, right? Even in that post-credit scene.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about, this whole thing's all about surviving something and not, which actually, if you think about it, the heart of the movie then, oh my God, this just made me, I just thought of it now, is Valkyrie. Because that's her idea. The idea that she survived that thing is the haunting her when they're going through now again. Like, oh my God.
Yep.
How do you score this movie when you figure out that some of it's so meta that way?
Yep.
I've decided. I think I've decided on.
Yeah.
That right there just made me go, that's awesome. How's that not awesome? Like this. I mean, it's there. The correlation is there. Like, interesting.
Yeah. All right. So this is getting really exciting, y'all. All right. Missed opportunities or wasted potentials.
I'm gonna, for the sake of our little argument I had earlier, I think it would have been neat to have another round of Valkyries that have been created, and they do get destroyed by her. So if there is another missed opportunity, maybe one more show of her power, yes.
Mhm.
I will still stand by. I don't necessarily need it to get it.
Yeah.
Because I do take what she did to those guys as heaviness, but it would have been a sweet scene.
I agree.
Give that to you. And I don't think it would hurt the movie. It would have helped it.
Mm.
But it doesn't hurt it with it not there either. So it's
I feel the same way.
me.
I feel the same way.
Yeah.
And that's why I said earlier that's really a nitpick. The movie is great of the first act. It really is good. It's just that there are some parts where I kept thinking in my head, if they did it this way, it wouldn't have taken away from the rest of it, but it would have either given us an extended Hela scene, since this is the only time we get her, or, just maybe tweak Odin's role where he had a little bit more to do with it.
Which is why it's so hard to score.
Mm-hmm.
You could easily say that's a fault.
Yeah, but it's not a fault.
But if it's meant, is it a fault? If they meant that to be that way, it's not then, right?
Mm-hmm. It's not like they had to do that to fix a continuity issue in Act 1, because Act 1 is great.
I can't find any problems with it like that in that sense.
Yeah.
Anything that majorly goes, well, this goes against a lot of them.
So I honestly...
Hammer discussion, but we both agreed that's been a problem already.
Yes.
At this point, we need to let it go because they'd have to go back and fix it.
Yeah. It's not that past mistake that's going to make this one. We're judging this movie on the merits of this movie alone, with what they already established.
I even gave the argument that back when Hela had it, maybe that was worthy for it.
Yep.
There was the cause they had was different than...
So
there's even a way out of that.
I really should have gone up from 8.5 to at least a 9.5 for Act 1, but I did. I gave it. I'm not going to go back on that part. Yeah. But for the whole retrospective of the whole film, it wasn't that consequential to say that is a bad act at all.
Yeah, my God.
Such
a hard movie.
I know.
I've gone up and down 3 points as we've talked.
I know now.
Went down 2, went back up 1, went back up another 0.1. Like, I don't know what the hell to do here, Sammy.
Yeah,
I'm going to give it my gut, my heart instinct when we get there. But
I think I know now I'm going to score this whole movie.
I'm almost settled too. Almost.
Oh boy. All right, guys. So, direction and production. From the direction style to the cinematography to the action quality, the CGI, and the music/score. What do you think of this whole thing?
So I'm going to go with the CGI. I think the CGI is really good.
Mm-hmm.
I love Sakaar and the production style of Sakaar and all the action there. It looks great.
Mm-hmm.
The fight with Hulk is some of the best.
Planet Hulk, Gladiator Hulk, whatever you want to call him. Really good.
Both their costumes. I'm
really good
on that stuff.
Yeah, from his helmet to to Hulk's sweat to his butt. Perfect.
Great. Yeah.
You nailed it.
Yeah. And the action on top of it, the choreography in this is fantastic.
Yeah.
The Hela stuff is awesome. The fight with Hulk and them is awesome. The fight Thor does on the bridge is awesome. The action in this is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
The cinematography is even better. I like that they made bold choices of like the fact that we got to go what it looks like to fly through the Bifrost. What a choice.
Mm-hmm.
Like to me, that's equivalent to like when we decided to stick with Nightcrawler.
Yep.
In Apocalypse, right?
Yep.
Like I'm going to gush about that because you never would have thought. Someone sat there and said, what would be really cool right here? Like when he just takes Xavier, let's actually see what that looks like from his point of view. And we're like, that's kind of, and then when we saw it in the movie, I was just like, my mind melted. I'm like, what? Because it was so unexpected.
So good.
I thought he'd grab him, just poof, and we'd see him. But the fact that we went with him, you're like, it's just like, what? This is happening. We didn't need that. And you did it. Like, to me, that's the same thing with that. The Bifrost, I'm like, whoa, we're with them. What's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
Like, then it plays out, right? And the fact that you can be knocked out of it's wild because you don't even think about that stuff. And
and like you said about the hammer, how the Surtur battle in the beginning, that's so cool.
Yeah, it's so good. And when you're at the end and you got Hulk fighting the wolf, and the scenes of them down in the water, it looks massive. It's big. You're like, wow, look at the scale here. And then when Surtur's out and he's huge and Hulk finds it, he did well with the scale of what he wanted these to look like.
Yeah.
I was like, man, because it feels small. And then when they went big, it went big. And dare I say, I think this is the best Asgard's looked on screen so far.
Oh, well, I want to compliment on this. Yeah. The little were there, which is one reason. I think that's one reason why I would have restructured the first act, because you got to stay in Asgard a little longer. But it's okay.
But I love.
Yeah.
I like that there's a fight on it. Rainbow Bridge has always been my favorite part of these movies.
Yeah.
I love that there's a fight
Yeah.
on it. It's just,
Every movie there's a fight on it, actually.
Yeah,
It's really cool.
Yeah.
From the first one with Loki to this last one with Hela.
It's
wow.
awesome. Yeah, it's awesome.
It's so cool, right?
The music is a character of its own.
Yeah.
The music, I mean, it's just...
He took a page out of James Gunn. He did bold choices. See, what's playing on our screen right now, all I need is a really cool cinematic scene of that instead of the flashbacky stuff. It looks good. I'm not complaining. It's what's on the screen right now, guys, is the flashback of Valkyrie fighting Hela a long time ago, and all the other Valkyrie are dead, basically. She's reliving that trauma that Loki's putting her through. But but
you know, they utilize the shadow of her antlers in this across the dead bodies. I mean, there's certain things. It's almost like this was pretty perfect too. Like in its own way, it's really good. Right?
In its own way, it really is.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Ugh! It's so tough.
Anyways, so and that great example of how great the cinematography and the visuals are. That looks like it's ripped out of one of those graphic books, the graphic novels, I should say. Yeah, it's really, really well done. Also, the other thing I want to point out that you mentioned it in our history of the film, but the Jack Kirby inspiration that he drew in the Fantastic Four and some of those early comics, Taika Waititi's vision of putting that specifically on Sakaar, or the whole mural behind Loki and the Grandmaster when Hulk and Thor are fighting, it literally is ripped out of the comics, and it complements Sakaar and the design they made for it so well.
Yeah.
I love that touch. And we get a lot more of that in the Fantastic Four movie because that's literally where it came from. But for this to give a nod to it, that's great. Yeah. That's fantastic. Yeah. Good Easter egg for hardcore comic fans, you know? All right. Now we're going to get on to our hot takes.
So I have to tell you, we've kind of already said our hot takes and through our talking. Mine, I'll just over real quick. Like, you know, my hot take of it was it is a reboot, like a legit reboot. Yeah. It's a stripping of Thor on purpose. And I think that to do such a thing in the middle of a franchise thing that this close to a big Avengers movie, I think they really were kind of like, oh boy, we hope this works. But I think my biggest hot take that I haven't mentioned yet is the big swings that this takes. The one that got too much attention that they're too focused on is the comedy. I don't think that's the biggest swing of the movie. I think it's the only thing you notice first.
Yes, definitely.
And unfortunately, because it's the thing you notice first, it's the thing that gets the most attention, which is why it's the thing you hear most bitched about, to be honest. But to be honest with you, the comedy in this wasn't as jarring as the choices they made, to me. If you took the comedy out of this and they made it serious with still the same stuff that happens, it'd be like, whoa, I can't believe they did this. We'd be looking at it a little differently. It'd be a super dark, serious, really killing these guys doing this. If you just took the comedy out and wrote it serious, but the same story plays out, it'd be a wild story. It really wild. I think the swing here was the story, not the comedy.
You just touched upon,
stuck on it.
You just exactly touched upon what mine is, and it's going to kind of reveal my feelings of this whole movie. My biggest hot take for this is the biggest and most successful swing they've done since Captain America Winter Soldier.
I thought the same thing.
Getting rid of S.H.I.E.L.D.
That's right. That's right.
This is...
Oh, it's so good, Sam. You're right.
This is Thor's Winter Soldier.
Like times 5, too. Like, because getting rid of S.H.I.E.L.D. was big.
Yeah.
They not only got rid of S.H.I.E.L.D. in this.
Yeah.
They put Hulk on, the Hulk stuff alone is, I can't believe we did this. Then Asgard's gone, the hammer's gone, they cut his hair, people lose their mind over that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, he goes through a personal... If you thought the Thor story was done from the childish way he acted in the first film all the way till you got to the Avengers type thing, he just went through a whole new character evolution, not just in how they wanted the more comedy, the more natural feeling, the more modern touch to him, but also just him as a character. He starts off with this movie with a father and finding out his brother's alive, to all of a sudden, he lost his dad, he found out he had a sister, he lost her, he loses his home. He actually explains all this in Infinity War to Rocket.
Yep.
All of that he says there, you're like, oh, that sounds like a great movie. This is the movie, and this is amazing.
Yeah, I will say this.
And yeah.
What's even more amazing about that, I'll even add to that, not only is this his biggest arc, the most successful arc, the fastest one, it's still just in the middle of the real arc of him.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you look forward, this was successful, so the other half of his arc could be that good.
Yes.
Because from Thor, I got the long hair, to I found my dad and he's dying, I'm all, Asgardian, whatever big princess he can be, right?
Yep.
To fat Thor becomes Viking Thor fighting Thanos.
Yep.
That's the full arc right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's the full arc right there.
That's big.
Actually, I lie. It's not. It still continues to Love and Thunder.
Well, that's
the
what
full
I was
arc
say.
Is when he gets his daughter. That's the full arc.
That is. And he loses the love of his life. You see, just when you think at this movie,
he's going,
yeah, you think it's done. He's reached a pinnacle. He's become king, all this somber stuff. He goes through a whole other evolution with finding Jane, reconnecting with her, and then her dying in his arms. Only when you think he's lost literally everything. At that point, he's lost his brother too. He's lost everything. Then all of a sudden, he gains a daughter, Love and Thunder. That is an amazing.
These people at Marvel that kind of took over at a certain point after Age of Ultron, after Thor Dark World and all that, was once we got the Civil War and on scenes, or I would say Winter Soldier and on, I guess, would be the best way to put it. But I'll say specifically Civil War and on. Winter Soldier was the prelude to, do you like that? Wait till you see a bunch more coming.
Yeah.
But Civil War and on, from then, it seems like the creativeness behind it, the decision-making, whether it's the directors mixed with the Russos, mixed with Kevin Feige, probably all four, you know what I mean? Whatever it is, they saw ahead. You went from, we're not sure what to do with Thor, we need to reboot him, to thank you, now we know what to do with him for 6 more movies almost.
Yeah.
Like how many? This one, the next Infinity War, Endgame, and then Love and Thunder. You gave us more for him to do in all of those movies than you could have even thought of with what you had set up for him.
Yes, and it makes me anticipate his Doomsday role, because he has his own trailer for the Doomsday role.
Now it's in the Russo's hands.
Yes.
Who oversaw this stuff. We know they did.
And for the 2-minute trailer we got for that teaser in front of Avatar of Thor, it looks amazing of Thor.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So when people sit back on their online thing and they're all cool and stuff and they think they sound pretentious and awesome when they say they've ruined Thor, they've gone too far. They brought Thor back to life. Because I'm not saying you couldn't have made another good way like they did the first two. Like you and I said, I think there is a good movie there, but unfortunately, it just wasn't, the taste of it wasn't set.
Yeah, there's some missteps, but it is there. It's just cloudy.
Yeah.
This one, it's crystal clear what they did.
They knew that they're going to make this character someone that's going to be, like I said, I even said this before. If there's any of them that I want to go for longer than any of the others, I want Thor to be one of the oldest Avengers teaching the young ones. I think that leads there, personally. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that would be awesome. Yeah. What a feat to not just give him the best arc in this movie that you could possibly give, but to set it up for the next. I mean, how many movies? Ridiculous amount. Ridiculous amount of stuff.
Yeah. I agree. Oh, guys. Now we're getting to some more of our deep dive here. Answer fast, don't overthink. Best scene of the movie.
Yeah, Jesus. I mean,
there's like 3 on the top of my head, but I feel like I don't know. The 3 that's going through my head is Hela versus the army, Thor versus Hulk, and Surtur being unleashed. Those 3 are so well done, respectful in their own, and the brilliance of him, of deciding this is what we're going to do with Hela. This is how we're going to have Hulk and Thor fight and talk. And then this is how we're going to end the movie, is cause Ragnarok instead of prevent it. It's, wow. I don't know what the pick of those 3, but those are my 3 favorites.
Yeah, I have to tell you, all three of them are fantastic, and they're on the running up. But the one that's speaking to me the most, I just feel like it deserves it, only because I compare it to other moments in the MCU when we would, or moments in any movie that we've watched together, and we've kind of looked at each other like that just happened. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I have to tell you, when he sees Odin and Odin gives him the whole speech about the hammer, but when he does power up and hits her with that lightning and then jumps down to the bridge and just starts that whole sequence of that fight, it's just, you're just like, you just want to root. It reminds me of the Guardians hallway scene in Guardians 3. Because when we get there, that's a big scene.
Oh my gosh,
Their
yes.
last big fight together.
I forgot that.
So freaking good.
That is good.
You know, and then it reminds me of the other ones they do in the other Guardians movies of them together doing that.
Yep.
It's just like, how do you take away from how awesome that is? You know, it's hard to, yeah, I can't take it. I love that. I buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of times you don't buy those character moments, or it's not that you don't buy them, but they're fine. It works. That time was like, yes.
Yep.
And I'm going to give it to that for that reason.
Yeah.
Because the others got all the good reasons to be there. But at that point, even in a rewatching of this, when he jumps down and that music comes out and the imagery of him flying down and the slow motion and he hits and he just boom, boom, boom. And you're just like, this is some of the best stuff we ever saw. You know, and everybody gets their moment. She comes walking out, starts kicking ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, Loki's doing some of the best fighting we see Loki do. I mean, it's just that whole segment, in my opinion, is the bridge or the fight on Rainbow Bridge. I'm going to give it to that scene.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to talk about, least best scene.
I mean,
it's hard to talk about the least best scene because this movie was, they may have moments here or there. I guess maybe some of the jokes didn't land as well as they could have, if you want to say least best scene. But and everyone out there on the internet, they're gonna say the least best scene is when Hela kills those three Thor companions right there in the beginning. So I see that if you're a fan of that, but guys, you have to realize the meta-ness that we talked about of this already is literally a great way of getting rid of the old and bringing in the new. So I can't say it's the least best scene, but
least best scene. So I don't think there's any scene in this that goes by that makes me go, boy, that could just not be there.
Yeah. Right.
But maybe there's a scene I can try to think of off the top of my head. I've had all this time to think of this, guys, and I can't. So I'm going to be honest with you. Unless I can come up with one before we get to the end, I want us to move on because I don't really have a least best scene. But I guess, you know, because like I was going to say the scene when Odin dies, because it could have been more, but at the same time, we just got done saying, I definitely believe they didn't want you to feel the feels there yet. So duh, you know, it's not.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. So I guess you could throw that in there, but it's not. Yeah, we'll ponder that, and if we don't get to it, that means there wasn't one. So some movies can be that way. Look at Winter Soldier. That had none. Civil War, that never had one.
You had to literally just pick things that were like not as good as other ones. You know
yeah, yeah, right.
For the hell of it, I'm just going to say that one stupid joke at the end. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
If I had to give an answer, but even then, I wouldn't even take that out.
Yep.
I'd let that have its flavor because I like Taika. That's what he wanted us to hear. That's what we heard. Didn't ruin it. Could have been more emotional, but whatever.
Yep.
See,
I agree.
Like, what are we doing here? Like, it's like, yeah. Oh, so hard.
All right, best villain moment. So hands down, like I said, for one of my favorite scenes, there's two scenes for villain. I guess how do I say this? They both involve Hela because she is my favorite villain of this whole movie, and obviously I already talked about the scene of her versus the army, but I'm gonna give this part to her talking to Thor. When she walks up to him, he's on the throne, and it's not much of a conversation, but it's really good dialogue between the two of them on who their father is. And then, oh, you look like dad now, when she cuts his eye out and be like, whoa, it's really good.
Yeah.
I think they play off each other really well.
Yeah, I agree with you. I have three.
Okay.
Hers is that one's the first one.
Mhm.
The second one is I do like it when she breaks the hammer. I think it's awesome. It's oh my God moment. And it's great. And she's got a great look on her face. And that's your introduction. What a great way. At least they didn't do the stupid crap like I always have been complaining about. She just kills some guy. She did something real awesome. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And I wanted to pick a moment for Jeff because he is kind of a side villain. So I thought I'd want to give one of his too. And my favorite moment of his is when he zaps that guy.
Kills. That's his cousin.
Yeah, and it's his cousin. Yeah, and it's just how he reacts, just how the whole thing. He's just a scheming.
You are pardoned for life.
Yeah, no.
Be like, oh my gosh.
But then when it happens, he's almost kind of like, oh.
He's like, oh, I'm stepping in it. I'm stepping in it.
How bad it is.
I love Thor's reaction. He's like, oh my God.
Because it's terrible. But
It is. He just turns into this goo.
Yeah.
Like, oh.
So I like that.
He turns into Senator Kelly. Almost. Oh, geez. So let's see. Most punchable face.
So yeah, the other scavenger there that doesn't like
his.
I know she gets her due, but she just punches in the face. She needs it.
I like some of her comedic moments. Yeah,
there are a couple times though Core could have used a good punch to the face.
I wrote down Odin. Look what you left your children. I know you're dying, but for goodness,
I like that. He needs a sock to the face, man.
For goodness, I know you're dying, and I'm sorry you are, but this whole time, you didn't mention this. You could have prevented this. You could have done something else.
Over 3 movies, we found 3 different ways that he's failed them.
I can imagine he gets up to Valhalla, and the first thing the Frigga does is slap him.
Yeah.
Just to be like, look what you left our sons.
Yeah. It's like, what the heck, dude? You doomed to Asgard, basically.
Yeah, yes.
Thanks.
Our home's gone. Thank you.
Thanks, guy.
Anyways, one prop you take home.
Thor's helmet in the battle.
Okay. That's so good.
Sick.
I found one very obscure that you're going to be like, huh?
Okay.
The glass the Loki has when he's sitting with the Grandmaster and he walks in. Okay. It's this weird squiggly thing that almost...
Oh, yeah, the thing is cool.
It almost looks like one of those things you turn them upside down, the bubbles happen type thing. I'm like, it looks like a martini glass. It's morphed into stuff. That'd be pretty cool.
I like that. That's
good. Yeah.
I like that.
All right, most underrated moment. So I had 2. I think I already mentioned one. I'm trying to remember what it is because I didn't write it down. But as we were talking about, I'm like, yeah, that is an underrated moment. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Rewind back if you want to hear that second one. But the first one I did put down here is, and I thought this was weird, but then I looked it up online after I was thinking about it. I'm like, no, this is a legit thing. When Loki disappears on the streets of New York and the card is left and Thor says, Loki, and he pokes it with his hammer / umbrella. You could just write that off as funny, but it reminds me of the story he tells later that when he turns into a snake and he's like, and I love snakes. Then all of a sudden he turned back and he stabbed me. I feel like that's like a little nod to it, that it could be Loki turning out of a card to stab him again. Yeah. And part of me is like, that's kind of brilliant if that's really what they intended it to be. But I'm like, maybe I'm overthinking this.
No, you're not. I think he's been tricked by him a lot. Where he's
he's
just turned into a card.
Yeah, yes.
Yes. It's like I gotta check.
It's like Loki.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's 100%. Like he's very aware that this guy does this stuff. Yeah. My underrated moment was one of your best moments, or one of your favorite moments of one of the other ones, which was Thor knowing that not to trust him and put the thing on his neck. Yeah.
Yes.
I think people pass that by not realizing that that's how smart he's getting to him.
Well, that's the thing. You look up online right now, what would people say is the worst thing about the movie? And they all say he's acting like a man-child. He's too childish. And be like, no, he's not dumb. Yeah. He's learning from all this stuff and he's applying it.
What you're seeing is a Thor who's been hanging out with Earthlings and he's talking like them, acting like them. And the more Thor spends time out of Asgard, the more he brings qualities.
Yep.
And he particularly likes Earth. Gene, on top of it.
Yep. All his Avengers friends and how Tony acts, how Steve acts. How he takes a little bit of everything.
That's right.
I love that. I love that they put that into his character because it's a great ease and justification to reinvent him like they did in here. So, anyways, all right, guys. Let's see. Most overrated moment. You might definitely disagree with me on this. I feel like, but I put for my overrated moment is the get help scene.
Oh,
I like it. I'm not saying I would have taken it out at all, but I feel like that's talked too much. And yeah, it's funny between brothers and all that stuff. And he says, good help. And he throws him and all that. I'm like, yeah, that's funny. I did laugh at it, but part of me is like, I feel like people out there have overdone it.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that. I struggle with this one because I felt like everything is pretty solid.
Yeah.
I almost put Hela destroying the hammer.
That would have definitely. But I see your reason for it though, because of the worthiness of the hammer. If you had a better solid foundation of this freaking hammer, then it would have more gravitas.
It was going to be that until I realized we can explain why she had the hammer because that was her meaning then. So damn it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Right.
The one thing I thought I had wrong that I could really set on in this, I changed as we did this. So, I'm going to just let you have that. I'm going to agree with you on that one. We'll keep that underrated or overrated, I mean.
Yep.
Because I do feel like they don't talk enough about the dynamic of Loki and him in this. And for some reason, the thing they always talk about is, well, the one joke that does really work well is the get help joke. When it's like, no, there's a ton of jokes in this that work better than that. And that's just a fun tidbit with these guys. That's it. It's fine, but it's not the highlight of their situation.
I was going to say, and that is a fun brother moment, like I said a moment ago, between two of them. But it's not my favorite brother moment between two of them.
I'm going to be like, that's why this is.
Actually, I feel like, and this isn't a diss on this movie, but actually is more of a support of the movie before this. The best moment between Thor and Loki was that one scene when they're going to find Malekith with Jane.
I agree.
That is very good writing for both emotional part of it and just the brotherly part when he says, I really loved you. I really mourned for you. All this different stuff.
And I had, oh my God, I can't believe
it's
you just
so good.
Said that. Put a little note there because we'll get there. Let's keep going. I'm going to bring that scene. I was going to bring that scene up.
Okay.
You brought it up before me, but I got to tell you what you just said. Wait till you hear what I got to say. Go ahead.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. I put Loki and Thor. Funniest moment.
Whew. So
I'm so bad at this. I look at my notes. I wrote 3 moments in particular, then I never finished it.
Okay, I got 2. I'm gonna stick with the 2.
Okay.
I love the scene when he tells the story about the snake.
Yeah.
And he's like, and he stabs me. And I'm just like, I could not stop laughing. Chris just does it so well. It's funny. It's just, that's how he tells the story is what makes it so funny. But I got to give it to Scourge for my funniest moment. And he has 2 moments, I guess, technically.
Okay.
But it's in the same moment. I love when he tells them the name of the guns. Which I actually had to look it up while we're sitting here because I forgot how he split it. But he goes, I even named them. And what's his name? He goes,
Destroy. So together they destroy.
It was where'd you get him? He's like someplace called Texas. I'm like, yes.
Like my stuff.
Yeah, my stuff. That is, I have to tell you, that I freaking love that stuff. That is some of the funniest stuff. I think it's some of the funniest I've seen in the MCU so far, to be honest. So yeah, really that's my favorite moment, is Scourge with this stuff. But the snake story really had me cracked up. I love how Chris just sells that story so funny, like.
There's one moment of I forgot his name already on the top of my head. Sorry guys, I blanked on it. But Thor, what's the rock guy again? Korg. I almost like Treg. I don't know why. Korg. Thor asks, I almost said Craig again. Korg. I'm messing up this guy's. Who's ever fought this champion? Right. And he says, Doug. Doug. Oh, wait, Doug's dead.
Yeah. He said, Doug did. Right, Doug?
Yeah.
Doug's dead. He's like, you're new Doug.
Yeah. Oh, new Doug.
Yeah. We could almost go through and say what's the funniest moment of each character, because truthfully, they all have a moment that's pretty freaking funny.
Mm-hmm.
Because for his, I do like the ghost thing. I love that he thinks that Loki's a ghost.
Yeah.
It's just a weird thing to say.
This is a circle, a freaky circle.
Yeah.
See, some of those jokes for him does
right.
land. It's when he tries to drag on like that hammer one that I'm like, okay, that's a little too far, but it's not.
And
it
I
doesn't
laughed
ruin
when Hulk did the whole fire thing.
Yeah,
that was great. Like it's
like smoldering fire.
Yeah, Hulk more like raging fire.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's just funny. Like, it's good stuff.
Yeah. They all do have a pretty good funny moment there in the whole movie. So, anyways,
Scourge with that, my stuff. Oh my god.
Yeah, my stuff. Destroy.
Together, destroy.
And the girls are like, "Ooh."
Great.
What the heck?
It's so only Carl Urban could do that.
Yeah, it was really good.
Straight face too.
Most emotional moment.
Okay, this is what we're going to talk about. It's big.
Okay.
Well, I really think the most emotional moment in this movie is the conversation between Loki and Thor in the elevator.
Okay.
So it might not be outwardly emotional, like people crying and or people being extremely angry, but when Thor gives him this little speech of "You're just going to be who you are, and I'm going to be who I." When Loki, he tells Loki straight up, like, "You should stay here. This place is, you love it here. You flourish here because this is what you're like.
Mm-hmm.
You're just a skeevy SOB,
Mm-hmm.
and you're still, but I love you, and I've accepted it." And why I say that is because it's like when you go back to that scene you talked about, and it is, I loved all that stuff. You know what I mean? This is what made Loki, I think, have the heel turn of going good guy. Because he kind of looks at Thor, and it not only does he take that in, this is how I read it. Maybe I'm wrong, guys. From how I feel this is done, Loki takes that in as a criticism on him himself that, oh, wow, I am like these people. He's kind of looking around and realizing how backstabby these people are, because they are, even to him, he's a little worried about, he doesn't want them to know certain things because he knows that they can all be a certain way. It's like, yeah, that's you, dude, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But then on top of it, it's almost like when he looks at Thor after Thor says that, Tom Hiddleston does this thing on his face where you can tell it breaks his heart that his brother thinks that of him.
Mm-hmm.
Because the last time they had talk like this, he was telling him how much he loved him. And now he's telling him, yeah, I just got to admit, this is who you are. It doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still, I still love you, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But it's not the same as that. So it's like all of a sudden, this hero worship that Loki is so addicted to, which is why he wants to be, why it's always been his motivation. He's lost that in Thor forever.
Yep.
And that evil, or that not evil, but that bad side of him grew up like this in that instant and said, oh no, what I've done now all this time is make him, this is how he's going to feel.
Yep.
And like, to me, that's like, it's just brilliant. It's, I believe the turn, like that Loki and on. Because then when we do, not to get too far ahead, but when we do get into Infinity War and he dies the way he dies, it's 100%. Loki of a movie ago would have tried, would have tricked, and tried to survive.
Yep, and tried to.
This one tried to kill Thanos.
Yeah,
tried to do something he knew it was going to be very hard to do.
Yeah,
and it was like, okay, very earned. I took it in two ways. He took that. Or in three ways, I guess. Loki was kind of, oh, you see me as these thievy bastards? Because that's how he sees them. And like, that's me. And then the other way is, for sure, it's a heartbreaking moment for him when he realizes, oh no, have I actually lost the love of my brother? Like, for real. Because he's really cool with the idea of thinking, I'm kind of a lost cause, and I've accepted it now. And that's big for him. I think it's a big moment in this movie. I really do. There's a lot going on there in that little conversation. Yeah. So I'm going to give it to that. I am.
Yeah. That's more in depth than my emotional moment. So I love yours better. It's great. My emotional moment's on our screen right now of Thor.
And it's that was almost going to be mine too.
What I like about it is Thor, he looks like he's at a crossroads with Odin. Well, you know, he's
Or even
basically
himself.
at the moment, Hela is literally stabbing his back at the moment.
Yeah.
But he's gone inside himself and talking to his father and things like that to be like, I don't know what to do. And his father is like, you know what to do. You're not the god of hammers. You're the god of thunder. And then he's like, I can't save Asgard. Asgard's a people. It's not a place. And it's like he knows really what to do. He's not connecting the dots. And once he starts connecting the dots, his strength just starts building up. And he's like, well, this is what I'm going to do then. And it rains down that lightning, strikes Hela.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're picking a great moment because I think that for me is a close second.
Yep.
And the other depth that I saw in that moment that you're describing,
yep.
I think that the deepness that comes with that's literally Thor making a decision to let go of trying to make his father proud.
Mm-hmm.
I almost look at that scene where he's not necessarily talking to Odin. He is, but I often
think he's talking to himself, but
I often think it's him,
the guise of Odin,
escaping into this moment of, well, I need my dad because I'm at a spot where this is awful. And I think it's him realizing, you know what?
You don't need your dad.
I don't need this. And
that's great.
Especially with what Odin says, it's almost contradictory to how Odin acted before. Because he sent him to Earth. He took his hammer away and took his power away, right? To make him learn something. And here he's telling him, you don't even need it anyways. I think that's Thor saying, I don't need it to be me, to be who I'm going to be, which is his problem all the way to Love and Thunder of trying to figure out who he is. Because in this moment, he's no longer going to let that shadow of his father be the reason he feels the way he is. Which is why it's so heavy for him when he does fail later, because now he knows it's on him more so. So when Thanos wins later, he's like, even more so depressed because he's like, maybe I did fail. Maybe I do suck. You know what I mean? Because had nothing to do with his dad at that point. He took this on himself. And I think that I really do. That's how I read that moment, which makes it a very good emotional moment as well. Yeah. Because I kind of take it as it's a representation of him thinking what his dad would say to him. That if he would say this to me, I would believe this and feel this. And then he does, which makes him go, you know what? That is true. Yeah. And then he goes on and to kick ass on the Rainbow Bridge and become more so a Thor that we know now. Yeah. Yep. So good.
It's very good. Okay. All right, guys. Final scores. Thanks for staying with us, by the way. We're getting to the reason why you're here to think, or not to think, but to know what we think of this whole movie that we just talked about. So, out of 2, Ike, what's the story for you?
All right, so I'm just going to have to be honest.
Okay.
It's 2.
Yes.
This is awesome. It's 2 stories in one. One story could have been easily cookie cutter and shitty by itself. The other one could have been too wild by itself. Together, it's like the perfect mix.
Yep. Yes. That's a great way of saying it. Yes. All right. I'm the same way. 2 out of 2. Characters.
It's a 2. They all have something they go through with this.
Yep. I love the fact that they're all surviving this movie. Every one of them is surviving this movie. Even the Hulk, he's surviving being in Sakaar and doing that.
Well, in his eyes, he's surviving from who he was when he was on Earth.
Yep.
He's been in survival this whole time.
Yep.
Survival mode.
Yep. 2 for me. Action and visuals.
Yeah, a 2.
2.
Surtur, I think the CGI and like I said, when you get to those end battles and you start seeing the scope of them falling down the waterfall and with the wolf, and then Surtur, it just looks awesome. It's some of the best stuff we've seen.
Yeah, and all of Hela's movements, holy smokes, how they did that, beautifully blended.
The choreography of the fighting is so good.
Yes. Emotion and stakes.
Stakes are huge.
Yes, this movie, the stakes are huge because if she won and Surtur never got there,
everybody's in danger.
I don't even know how she'd do against Thanos. He'd have to use the Infinity Gauntlet to destroy her.
He'd have to.
Because she easily would have killed him, or worse yet, made a partnership with him.
Yeah, she needed a world-ending event to happen to get rid of her.
Yep.
Literally.
Yep.
Yeah. And the emotion, I think, I think the two scenes we just talked about for our most emotional meet,
Yep.
when you look deep into them and even on the surface, it's there. It might not visually make you go, but there's no cry. It doesn't need to be.
No.
I think Loki realized two different things in that moment, and that was so huge. And like I said, I do think that was Thor letting go, finally saying, I'm not going to live up to my father.
Yep.
I'm not going to try anymore.
Yep.
And that is just, and it freed him of that weight of feeling that, to feel confident and kick ass like he does.
Well, and even Valkyrie, her emotional moment of having to relive all that, and she has survivor's guilt this whole time.
Skirt.
Yes.
It's.
Yep. Anyways, yes. Yeah. So it's two. Rewatchability and MCU impact.
So the MCU impact, obviously huge. It leads us right into, and going forward, all these characters, it's all part of it.
Yep.
So that gets the one. And rewatchability, this is one of those I could watch.
Yeah.
I mean, I easily watch this 3 times. It's so easy to watch again.
It is.
It's a great movie to put in when you're doing stuff too. You can look up at your favorite moments.
Yep.
It's just so many things are different. So I give it a 2 as well.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. There are a couple scenes if I'm puttering around doing stuff, I hear Cate Blanchett say something that's hella E, and I kind of have a half smile. I'm like, oh, that's really good.
You can see it in your head.
That's really good. Yeah. The Hulk stuff, that's really good. Anyways, yeah, 2 for me. All right. Final scores.
So I had to be honest, guys. And this is, like I said, I didn't have any of these filled out because I was going to do them as we went. And as we went, even towards the end, we even started to dissect a couple of things I didn't think about. And even having a conversation about Odin in that scene and giving you the Loki one as I'm saying it. And then every time I think I got something, okay, this is a problem. Oh, we can explain our way out. We can explain the hammer out. Okay, cool. That's not a problem no more. Oh, maybe the moment with Odin when he dies wasn't taken seriously enough. Well, good, because we don't want you to feel that. We want you to be mad at him because of what he left them. Well, guess what? You did that right too. And it's like, it's just all of it's there. It's all there. Dare I say, guys, I'm going to say it because it just feels right. I think I'm going to have to give this movie a 10. I think I don't think there's any other way to do this movie. The only thing I'd do is Sam convinced me of an added scene that would be good. But once again, without it, it doesn't change the movie at all. I like that this movie's just about survival. I like that it's really winning is losing in this movie in a way. She just can't win. That's all it comes down to.
Yep.
And you know what? That's so smart to do with a villain. And it's new. And she's a great villain. And it just makes sense. And it puts a whole, and if it didn't set Thor up for some of the best stuff we get later with Thor 2, I guess maybe I'd have different thoughts. But what they did with just him alone in this, I think deserves a 10. Let alone using the Hulk the way they did, which is perfect. Valkyrie, I like everybody in it. I'm just going to give it the 10 because it fits in that category with the best of the MCU. This is peak, in my opinion, of what we should be wanting to see. If there's any little argument, I guess you could say maybe. No, I'm not even going to go there because I disagree. Everyone's going to say maybe the jokes. I can give you, for Love and Thunder, I can give you some argument that some jokes are like maybe a couple less would have helped.
Maybe too pushing. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I don't feel that way about this movie. Not this one. Love and Thunder has a couple extra that make you go, you could have backed off a tad. But not this one. I give it 10. I gotta be honest about it.
This is very hard for me to give. I'm teetering on two scores. I view this movie as I said it a moment ago, I view this movie as the Winter Soldier of the Thor franchise. Because Winter Soldier is just peak Marvel at a time when they didn't have the peakness yet. Like they were just getting there. 9.5. So my brain, I really feel like that should have probably been a 10 Winter Soldier because that was near perfection. But also Civil War, we did give that a 10 and that was perfect. That deserved it. So I'm teetering between 9.5 and 10 for this guy because I agree with everything you said. But
I think this is better than Winter Soldier. I mean, really.
Yeah.
this is what if I were you, because I know you're teetering, and I know I was right there 10 minutes ago. What I think you should do, just close your eyes.
9.7.
Think, yeah. Think Winter Soldier, think Thor, and think, and then, you know what? Take a 10 of ours that we've already done, and just think, obviously, is not taken away from Winter Soldier, but there's a couple things in Winter Soldier we can honestly say that's kind of weird, or that's an issue that, okay, but it's not a big deal. Not a big issue. There's very few in this that we can't justify, if any. But I think Winter Soldier has a couple that we could justify as an issue. No matter how minute and little and nitpicky they are, this has got less of them, I think, in my opinion. So I say go with your gut. If you say 9.5, say it. It's cool. It doesn't need to get a 10 just because I said a 10. I'm just saying that's where it is for me. I think it belongs. If I were to look at the whole canvas of it all, I could rewatch this more than rewatch Winter Soldier as well. And that's part of it as well for me. Because remember, rewatchability for me is bigger.
Yeah.
I would put this in before I put Winter Soldier in again. Not saying I can't watch Winter Soldier again. I could. Hell yeah. If you're like, no, I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. It's still freaking awesome. But this would have me watching it more than Winter Soldier. There's times in Winter Soldier where I can be like, okay, I can go do some stuff. This I'd be looking up more often at the moments that are happening. This has too much good stuff. And I think more characters are handled better in this than they are in Winter Soldier.
Because I remember in Winter Soldier, you had a problem with Sharon Carter.
Yeah, it's just blah. She's blah. The moment's blah. Him kissing her was weird.
Yeah. Oh, that's Civil War.
Weird choice.
Yeah.
You know?
That was in Civil War.
That and I think the one thing that really fell short with me is I think less funny Black Widow would have been better. Yeah, the only jokes with her that really worked are the ones that Steve was involved in. But that's only for me. You know what I mean? This is my own personal touch.
So,
but arc-wise, there's not a lot of different arcs in Winter Soldier except for Cap and Bucky.
Yeah, yeah. What I feel like in Winter Soldier is Cap doesn't go through how do I say this? Because I don't want to do the service of Captain America, but I don't see him from the beginning of that movie to the end. The only arc that I see him do is he just remains firm. And this one cool thing about Captain America is he doesn't have too much of character growth arcs. He already is perfect, so he just stays that way, no matter what all the elements around him are doing.
I think his arc in that was to prove to us that he is going to stay that. When he says, "I'm not going to fight you," and till the end, which means even if you kill me, that reaffirmed us as an audience. Oh, that's why he's Captain America.
Yes.
So that to me makes that his arc, which works, right? But you're talking, there's at least 5 different arcs in this for different characters that are big.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you're talking about a movie that's got 3 separate villains in it that are awesome. You know, I'm not just talking to a 10.
No,
I'm just weighing this out where really the only villain, and don't get me wrong, it's not that it's bad that there's not a big honcho villain in Captain America, but to have Jeff Goldblum be the guy he is and be a villain, Surtur, a villain of Asgard itself, and then Hela, I think it reaches that potential of being, I mean, in the idea of juggling 2 types of movies in one, I don't know, I just think technically and stuff, it beats out Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
But it doesn't quite beat Civil War.
That's the thing.
But it's as good as Civil War, in my opinion.
Yes. I agree.
Civil War gets
I agree
a 10
with
because
that.
we can't go higher than a 10. Let's
really.
be honest. If there's any movie that, after we've done this retro at this point, I could say this honestly. If I could give Civil War 12, I would. I might think it, when we do our long run and we have to split these 10s up, that's going to always fall to the top for a while.
Yeah. I agree. And it's not you convincing me. It's just this, as I'm trying to think it through and I'm comparing and contrasting and being consistent with my scores and things like that, I am going to give this its flowers because it deserves it. This is a 10.
Yeah.
This movie really is a 10 out of 10. There's very little wrong with it. Or at least anything that you would think is wrong with it, it doesn't ruin the movie. You know,
Yeah,
it's not something that's a glaring problem where you need to do stuff. Let's do something for it.
And/or can kind of be explained. It's just weird. It's wild.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And like, I almost would still, if I'm ranking this, I would put this as a 10, but it's right there with Winter Soldier for me personally, just because I love Captain America over Thor. But this is hands down the best Thor iteration of the balance of everything and the story and being able to do 3 villains in one movie and it work out the way it did, that made sense. That great job.
Yeah, I think the biggest I think all that stuff accumulated with me, but once I really settled on the idea that this movie is like you've said this before, is really about surviving this rather than preventing something to happen. It's actually the opposite of all of it, because most of the time it's easy to say, how's everything get back to harmony? That's not what this movie's about. And once again, this is another time in the MCU, like Civil War did, where you end in a spot where things are different now. Like, big time. Consequences are different. Civil War, the Avengers are split up. People are now outcasts. They are now, they're enemies of the state, right? And that's how it ends. Oh, well, where do we go now? We lose Asgard and half of his people. And then we get a great post-credit scene that shows we're gonna lose the other half of his people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so it's there's so much happens in this to me that it kind of hits I mean, when we go down through after we're done with this whole thing, guys, and we look and we start the ones that got the same numbers, we're gonna have to put which ones ahead of them. This might be the bottom of the 10s, but I think it reached the 10. Like, you know what I mean? I think it stepped over that with a lot of the stuff they were juggling in this. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So the official Goodell Multiverse score of this movie, guys, is a 10 out of 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
Is there one final line you would give?
Yeah.
Final sentence review?
I'll tell you this. I think this is probably, first of all, for one final sentence for people to go watch it, if you like Thor and you really wanted to see a good mix of different stuff, I want you to pull your head out of your butt and go watch this movie and stop giving it the trouble it's got. I know it's actually highly regarded still. I know that it's not one of those that gets the trouble, but I have to tell you, when I've heard people complain about Love and Thunder, I hear them saying, and now it makes me think that Thor Ragnarok set this up and it sucks. And they're not saying the movie sucks, but I think some people do kind of attribute this as a mistake with Thor now, today. Because back when it came out, it was a hit and people loved it. But we've even seen guys like John and them change their mind on how much they talk.
Well, the problem that they're doing, and you, if you're watching this, that you're doing with this, is when this movie came out, Ragnarok, everyone loved it. High praise. You get a sequel to it, and you don't like the sequel to the point where now you're blaming the film before that for your sequel, which you are getting one thing right. The logical sequel to Ragnarok would be Love and Thunder. The problem is your hatred for Love and Thunder overtakes the logic that you had for Ragnarok.
Yep.
And now you have ruined Ragnarok for yourself, which is not a bad movie.
Yep.
So I get it. Not everyone's sequels are going to pan out exactly how you think or plan. And there are faults of Love and Thunder. I am not saying they're not. That movie is not a 10 out of 10 like this one is. But the overhate of Love and Thunder is now trickling into Ragnarok, which is a disservice. Can you imagine if your overhate for Brand New World trickled down to Civil War and Winter Soldier? What the heck is wrong with you?
Or God forbid, let's just say, Brand New World, that sucks so much. Darn stupid Endgame. Why'd they leave it that way?
Yep.
It'd be the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
That would be dumb, but that's exactly what you're doing when you compare Love and Thunder and Ragnarok to this. So, like my brother said, get your head out of the butt and walk down our Love and Thunder retrospective when we get there in a few weeks.
Yeah, the only other final little thought I'd have to say, too, is this is probably the hardest and hopefully the last hardest one we've ever had to do because it was so hard to rate.
Yeah. Yes.
It just was I struggled with wanting to. I wanted to have a problem with this movie, just so it wouldn't get a 10 because I felt like this isn't a 10, right? This is not a 10, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember it being a 10, but I can't.
Yeah, I had to.
myself right into what I thought I was going to.
I was just like you. I was going up and down with, is this an 8? Oh, I feel like this is a 9.5 because it has to be Winter Soldier level. But is it actually higher? I don't know if I want to betray Captain like that. I'm going through all that in my head, thinking all this stuff. But I'm settled with my score, 10 out of 10. That is what this movie is. So I hope you guys watch it and maybe have a better view of it now when you're watching it, or at least a new perspective of it.
Yeah.
After you listen to this or watch this on YouTube.
Yeah.
All right, Ike, what are we doing next?
So, guys, thanks for joining us with our Thor and getting through it. This was a little bit of a longer one. And hey, we actually had something we had to debate this time, which was fun, which actually still ended up in the same place.
Right?
So next week, guys, we're going to be doing a special branch point breakdown of Dead Poets Society. We'll have a special guest. We're picking some old movies that we just think are good and we should talk about. And this is one of those I think more people should see. You know, it's an older movie, but good old Robin Williams. So it's going to be a tough one because he was in our household when I was growing up. I know Sammy's watched a lot of his stuff too, but I remember specifically when I was real little. I mean, he was at the time, he was one of those that movie came out and we were all packed as a family to see it. And he was in your living room with you, you know, and we all know what's happened to him. So it's going to be a tough one, but it'll be a fun one to talk about still.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to have a retrospective of Black Panther, the first one, which will be fun.
Yeah.
That will be a good one. I got some thoughts already. I'm ready to watch it again and really tone it up. So we have good stuff to talk about.
I agree. I'm looking forward to the Black Panther one. Gosh, I might even be able to convince Mom to be a part of that because that is our mom's favorite MCU movie.
Oh, is it really?
Is Black Panther 1.
Okay.
She's told me multiple times I turned that on just to be in Wakanda. I'm like, cool.
Wow.
She loves this movie. So, and I think she's going to be our special guest for our Dead Poet Society, I think, right? Yep. So either way, you're going to see her. So thank you for tuning in to the Goodell Multiverse podcast. Please please subscribe. We're on Instagram. We're on Facebook. We're on YouTube. We're on TikTok. Please share this with your family. Share this with your friends. Share this with your enemies. Get us out there, guys. We're on the webs. Yes. And I guess until next time, we're going to see you at the movies.